Hi everyone, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hi Pradeepa. Good morning.
Hi. So let's get started. It's already 7. So, hi everyone, thanks for joining. Today we are going to learn about the basics of business analysis, and I'm going to this will be a 10 days course. So every day morning, 7 to 7:45 a.m. UST timing. Okay. So I am Pradeepa. I'm currently working as business analyst, senior, okay, in one of the Fortune founded companies in US. So I've been with the industry about 16 years now. So I just want to guide people on how to become a business analyst, because there are many people who want to become a business analyst but they don't know how to do it. So that is why I have started this course. Okay. So today we are going to learn about why do you want to become a business analyst? There are many different jobs available in the market, but why do you want to become a business analyst? And then if you are from non-IT or IT, or from any different kind of background, can I become a business analyst if I'm a non-IT person? Or if I'm from a different country, okay, if I'm not in the US and I'm in the UK, or I'm in Australia or in New Zealand or in India or anywhere, Bangladesh, anywhere, can I become a big business analyst? And what are the different companies? Okay, so we have whether it's service based companies or whether product based companies. What are the different companies that hire business analysts? And what are the different domains available? So whether it's healthcare or banking or retail, what are the different domains and how to become an expert in a particular domain? Also, we have different platforms like Pega, Salesforce, Guidewire. So these are languages. So Pega is nothing but an advanced Java. Okay, so how to become an expert in one of the languages? Like if you want to become a Pega business analyst or a Salesforce business analyst or a Guideweb business analyst, how to become one. And then I'm going to talk about what are the very basic skills to become a business analyst, and then how can you scale up? Okay, how can you become an expert, and how can you become a lead or a senior business analyst going forward in 5 to 6 years? So the last one is self-assessment. Right now, you can be anywhere. You can be like a beginner, or you can be some of the domain knowledge, but you don't know IT, or you know IT, but you don't know um, domain knowledge or language or coding language, or you don't know about business analysis skills. So you can be anywhere. So I'm going to talk about how to do that self-assessment and how to scale up your skills. Okay. So let's talk about first, why do you want to become a business analyst? So you can become in IT, right? You can become a tester, you can become a developer or an engineer, or you can also become a business analyst. You can become a product owner. Okay. You can become a scrum master, or you can become a project manager. Okay. You can become any of these things, right, in IT. But uh, you can choose any of these. Okay. You can become a tester. So in testing, you can become a manual tester, or you can become an automation tester. Okay. So in developers, you know about engineers. You can become a Java engineer, or you can become a .NET engineer, or you can become a Pega engineer. Okay. Or you can become a Salesforce engineer. So these are different kind of coding languages. So you can become any of that. Okay. So in business analyst, so you can become you have three different levels of business analysis. So first is primary the vanilla BA. Vanilla BA in the sense that person will be only requiring gathering the requirements, but will not do any other stuff. Okay, just gathering the requirements, creating BRDs, FRDs, SRS document, okay, system requirement specification document, and that's all. This is we call it as a pure vanilla BA. They won't be doing any kind of testing, or they won't be doing so much IT work. Okay, so basically gathering requirements and doing documentation. So that is first level. And the second level of business analysis, someone like who will be able to gather the requirements and who will be able to write like in an agile environment. Okay, they'll be able to write user stories. They will be able to write all the um, uh, documentation in the sense end to end. Okay, data flow diagrams. They'll be able to like technically they know how one application works or interacts with different applications. So the overall data flow diagrams they'll be able to draw. Okay, and then they will also be able to like do some level of testing. So for example, UAT testing in SIT also, in system integration testing also, to some level they can help the testers actually. If there is no testing team in the particular for that particular team, then business analyst will also become called a system analyst, and they will be helping with the um, developers for all this SIT testing, also UAT testing, getting approval and all. So there are two different types of business analyst here. So one is the pure vanilla business analyst who will not get into testing at all. Okay, they'll gather the requirements, they will just document the requirements, that's all. But when it comes to system analyst, they are the ones who will be like in the agile environment, they are the ones who will be like gathering the requirements, writing all the user stories, and also doing all the documentation, diagrams also, like basically like creating all the test templates, test plans. And in SAT also they will help, and during UAT also, the final UAT, right, user acceptance testing, for that also these people will help. So I'm going to teach you that advanced level of business analysis where you should be able to not only gather the requirements, also end to end, you need to know like how an application works, how to like define user stories, how to make sure that whatever requirement that you're writing, the developer is able to understand it and create that particular requirement, how to like create data flow diagrams, and how to like make sure you create test plan documents, how to test in SIT environment, UAT environment, and finally, how to get approval before we go live into production. So that is what I am going to teach. Okay, something like senior business analysis course. And you can also become like a product owner, scrum master, and project manager. For project manager, of course, you need in US you need an MS in certain field. You need to have like from I would say like from a standard very nice university. Okay, only then you can directly become a project manager here. Otherwise, you require some amount of experience. You can be a developer, you can be a tester, you can be a business analyst, but you need that team management skills, or you need some kind of experience, at least like 10 years of something, one or the other. And then once you reach like a seniority level, only then you'll be offered a project manager. So that is the second route. There are two routes becoming a project manager. One is you can get a standard, you can get a very good MS degree from a very good university and directly become like in staff VP, VP level, or in manager, at least in managerial level. Otherwise, you have to like get all the experiences in IT, basically like a tester, developer, or a business analyst, and then maybe after 10 to 12 years, you'll be like promoted to becoming a project manager. So there are two ways to becoming a project manager. So product owner and scrum master is like for mostly like for agile methodology. If the IT team is agile, they are not hybrid or they are not waterfall. So they are having agile methodology. Only then these two positions are will be available. Okay. So I have made different videos on how to become Scrum Master, and also if you want to become a Scrum Master, you can take a look at it. But right now, I'm going to focus only on business analyst. So the next slide is like non-IT versus IT. So many people may have an IT background, or like example like Bachelor of Engineering in Computer Science, or Bachelor of Engineering in Information Technology, something like some kind of IT background. They would have done their in 12th, right? Their major discipline would have been computer science and all that. So they have like basically an idea of like systems and applications and how one system interacts with another system, what is database, and like what is query and all that. So basically some kind of coding language experiences like C++, basic of Java or JavaScript, something like that. That is totally IT. If it is non-IT people, then basically like they are from someone, right, who have done their engineering in electrical or electrical engineering, biomedical engineering, bioinformatics, or something like chemical engineering, fashion engineering, something like different. So we have I mean, different types of engineering now. So maybe that background, maybe a different engineering background, or they can be like a student of like commerce, or maybe like some different kind of science background too. BSc, like different physics, biology, microbiology, like that. Okay. Whatever said and done, anybody can become a business analyst. In my experience, I'm working in one of the Fortune 400 companies, and I can really say that only the non-IT people excel. I'm not degrading IT from IT people, but I have specifically seen the best of the best, the cream of the cream are definitely non-IT people, because they think out of the box. They don't like, maybe we can always say that IT people have some kind of like limitations on their thinking, because they basically programmed, like they know what are the basics of IT, right? So this one application interacts with another application. What are the positives and negatives of their interaction? What kind of bug can happen during testing? Or maybe they have some kind of idea, so it's kind of boxed. They know basics, they kind of boxed. Whereas non-IT, they will think from a user perspective, because they don't know how an application works. So basically their thinking testing level, basically it will be from a user's perspective. Okay, this application requires login, this application requires registration. How will a user, from a user perspective, they will be thinking, instead of from an engineer or an application expert perspective. That's why these people are very good at testing. They can easily find out defects, because somewhere in their mind they are not programmed to that. They are not like, no, this will never be a defect, like that. They will never like program their mind. So I always seen like the best of managers too are from non-IT background, and they may be like from a very different science background. Okay, so engineering and bioinformatics, or engineering, biotechnology, and all. Even I am a non-IT person. I have a degree in biomedical engineering. So like that's totally different. But these people are the ones who will really want to, uh, because it's very competitive. Okay, once you get a job, you will know that IT industry is very competitive. First of all, getting the interview itself is going to be very hard for you, because it's a highly paid job, right? So highly paid industry standards compared to any other industry, IT industry is going to pay you like huge compared to any other industry. So it's, since it is highly paid, people are going to be very competitive, because they want this job. And you also have work from home. Okay, you can work from home. Also your bonuses are going to be very high. Okay, so you're going to have yearly bonus are going to be have, you're going to have at least like you're going to have paid holidays. If you're full-time employee, you're going to have paid holidays, you're going to have stock options. So all these will be given to you. You don't want to leave this. That's why like people always like grudge about this IT industry. Like they'll be like, this is too much pressure. I don't want to do this, but they will still be there, because they have some of the benefits, right? So people always say that, oh, I don't want to do IT. I want to go to my passion. I want to do some business. I want to do that, but they will never leave, because they're so much used to like all these benefits. They don't want to leave. Somehow they are stuck in this. So, but I'm not telling you to think like that. For me, I'm very, one of the major decisions in my life that I did was like transitioning from non-IT to IT, because when I basically did my engineering degree, I was thinking like I'm going to go to the US, I'm going to do my research, I'm going to do my PhD in biomedical engineering, I'm going to like go to one of the biomedical companies, right? Like for example, you have CT scans or MRI production companies. I'm going to become a lead engineer there. But the reality is, to do your MS, to do your PhD, to invest so much of time in doing your masters, and the pay is very less compared to IT. Okay, you invest so much money in your MS, you invest so much money in your PhD, and then you have to wait for like about like 8 years of totally doing all your degree and everything. And then when you get into your biomedical field, the trainee fee, or like basically the beginner's salary, right? That is way less than the trainee's salary of an IT industry. So that was like, it was bothering me a lot. So why this industry is so much paid? Why this is there is so much hype in the US? Why Americans are not able to get into this? Why is there is so much demand for Indians and Chinese to get into this industry? What is that that's so fascinating about me? I should definitely get into this one because I deserve to pay high and I deserve to be like one of the experts. And I really want to get paid high. Okay, that time, like 15 years back, my ambition was like, I'm in the US, I have huge opportunity. I know I'm from non-IT, but somehow I have to crack and get into this industry because I deserve that pay. I deserve a holiday. I deserve that work from home option. I don't want to go into some industry like work from 9 to 5. What about if I have kids and I am not able to take care of them? So there are like since being a woman, there is like so much dilemma in your mind, like whether I can have that work-life balance or whether if I'm having kids, how am I going to manage? Or if I'm going to like a production-based company and I'm going to like stay there from 9 to 5, like what will happen to my work life balance? Who will take care of my children? I am in a country where I have no help. So all this was going in my mind, and finally I decided that okay, I'm going to try into IT. I know I'm from a non-IT background. I don't have anything like basics about IT industry, but I have to like give my 100% of effort and learn from the basics, and then I have to get into this industry. So when I in the US, right? So it is very, very difficult because you here, the competition is going to be huge. Um, People know that there are a lot of Indians here and they're going to fake their experiences. So the interview is going to be very, very, very difficult. I'm sure in India or in other countries too, people have this image of like the fake resume. So because like a lot of people, they re- they re- they fake their resume, right? So because you don't have experience in IT, but you want to get into IT and you are like helpless and clueless here. You have some knowledge, you have something in your resume, but you never know what type of questions they're going to ask and what kind of background check is going to be there, or what kind of like whether I'll be able to crack this interview. What happens if they reject me? Like, how many rejections can I take? So people have so much self doubts about themselves, about their skills, and about like what kind of how to actually learn. That is also there, right? Whether watching YouTube videos is enough, or someone has to guide me. Whether I have to go through a training. Is that training enough to crack an interview? So I had so much self doubts. In US, it is very difficult because you have too much competition. In India, I think you have like fairly less competition, I think. But in US, it's very, very difficult to, even though if you have a green card, even though if you are a citizen or you have work permit, it is very difficult to crack a job in IT industry because our people, right, Indians, there is so much competition here. The pay is very high here, so everyone wants to get into this. So I'm sure it's the same in other countries too. Also, if you see about like what is service based and product based companies, service based is something like CTS, TCS, or you have Virtusa. Like these are some of the service based companies, and product based we can say like Microsoft, Amazon, Google. So I'm going to show, like for example, in TCS, you can see here business analyst. You have openings in Cary, you have openings in Phoenix, you have opening in Pittsburgh. So you have openings all around. So these are like service-based companies. Whereas in Amazon also you have senior business analyst, Amazon Logistics Production Planning, business analyst, AWS, Amazon Web Services, business analyst, Amazon Fresh Stores. So even in product-based companies also you have openings and service-based companies also you have openings. So now you need to decide which one you want to go. And definitely in product-based, for example, you get hired in Amazon, the pay is going to be like 200% more than the service based companies. For example, in service based companies you get like 100K. Okay, 100K, whereas in Amazon you're going to get at least 150K or 160K plus bonus plus stock, also plus this joining bonus, like something called 100K. You have to be with them for 3 years, they're going to give you another 100K. So the pay for service based and product based is going to be very different also, but the work experience also will be different in service based like TCS or CTS. So what usually they will do is you are not working for them, you'll be working for a client, right? So you'll be working for some CVS, you're working for some Walgreens, you're working for Walmart, you're working for some kind of insurance, you're working for Bank of America, you're working for a client. So basically they have to get your billing from them, and they're going to give you only half of it. Half of that they're going to have as a profit. Whereas for product based companies, you can be a contractor or you can also be a full timer. But if you are a full time with a product based company, the pay is going to be very huge. But I'll also say that the work hours are going to be very extreme, like from morning 6 to evening 6, from morning 6 to evening 8. The work hours are going to be like, you can imagine the work hours they're going to give you. In Facebook also it's like that. So morning 6 to night 6, or morning 6 to night 10, they're going to have such kind of shifts. And but the pay, of course, if you are a bachelor and if you really want to get into one of the product based companies and you definitely want to earn something more in a short amount of time, or you are having that mind of like creating new products, creating new ideas, then I would always recommend you to go for product based. Because in service based, it's more of like the interview is going to be very generic kind of interview. So what did you do? Tell me about business analysis, or like tell me about your previous companies that you have worked. What is like, how do you handle stakeholders? So that's kind of basic questions they're going to ask you. Because and also like they have multiple clients as well, right? If you get fired from one client, they can always place you in a different client. Okay, so here it's going to be very easy compared to product based companies. Service based companies, for you it is going to be like the pressure is going to be less also, but the pay is also going to be less. Okay, almost 50% your pay is going to be less. Whereas in companies like Microsoft, okay, and companies like Google and companies like Amazon, your pay is going to be like about 200% more than what you're going to expect from TCS or CTS. But the timings is going to be insane. Also, the expectation from you, like what is it that you're going to give it to the team and what you're going to be like. If they pay you so much high, the expectation is also high, right? So they want to be on toes, and they want to like you to deliver everything on time, and they expect you a lot from you. But if you're very ambitious and if you want to get into this product base, you can always try. Okay. Interview also, there'll be like 3 to 4 levels of interviews here compared to TCS or CTS. The interview will be very different. And in TCS, of course, there are like 2 to 3 levels of interviews. So first is like the primary, like the domain test or something. And then in second level, they're going to ask about one-on-one. It can be a Zoom call, or it can be in person, and then they have one client round. So that client round depends upon I don't know. It can sometimes the client round will be there. Sometimes it's only TCS managers is going to take the interview. Okay, so these are the different service-based and product-based companies. I have told you the pros and cons of both the companies. If you want to enter into Microsoft, if you want to enter Google, even if you are non-IT, that's fine. They don't care. If you want, you can enter into Tesla too. But always remember the work pressure is going to be very, very, very high. The timings are going to be insane. They don't care whether you eat or not. And Google have their own like you can always like take your clothes, stay in Google's office, and you can always stay there, you can eat there. They're going to give you everything for free, food or coffee or everything. It's going to be free for you, but they want you to stay and they want to you to deliver everything on time. Okay, then the next is what are the different domains in business analysis. So we have healthcare, we have banking, we have retail, and okay, these are some of the domains. You can become an expert in one, or if you want to like add a few domains to your resume, so maybe one healthcare project or maybe one banking project, you can always do that too. Especially if you want to get into service-based companies like TCS or uh, TCS or CTS, they have like different kind of clients. They can have one pharmacy client, or they may have one health insurance client, or they may have like something called AIG, or AIG is nothing but it's not a health insurance, right? It's a commercial different type of insurance. So if they may expect you to have maybe one knowledge in one or more domains, but I would recommend you to learn at least two domains. Have basics of you should know at least healthcare or banking. You should know basics of healthcare and banking, so that it's easy for you to get into the interview. At least the HR is going to pick up your resume. If your resume is going to be very plain, like you're going to say, I know business analysis, I know like documentation, I know how to do Word, Microsoft Word and PowerPoint and all, it's very hard for the HRA to for the HR to pick up that resume, because they want some kind of speciality in the resume, right? There are like 100 people applying, and they're going to pick only like five of them. So they really look for, even if it's truth or not, they don't care about it. What they look is the words. So the words in the resume are going to be, that is like gold for you. So you may know 100 things, but the HR is not going to know that, right? Because before you they even see you, before they call you, what they're looking at is a document, that Word document or that resume. Okay, so the words in the resume are going to be golden for you, because uh, I have heard this multiple times. So many people emailing me that I'm like applying for interviews for 3 months, 6 months. I'm not even getting one call. That's basically because you don't know how to write your resume. Okay, that's a skill to write your resume. You might have added 100 things in your resume, but that's not what the HR is expecting, right? The HR is expecting something, is the hiring manager is giving him very specific keywords. Okay, they don't want to waste the time of the hiring manager. Okay, the hiring manager may have only like three half-an-hour slots, or maybe he may have only like 2 days. In 2 days, like maybe he is having like only four slots. So they cannot be like calling 100 people for these five positions. So even 100 people applies, they're going to select only top 20 people, or maybe top 10 people. And how they're going to do that selection is based upon these keywords. So it's very important for you to know how to write a good resume. Okay, what are the skills I need to add, and like how to highlight each word, because the HR, remember, the HR is a non-IT person. Okay, he doesn't know anything. He will have requirements to hire 10 testers, he will have requirements to hire 10 business analysts. So he will have no idea whether you have some knowledge or not. Okay, all he's looking is like seeing your resume, and then he will be like looking for that keywords. Okay, this person knows agile, for example, they're looking for some agile business analyst. Okay, and you know agile, you know the difference between what is waterfall, agile, all agile techniques, you know, but you have not entered in your resume maybe a 10 times. Maybe you've entered like one or two times. What this HR is going to do is do control F, give agile, and then going to click on enter, and then he's going to find out how much agile words are there in that resume, and then he's going to like decide whether to call this person or not. But you will be like, no, I added agile in my resume, but like how many times have you added? Did you add one time or two time, or did you add it, like did you enhance that? Did you make it bold? Did you add it in your summary? Did you add it in all your projects? So it's a very important skill to write your resume. Otherwise, your resume is never going to get picked up. You're going to apply, still wait for the phone call, and that is never going to happen. So even learning the skills, that is one thing, but learning to write your resume, and learning how to like approach the interviewer or approach the HR, learning how to like apply at the right time for each company. You should know when TCS will be hiring, when there will be a vacancy, when CTS will be hiring, what is the prime months they're going to hire, when there will be a vacancy. You should never apply when they are going to like fire all the people, when there is like a year end. In December you apply, you're not going to get any responses. So you should know. For that, you should have a nice social circle of people working in that companies. Okay, so you should have referrals, very crucial, okay, to get a job. You should know people inside the industry, you should know people inside the companies. Try to find out some like some kind of some setting will be there. You need to know friends inside. So otherwise, with referrals, very easy to get in. Even if you don't have knowledge, with referrals you can definitely get in. Okay, so I would recommend you to learn business analysis. That's good, but also simultaneously, you should also know how to write your resume. You should enhance your social circles within the company, and you need to try to get contacts. 90% of the jobs is filled by contacts inside the company. Either they know someone, or someone is referring because they're getting that hiring bonus, or someone managers knows this person. Like that's how most of the jobs are getting filled. Okay, if you're going as a trainee, that's different. So you're fresh out of college, and they're going to be a mass hiring in the college or some campus interview. Something is happening there. Get your name and you enter into training and you go. That is totally different. But I'm talking about people who are in their 30s. I'm talking about people who have a huge gap. I'm talking about people who are married and they're having a huge gap, or someone who want to transition from one department to another department. Someone is working in a different sector and want to get into IT. No, definitely you need to have that social group or circles or friends. And the next one is like, what is the difference between Pega business analyst, Salesforce business analyst, and Guidewire business analyst? So Pega is nothing but it's a language, so it's an advanced Java, and this is a licensed software. Okay, so this is not free. So if you see here, I'm going to go into their website. So Pega has their academy and all, and there are so many people teaching Pega. I also have done like 2 to 3 videos on like how to become a Pega business analyst. So this is like nothing but advanced Java. So if you want to become a business analyst, but the company is hiring Pega business analyst, for example, all the bank, mostly 90% of the banks in US is their coding is based upon this language. Okay, so Bank of America, and then you have Wells Fargo. There are many banking companies here who use this language as their core language because they feel that Pega is more easier to code. If you're going to go for something like open source like Java, it's going to be very difficult. But Pega means they have some additional security features, and also people like to buy this purchase, and they want to I mean, they want to develop their product using this Pega language. So when can I think someone is. Okay. So when people want to, when the company like Bank of America, they want to develop their product in Pega, they are looking for some people who knows about this language, right? So they want developers who knows Pega, they want business analysts who knows Pega, and they also want testers who knows Pega. So basically, you need to learn all the basic skills, okay, requirement gathering skills, also documentation skills. You need to have that documentation. You need to know how to draw. So data flow diagrams, how to like use PowerPoint, or how to use um, like for example Glyphy diagrams, how to use Confluence, how to use Jira, all that you need to know. Okay. On top of that, you also need to know banking domain. On top of that, you also know a little bit of Pega. Okay, what is Pega? What are the basics, rules, rule sets of Pega? How to test something in Pega? So basic of that also you need to know. This will make you a complete business analyst. So the skills, whatever I'm talking, right? You need to know basics, how to gather a requirement, how to do documentation. You need to know how to work in both waterfall methodology as well as agile methodology, and also how to like draw all the diagrams. Okay, UML diagrams, flow chart, data flow diagrams, all the different kind of diagrams. So I'm going to teach you on like some of the diagrams. I will teach you how to draw also. And on top of that, you need to know one coding language, not not like a developer, but you need to know what is Salesforce, what is Pega, or what is Guidewire. So at least one specialization in one of the coding languages. Also, like at least one or two domains. So it can be in banking or it can be in healthcare. Okay, so I'm in healthcare. For all the 15 years, I'm in healthcare. So I'm in working in one of the leading US insurance companies. So healthcare has always has good market. But if you don't want to do healthcare, you can always go for banking, retail, or different whatever is your interest. Okay, you can learn one of the domains and also one of these languages. So it's very crucial for you to put all this in your resume. For example, here in Salesforce. So this is Salesforce. So Salesforce also they have, it is also a product like Pega, but it's different. Okay, so they have like lot of uh, tools, artificial intelligence. They have so many tools and products here, but you can also learn. So learning, if you go to learning, they're going to like so you can learn about Salesforce CRMs, Salesforce Cloud Basic Service. So you can learn something. Basically, what is Salesforce and how people are using Salesforce, how to test in Salesforce, like all these basic things you can always like learn so that in the interview, even if you don't know what is Salesforce, at least you can at least can match up, right? Like saying that I know business analysis, I know like how to test and everything. Also in Salesforce, I know the basics. Like that you can test. You can tell them. Okay, instead of knowing nothing, at least you know the basics of how a Salesforce product is working and what are the different customers. For example, Humana is using it, Priority Health is using it. There are so many companies who use the Salesforce products, and even in healthcare, banking, like in so many people in US, right? I can say that some of the major companies are using the Salesforce product. So you will have a good opening if you are in the US. So you need to know one of these products, and also you need to know the domain knowledge too. So who's going to use it? Whether it's any healthcare company, that healthcare domain knowledge too, you need to know. So yeah, the next is, so I've talked about skills. So in skills, I've already told you need all the skills. Next is self-assessment. So self-assessment, right? You know, you want to become a business analyst, good. Now you have to do like assessment on yourself. Okay, what is my level of learning now? Whether I'm a beginner, or I know some of the domain skills, I know some of the coding skills, but I don't know business analyst skills, or I know business analysis skills, but I don't have domain skills, or I don't have this Pega knowledge or Salesforce knowledge or any coding language. Or I know everything bits and pieces, but I'm not becoming an expert. I've already undergone training with some other different company, but I'm not getting interview calls. Or I'm already working in some company, I don't have enough time to learn. So you may be stuck somewhere. You need to definitely like write, take a note, write down in points like right now what is my communication skill. Okay, can I communicate properly with everybody through email, through documentation. Okay, okay, and also during calls with the clients, if I have a call with the clients with different stakeholders, can I lead that call? Or can I talk to anybody like with an expert with no fear? Or do I have that presentation skills? Do I have that drawing skills? Or do I have like interview skills? For example, even if I don't know something, how would I tell the interviewer I know that? Or I know how to handle the interview properly? Or whether I'm going to get frustrated again and again, I'm going to lose hope and then end up not getting a job. So where am I standing now? And even so this takes a time. Okay, don't think in overnight, in one night you can become an expert. It definitely takes about 30 to 45 days, and I can guarantee you in like in 45 days, um, every day if you take like 1 hour or like maybe 45 minutes every day, and if you are thoroughly enhancing on something, if you want to like develop on documentation skills, you don't know how to write a BRD, you don't know how to write an FRD, or you don't know how to like write any particular document. Now I'm going to learn how to write a document, right? You take the videos, or in YouTube you have ample number of videos, in Google you have ample number of documents. So you take that and you are going to like practice. It takes time because you don't have background, and you cannot like you are not going to college, right? You're not doing MS in business analysis or something. So this is like self learning. If you're doing self learning, it's going to be very hard on you because you have to try to motivate yourself and then learn all the basics by yourself. And that's what I did in like 15 or 16 years back. That's what I did because there was that time there was not YouTube, like nobody was like putting videos in YouTube too. You have to do everything by yourself, and like it was very hard that time to get guidance from anybody. At least now we have ample number of videos in YouTube. Everybody is like teaching you what to do, but in those times like nothing was available. Everything you have to learn, you have to search and learn by yourself. And and you have to enhance your skills by yourself. You will get lucky, that I will tell you, if you are putting your effort and at least for 45 days or 2 months, if you are learning every day, you will definitely get lucky and you will get a call. Because if that effort is not there, nobody, the universe is not going to give you anything. And so you, from your stand, you have to give that effort. And that 45 days, that 2 months of every day 1 hour learning, you have to do, you have to enhance all your skills. And when you have reached that 2 months timeline, definitely, I'm telling you, once you are like confident on yourself, now I can attend an interview, or now I can apply for CTS or TCS. Now I know the basics. Now I can handle any kind of tough questions. I don't have any fear for the interview. If I fail, that's fine. That is an experience. And then now you try to apply for a job. Even if you fail in the first interview, I'm sure you will get in the second or the third interview, because you now, like, you're not afraid of the failures, you're not afraid of any of the questions they're going to ask, and you know the basics and you have learned enough, right? So definitely it's enough to get a, like, that first level of interview. That's fine. Once you get an job, then of course you will have that passion to get learn inside the job, and then from there your career will take off. So my recommendation is, you have to do the self assessment. Without doing the self assessment, you'll become blind, and you'll have no vision on what to do, and you will have no vision on like how to get a job, and you'll be stuck in that environment, and you will never progress in your career. Okay. So I think we have some more time. Like, do you guys have any other questions?
Yeah, hi Pradeepa.
Hi.
I am following you.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining. So today we are going to learn about uh, today's day two. We are going to learn about some of the business analysis techniques, and like how to implement these techniques practically in your case studies, and how to answer in the interview, okay, regarding this business analysis techniques. So um, before we start on the techniques, I just want to like tell about like how a project will be, and in real time, right, when you enter into a project, what are the things you have to do. So if you're from non-IT, you need to understand that there are about like 3 to 4 environments in IT industry. Okay, so one is dev, and second one is QA, then you have UAT, then you have production. Okay, there are like 3 to 4 environments. Dev means this is where the developer develops the code. Okay, so in dev environment, the developer will develop the code, and in QA environment, the tester will be testing. And in the UAT environment, that is where the end-to-end testing. UAT means user acceptance testing. That's where the end-to-end testing will happen. And production means that is live, so the public can access the application. Okay, so any application in software development. So I can say that in software development. Okay, if you are hired by an IT company, they expect you to know all these environments. Okay, you cannot say that I don't know what is UAT, I don't know what is QA and all. So anybody, even if you're non you are in the non-technical role, you need to understand that there are like 4 different types of environments. One is dev. Dev is where the engineers or the developers, right, they do their coding. It can be in any language. It can be in Java, it can be in .NET or Pega, Salesforce, whatever it is. They will be doing their coding in the dev environment, and then they will move the code to the QA environment. In QA only, testers will be testing. They will be doing all the testing, and again it will be moved to the UAT environment for the business users. In UAT, right, that's where the business people, business owners will be testing. Okay, so once in the UAT environment, the business owners, they do all their testing, they confirm like everything is working fine. Only then the code will be moved to the production environment. So in production, right, that's where the real members, like the public, right, they will be able to access the application. It can be any kind of application. It can be a web portal, or it can be a mobile application. It can be any kind of application. The public will be able to access the end product, okay, of the software development. This you need to know before even you start a project, or before even like you enter into industry. These are the basics. Okay, now what you do is you are getting a project. Let's say you are being hired by a TCS company, and they are asking you to go for a client. Okay, let's say the client is Bank of America, and they say that, okay, this will be a new client. This is a new project. We want you to be a lead analyst and gather the requirements. Now, before you start the very first requirement gathering call, okay, you need to prepare. That preparation is very important. Please do not schedule call without you knowing the basics, without you understanding anything about the environment, whatever currently is working on, whether it's a new project or whether it's an enhancement project. Enhancement means already the application is there. They have an existing application, but they want to add new features. Okay, that is enhancement project. New means completely from scratch. They are developing a application. Okay, so you need to like that. That's the first thing you need to ask them, whether this is going to be completely new, or whether this is going to be like an enhancement project, or what is that we are going to do. So even before you schedule a call with the business owners, now you have to make sure that you have enough knowledge, at least the basic knowledge. You need to like coordinate with your colleagues. So you need to like maybe ask your senior business BA, or if you have put some fake experience and you added some 10 years of experience in your resume, now you will be the senior BA. So, but still you have to like ask all your colleagues, not that asking like end-to-end process. At least like I want to know what is this, whether it's a new project or it's an enhancement project, who has worked earlier on this, do you have any documents, can you share some links, like this, without bugging them, like in a very professional manner. You need to gather some information. Once you have a basic idea of, okay, this is going to be an enhancement project and these are the business owners, and they are working from this time zone, because time zones are very crucial for you to um, schedule a call. Please, if they are in right now in California, it's going to be like morning 5 o'clock or something. So we don't, you have to like when you schedule a call, you need to be like well aware of their time zones, and then like whether they'll be able to attend. So all this is basic sense, right? So you have to like analyze from where this business owners is working, which country, or if it's going to be internal, like what is the time zone, how when they'll be available to attend the call and all. Because business owners can be very hard for you to um, like they are non-technical people. They don't know exactly how to give you requirements. They only know the functionalities, and the expectation from them is like, I want this to work like this. I need an application where the members has to log in. They have to like view everything. They can only give you and from a user perspective, but technically they will not know anything. Okay, so you will be a liaison between you'll be a liaison between this completely non-technical people. From an end user perspective, you have to gather the requirements, and you have to break down that requirements, and you have to make that as a technical requirement. So that is your role. So what is the role of a business analyst? You will be acting as a liaison, okay, liaison between stakeholders or business owners, and you'll be making sure that you gather all the requirements, business requirements from them, and then you have to make sure that you convert them into functional and non-functional requirements. Okay, that will be your role. Okay, so this will be your role. If they ask you what is your role, tell me your role. This is what you have to say. So in my current project or in my previous project, my as a senior lead BA, my role was to gather the requirements, business requirements from my various business stakeholders, and convert them into a functional requirement or a non-functional requirement, and making sure that it is documented. That will be your role. Okay, that is your role and responsibility as a BA. Now, Okay, you're brand new to the project, you don't know anything about that project, but still with the help of your colleagues, you're able to like get some information. But you don't know about like how Bank of America application works. Okay, let's say that in Bank of America application, they are going to do something like a new feature. So already they have their web portal and everything is fine. But now they want to add some new functionality. Okay, so give me a second. Okay, so they want to enhance some new feature. You know only that much. You don't know like how many markets they are going to do. Whether, for example, there are 50 states in US, right? Okay, so there are 50 states in USA. So they will not know. Business owners, you have to understand that if you have a US project, especially, they will not roll out in all the 50 states in like in one time. They will never do that. What they will do is they'll roll out in one state. For example, they are rolling out in New York. Okay, so one specific market, they will roll out this functionality. They will get feedback from the users, like how is it, whether it's very user friendly or what is the feedback. Only then they were going to like roll out in other states one by one. So, okay, so that information also you need to ask. Okay, so whether we are doing this going live and we are going to like making sure this is available in all the states, or we are going to do market by market. Okay, so whether it's New York first and then California or then Virginia or then Florida, however it is. Okay, so you get you do some document analysis, you're getting a few basic idea, but still like you want to get all the requirements from them. Now you get names of all the business owners, okay, all the stakeholders, business owners or stakeholders. There'll be a principal architect. Okay, so business owners will be there. There will be a definitely there'll be a principal architect who will be coming, whom you have to like make sure joining the call. And if it's a very huge project, then and multiple teams are interacting, definitely there will be a project manager. Project manager means technical project manager, not your project manager. Okay, he's called as a technical project manager, who is a project manager who will only like guiding or guiding you, or maybe like if you want to interact with multiple systems, they will schedule calls with all the different teams. So they'll be acting project manager only for that particular project. Once that project is over, they will go for a new project. Okay, so those are technical project managers, but these people will be only for huge projects, not for like these enhancements projects or like very small functionality changes and all. These people will not come. You will be directly the lead for all this. So you get all the names, okay, business owners names, architect names, and also project managers and other people, other teams like developers names, testing team name, okay, who is the testers, development, scrum master names, all other teams names you are getting, and you're going to schedule the very first call. Okay, the very first call, you have to be thoroughly prepared on what is going to be the agenda. So without agenda, like don't schedule and like talk in a random way. Okay, so you have to be very professional. What is the agenda of the call? In the email itself, while you're scheduling the invite, okay, in the invite itself, you have to like make sure that what is the purpose of the call, what is the agenda of the call. So for example, how you have to make sure this will be a quick 30-minute discussion regarding our new features on this particular functionality for Bank of America or whatever it is, whether it's a web portal application or whatever is the functionality you're going to write. And then you're going to write down, this will be the agenda, this is what we want representatives from each team. And if I'm missing someone, please forward the invite, and feel free to forward the invite. Like that, you have to like make sure during sending the email itself, because most people, what I see, like this junior BS, what they do is they schedule the call. There is no agenda. Okay, just in the heading, they are put like they are adding the names like this is a requirement gathering call. That's all. So who has to join, whether I need to join or not, whether the who will be, why should I join? Because most, you remember the business owners can be very tough on you. They'll be like, why are you wasting my time? Why should I join? Even though it's their project, they'll be very hesitant to join the calls because they are like having a lot of calls from morning to night. Okay, so you have to like be very professional in writing emails. So that's the first skill you need to develop. Okay, and while writing emails, while replying with for all the emails and for all the follow-up emails. Okay, so then the agenda needs to be very clear. Why you guys have to attend my call? This is the purpose, and I want this basic information from you. Okay, so if you are a business owner, tell me about the existing current data flow. So that and all you need to like very properly you have to write, and then you will send the email. Once you have that call schedule, now like everyone is joining the calls. From my experience, the business owners will have no idea technically. They will be telling like currently member will log in and member can see all the documents. For example, if it's a Bank of America member portal, they'll be like, oh yeah, member can log in using the username and password. They'll be able to see all the documents. And if they want to if sometimes if they want the designee, we have something called designee, right? For example, I am the primary member from Bank of America account. I have a designee. My designee also can see all the documents, and I am giving access to my designee also. Okay, so they will be telling like this, which is like we don't know whether we have to check with the compliance whether that is legally that is allowed or not. We don't know. So they will be describing some functionality very blankly. They have no idea whether this is compliance issue or whether this is like can that be done in that particular state, whether state law is allowing that. Okay, and whether like for example there are some privacy documents, whether that can be sent through email. So every there'll be an email notification, right? Like for example, you do something in the member portal, the something like you're adding some documents, or maybe like there is a in healthcare, let's say that there is a claim you submitted. Okay, the claim is in progress, or whether it is going to be approved, or if it is approved or denied, the member has to get a email notification. That is a particular feature. But to what level they can get a member notification? They can only say that your claim has been processed. Please log into the member portal and see the status. You should never be in a to a member's private email. You should never send the status of a claim like approved or denied or in progress. That status should never be there. That's a compliance issue. In healthcare, I'm talking about. Same way in Bank of America also, you will be even in banking sector also there will be like you can never show the amount, how much the member is having in his actual amount. That should never be shown in an email. So this is your pending amount status, or this is what you withdrawn. I mean, that can come to their text actually, but in email notification, this is what is your balance. Like this is they can never send. It depends upon like which market you're working, what is the compliance issue. The functionality will change, okay, from market to market. But basically, you need to understand like what is the domain concepts for this particular functionality and compliance issue that can come with that particular functionality. I'm again and again saying that business owners will never know about compliance issues. They'll be like, I don't know that. And you will gather the requirements. Accordingly, the developer will develop that functionality and that can go get into production. And that can be a huge legal issue also in the future. So that has happened in healthcare a lot of times where for this particular state, for New York, we are not supposed to show about the claim status in an email notification. We are not supposed to show any minor details of a minor child details, right? For example, they are having some fever or HIV or something like that, minor, okay, under 18. You are not supposed to show that sensitive diagnosis in a private email. That's like a state compliance issue. And the member can sue the whole organization. So all these like details, maybe in the very first call you may not know, but I'm telling you from an experience, like you need to know how to write emails. You need to know how to follow up that email properly in a professional way. And when you're gathering requirements with the business owners, you have to be very kind enough. The first call is going to be like very generic call. Of course, you're telling that this is what we got, new intake request. So our team, we got new intake requests for this project. Are you aware of this? And I'm trying to gather requirements, and I want your help. So these calls can take about like a week or two or something. And I'm going to schedule the calls. Are you okay with the timelines? Do you want any other business owners to be involved in this process? Please let us know. And I'm going to invite my engineers. I'm going to invite the other team engineers and testers as well for the future calls. Please let me know if you have any concerns. And when they're starting to give the requirements, you should always record the calls for your good, for everybody's good. So you have to ask them like, can I record these calls? Because I cannot have everything in remembered, right? So can I please record these calls? Take a confirmation from them and record the calls. Okay, that will help you if they have some. So now they give you something, okay, they give you a requirement, and in future they say, I don't want this. You'll always have proof that, okay, on that particular day, on that particular time, you have told me that this is the requirement. Now you want to change during development, you want to change that requirement, okay, we can do, but that is only through change request. I'm not going to change anything now after you provide the sign off, right? Okay. So make sure as a BA, like you have to be always alert than other people. Make sure like you're very kind and professional to the business owners, also the other stakeholders, and also make sure in writing you have everything in writing. Okay. So you send an email after the call, you send a follow-up email or the status email, like you write whatever is recorded, you're able to write everything in notes and you're going to say send them because tomorrow that is like documentation is everything. Okay, so even though you record the calls, documentation is everything. Your project manager will not be in the call. Okay, so whatever you tell the team, whatever you are going to tell your developers also, right? They will not be, they'll be like, this is not my work. My work is to code. My work is like to do coding and send the code to QA. Then it is the tester's responsibility. I don't want to be involved in all these calls. This can take like a lot of time. This is your responsibility. This is the BA's responsibility to gather all the requirements. So usually developers will be like, this is not my work, right? This is your work. You have to do it. If you have some technical questions, you can pull me in the call. Otherwise, like gathering all the business requirements, that is BA's responsibility. I can help you, even the architect, the principal architect will be helping you on the data flow and everything. But how I'm going to get the business requirements line by line and how am I going to convert that into functional, non-functional requirements, that is completely your responsibility. Okay, so you need to like handle everything in a professional manner. And if even some people are, they can be very harsh, they can be very rude. So they will never attend. So I'm telling you some of the negative stakeholders attitude. Some they will ignore you, some they will never attend the calls, some even if they attend the calls they will not give you proper requirements. Even if they give you requirements, they will be saying the thing again and again. They will not correctly tell you what they want. So for that only we are going to use some business analysis techniques. Just by scheduling calls and like having like a random one-on-one conversation, you will never be able to like gather proper requirements. So um, just like asking them, throwing them questions like, what do you think about this feature? Can you tell me the data flow? What is this? Okay, the member is logging in. What is the first thing the member has to see in the web portal? They will not be able to answer. It's not that they're not capable of answering, but they're from non-IT and from US's perspective, they will not know on the back end what is happening. How this like one system, web portal is how it is interacting with the database, or web portal how it is interacting with a different pricing team, or if it's a healthcare web portal, how it is interacting with the claims application, how it is interacting with the back end I'm talking about, how it is interacting with the pricing application, how it is interacting with the authorization application, or how it is interacting with customer calls. They will never know. All they know is this is one website, whether I'm clicking, it's able to enter. But at the back end, there can be hundreds and thousands of applications in the back end that is interacting with one system to another system. So they may not know that. You may not know that, but you have to know that. So that's what I'm talking. You may enter into an IT industry like a non-technical person, but day by day with your experience, you have to like make sure you at least like 50% you need to know in the back end, even though you don't know coding. You have to know that behind this application, how many teams are working, okay, how the data is interacting from one team to another team. If my developer sends a file in an XML file, how is it getting processed in the backend? Or if a JSON file is sent, how is it getting processed in the backend? So there's those kind of like small technical questions, or maybe data flows you will need to understand, but that will come from experience only. These are like theory-based business analysis techniques. So we will learn about this one by one. The first one is SWOT analysis. So SWOT analysis is nothing but strength, weakness, opportunities, and threats. So what is, let's talk about in one of the case studies. Okay. So I'm going to teach you everything in case studies that is easier to understand and answer in the interview also. So first is SWOT analysis, nothing but it's a situation analysis. Means you're going to take a situation and you're going to, in that situation, right? You're going to like analyze what is that strength, what is the weakness, what is the opportunities, and you're going to what is threat. Okay, so let's take an example. So here they say that internal factors like are called strength and weakness, and external factors are called opportunities and threats. So let's take a case study of Amazon. Okay, so case study number one is Amazon. So what we are going to say is there is a brand called Amazon. For this Amazon, what is the strength of Amazon? What is the weakness of Amazon, and opportunity for Amazon and threat for Amazon? Okay, so what is the strength of an strength of Amazon? Amazon is nothing but it is an online sales service. Okay, basically focused on improving customer satisfaction, and it is like basically undoubtedly the leader in online retail. Okay, and they have like operated mostly on like we can they don't have like a building or something like Walmart or maybe like um Target. They don't have like buildings, right? So the most everything is online. So that is their strength. Okay, so what is their weakness? Weakness is like basically they have a very thin profit margin because they have to like ship everything. Although we can find many products in Amazon, right from paper to whatever, like whatever commercially you're finding in Target or Walmart, it will be definitely found here also. But always in if you see on Amazon, the prices are going to be a little bit higher, right? So yes, Varun.
Sorry to interrupt, Pradipta. So this SWOT analysis, will this work on SaaS products as well?
Yeah, you can take any situation, any like any
Because
feature. Yeah.
I have worked in one of the client, and the features what the client is providing for its external clients is everything is same. So the difference is only about the modules they're using.
Hmm. Okay,
So
like tell
I did
me.
not get an opportunity yet. So example is there are four companies
Mhm.
that works into broker accounts. All four of them will be dealing with the broker accounts, purchases, trading, etc., etc. But only few of them will give the opportunity for their employees to participate in gifts and entertainments.
Okay.
So other two clients doesn't need that feature, and they're not interested in that, and they're not willing to do it. So how do we identify this the opportunity here to understand them how they can use this particular feature?
For this particular feature, like so your feature is like for certain people, like you are able to give gifts, right? Based upon what
Yes,
criteria?
based upon the threshold, an employee can uh, gift another employee depending
Hmm.
on their performance rating or their contribution towards the work.
Okay, so you're basically creating a feature which can be used by four different companies.
I mean, all four of them can use it. They
Hmm.
don't have to use it. It is their choice.
Okay.
But when I had a client, I had then opportunity. I mean, I want to tell them that they can use this particular feature as well
Hmm.
in case if they are willing to use it. But
Hmm.
this will come at a cost. So the client straight away rejected that.
Yeah. So if the business doesn't want it, then we cannot like force them, right? So what from your perspective, like you have already you are having the feature from an application perspective, we already
Mm.
have the feature, we have a couple of clients who are doing it, and so for you, you are like basically saving like of course, for next time, for example, like if a new client wants the same feature, you know the basics,
Mm.
you know how to test it, you know how to like get data for that particular testing, you know all that functionality, right? So from your perspective, you already have something like you have a basic foundation, and depending upon the new client, your maybe the test data will differ. For like for if an additional company wants to like want this particular product, now you have to test with them, of course. So you have to test with them, then you have to make sure like they provide sign off and all, but you cannot take that budget constraint on your team. Of course
Okay.
there will be some testing cost or something. So from an IT perspective, we already have a basic feature that can be used for multiple clients. So I can use like if two people are willing to use, that's fine. If I cannot compel the other two clients to use this,
Okay. Okay.
I
Okay.
cannot. So yeah, so that is also one thing. Like for example, when you're doing on multiple markets, right? For example, I've told you here, you can go with like one business owner. For example, a New York business owner is fine to accept this functionality, but the other business owners are like, no, no, no. In Florida, this cannot happen. In Virginia, this cannot happen. We don't want this change because our users are so much used to the old functionality. We don't want that new change. So they'll keep on rejecting, even if you're like there are multiple times in IT where the product will go up to UAT, but it will not go to production because the business owners don't want.
Okay.
They don't want.
Understood.
Even they have funded us. Okay, they have funded us. We have developed. We have tested. It is in UAT. Everybody has finished testing, but they don't want to go live because they are afraid of new changes. They don't, because they have a million people who's using, maybe 2 million people using the older web portal, right? If they want to change something, they're afraid of the new change because even like think about us, right? If something for us is changing in the member portal or something, we don't like that new one. We always go like the old product. We don't want to, the member who doesn't want to change it immediately in one day, but there will
Okay.
be a time that they will have to change. Something will happen. The organization has to enforce. The leadership will say you have to change. This application is old. Our competitors are having like they have advanced their applications. They have something like now called like think about Alexa. Think about this robots who's like who can you can type and get answers. So our competitors are advancing in AI and something. You are having the old this VB script application or very old like application. We have to change this. Sometimes I'm telling you the leadership is okay to change, but the business owners won't agree. The staff VP level, they are like they want to do changes. For example, in our organization also, we want to implement AI products in our web portal, in
Mm-hmm.
our customer care, everything we want to apply AI products, but the business owners are not okay with that change. Because when we integrate AI with a web portal, a lot of customer care lose their job, right? Because we automate something. For I'm going to
Okay.
healthcare application. If I want just entering my member ID, I'm able to get the status of the claim or whether I'm able to submit authorization. Then there will be like 50 people that needs to be fired from customer care, right?
Okay. Understood. Yeah.
Yeah.
Understood. Yes. Got it.
So
Thank you.
maybe like one functionality, when always in IT, that's a problem. When you want to automate more, a few people will lose their jobs, and that's when business owners will be very like hesitant on like going that functionality to production because they may also lose their jobs if we want to like automate most of the things. So you will have that problem and all with the business owners, but we cannot do. We are an IT support, so all our
Okay.
work is like how much ever maximum we have to like you want budget, you have to automate. um, if 50 people are losing their jobs in customer care, we cannot do anything about it because IT has to be evolving. It will always evolve. You will always automate new things. But business owners may be very like reluctant to like applying this new application. But it's a part and parcel of the job, right? If they say they want to do it, we cannot do anything. But we have the application, they can use it. That's what you can say.
Okay. Then can we share this SWOT analysis document with the client to explain them the strengths, weaknesses? Will they get offended about this?
I mean, you can always tell them. I don't know. Some people can be really rude and harsh, and they'll be like, I don't want to see the document. They can literally tell you that. I don't want to see anything. But like I want to know like why you want them to do this. What is the gain from your side?
I would like to understand their inputs as well because they are the ones who will be knowing about themselves. So they can input their strengths, they can input their weaknesses. Uh, I'm not sure if we can suggest these threats and weaknesses to them, so they might get easily offended and they think that we are downgrading them when we are comparing some of the features with their competitors.
Right. Yeah. That is also, that's a very thin line, right? We cannot like, we can always say that we have something. Okay. So better than what
Um,
we have something. If you want to take a look, I can show you, but we cannot force anything on them.
okay, understood.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
So, so maybe like it depends upon, you can be for a company or it can be for a situation too. For example, you are creating a feature. Okay. For example, you're automating something. I'll give you an example of automation. So when we customer wants to like let's take this status, okay, this claim submission status. Okay, so if customer wants to like go to web portal, they want to like, so let's say this one automation data flow, right, workflow. Okay, customer wants to, or the member, okay, with the proper member ID is going to the web portal. Okay, and then they're clicking on live chat support option and they are able to give their member IDs. Now the like the chat option, right, in an automated message, it is saying like I'm here, like maybe I'm like, I am Melissa, how can I help you? Okay, and then it is asking, then you are typing like, I want to check the status of my claim. Okay, okay, now it is going to ask, give me the member ID, and you are giving the member ID. Okay, give me the claim number, and now you're giving the claim ID also. Okay, now it is just saying that the claim is in progress. Okay, or maybe it is approved or denied. Okay, this is the status. It is showing you. Okay, I'm just saying this is an workflow. Now, right now, we don't have this feature. What people can do is they can call the customer care and they can connect with the customer care, and then they say they can give the member ID, and then some human being is going to like check, put the member ID, validate that member ID, and then make sure this is valid member ID, first name, last name, date of birth, address. We are going to do all the HIPAA validation. Now the member is also, I mean, the customer care person is also going to go check all the previous claims, and they're going to ask like, do you have a particular claim number? You have the claim number, they're going to add the claim number, search a claim number, and going to give you the status. Or if you don't have the claim number, you can say like, this is like I submitted last month, or maybe in month of February or March or something. And then depending upon that, they are going to like track your past previous claims and everything, and they're going to give you a status. And if it's in progress, maybe the SLA is like 2 weeks or 3 weeks, they'll say that we still have time for this claim. Maybe the SLA is only 3 weeks, so we have to wait. Or if it is approved means, then the customer care member will say this claim is approved, so you're all good now. If it's denied means, the person is going to say it's denied, please reprocess the claim and please resubmit again this particular time. Or you can like appeal as well. So this is like, right now we don't have this live chat support. Okay, our web application doesn't have this live chat support. Now the business owners wants to automate this. This is the workflow that they want to automate, and they want to like reduce the customer care calls, because there is a huge call. People are in queue. Customer is not feeling good about like having being in the calls for like about 30 minutes to just check the status of a claim, right? So they want to just log in, they're going to submit their request and get the response immediately. This is the automation that they're expecting us to do. So as an IT team, what we have to do is, if you are a BA for this project, now you have to do the SWOT analysis and think about for this particular situation. Okay, what is the strength of this automation? What is the strength of automating this feature? Okay, checking the status online. Okay, what is the strength of it? And what is the weakness of it? Weakness is, I would say that if you don't have a claim number, okay, of course, you give the claim number, it's going to give you it is very direct, right? Request and response is going to be very direct, in progress, approved, denied. Weakness is, if you don't have the claim number and you are just asking that live bot or that robot to tell me the status of my claim number, it will not able to pull the data because you're not giving the proper request. So it's going to give you another like standard answer like, can you please provide the claim number, can you please provide the claim number, can you please provide. It's going to throw you the same question again and again and again because it is not getting a specific, or it will tell you like invalid option, and then please try later, something like that. It's going to literally panic the member if you don't have the correct claim number. But if it's a manual in a customer care, right, it's going to be very easier for the person because we are humans. We are able to interpret like, okay, in May, like how many claims were submitted, in June how many claims were submitted, in February how many claims were submitted, and we are going to able to get the data for the member. But that robot will not do that, will not be able to identify that unless if it's AI or something like more, it is having more intelligence, then it is able to pull the data. But if you don't have that functionality, that is going to be a weakness in this particular situation, right? Also opportunities. Of course, you can enhance this, not only checking the claim status number, you can submit the claims. Okay, I want to submit the claims through just this using the member portal, or I want to like, so every 30 minutes, you're going to drop and you have to rejoin. So yeah, were we talking about SWOT analysis, and I was giving a situation. So you can take any feature, okay, any functionality that the business wants to, owners, they want to automate. And then what you can do is you can apply this SWOT analysis. Okay, what, when, like how are we going to do what, when you like automate a particular workflow. Currently, it is everything done manually, but we are going to automate this, and some part of that will be like, that will be very standard questions will be there, and then that's how our system has to respond. Now, what is the strength of this, weakness of this, opportunities and threats? You can like define that and tell it to the business owner. If you want to choose this particular route, this is the strength, this is the weakness, this is the opportunity, and this will be a threat. Do we have any compliance issue? Do we have any cybersecurity issue? You are giving the member ID. Will anybody will hack that member ID? And definitely SSN should not be provided during the chat. So there are a few things the chat should never ask the member, right? It should never ask about SSN details. It should never ask about like any bank. There are a few things this application should not ask, because that can have some cybersecurity issues. So if somebody hacks the application, then they're going to get all the SSN details. There is going to be data leakage and all that. Then that is all this threat. You have to definitely tell to the business owner, I cannot ask this detail. It's a compliance issue, and that will be causing a cybersecurity threat. In healthcare, we should not ask these questions. In e-commerce, we are not supposed to ask these questions. So all this will be a threat, and you have to tell to the business owners. Okay, so you can take any situation and you can apply this strength, weakness, and opportunity and threat. But you may ask, like, Pradeepa, like, will I take in every call, should I do this analysis? No, this is not like you're taking every call, you're not doing SWOT analysis in every call. No, there is a brand new project. And in the very first call, you're just doing this analysis, and you're giving the report to them. Accordingly, they may change the requirements if they want. And if they're well aware of all the threats and weaknesses, if they still go with that process or automation, then it's well and good. From an IT perspective, we have submitted our analysis, right? And also this will be very helpful in the interview. Okay, so if in the interview, if they're going to ask you that, okay, you are a business analyst, tell me what you have done in your project. You just simply say that I'm gathering requirements, I'm like documenting requirements, I know how to write user stories, I know how to do everything in Confluence and Jira. So nobody is going to get impressed, right? Because there are 10 people who are attending the interview. Your answers should be like something like mind-blowing. Your answers should be like, okay, this person knows something, both theoretically and also practically. So your answers should always be in such way, right? So these can be theories. All these analysis can be like SWOT analysis. What is most analysis? So let's go to that most analysis. So most analysis, nothing but we have we have mission, objective, strategies, and tactics. So this is like for all your like maybe on a higher level, like on a leadership level, they may be using these kind of, like, for example, they're having a new let's say that Bank of America wants to be launched in Switzerland, okay, or Bank of America wants to be launched in Ireland or a different country. From a leadership perspective, right, they want to do this most analysis. What is the mission of this new launching? What is the objective? How are we going to, what are the strategies that we are going to follow? Here, the language is going to be totally different. Will the people will be like, for example, I can tell you an example, like if the word Bank of America is there, I'm 100% sure Europeans are not going to, they're not going to be, I mean, they don't want that word America because they are like too reluctant of American products. They don't want that word America. So you change that name. It can be under the same brand. Okay, it can be from the same brand, but you change the name according to that country. Call it as Bank of Switzerland or call it as Bank of Ireland, but it is a product of Bank of America. Nobody is going to know that. So from the leadership, they have to like understand that these people are like so much towards their language. They will never accept a brand from US. And I'm going to change the name of the company there. Even though the parent company is an American company, I'm going to change the name according to the local brands. I'm going to change it to look like more local. Nobody is going to like see who is the parent company. So Coca-Cola has like some 1,000 products under the same brand, but we'll never know these are the same products from Coca-Cola. Okay, Lay's can be one of the brand, or maybe like they have a drink, they have like chips, or they have multiple things from the same brand, but we will never know these are the same products from Coca-Cola or these are the same products from Pepsi. Like that, this is mostly on a leadership level. They will be doing this analysis. What is the mission of this project? What is the objective of this project? What are the strategies that we're going to do? And what are the tactics that we're going to do? So mostly on the company's culture or where this functionality, whatever like automation we are doing in that particular, let's take this like from an application perspective. Okay. So I'm going to do something in Florida. Florida has like English people as well as Spanish people. They have two major populations there. So we have Americans, we have a lot of Mexicans there. Okay. They're like Spanish is like hugely used in Florida. So when I'm dropping an application, even say if it's Bank of America web portal, it can never be only in English. Nobody is going to get enrolled. It should be in Spanish. I'm supporting Spanish language because 50% of the population in Florida is Spanish. So anything like enrollment, okay, or if some kind of like accounts, somebody is getting loan, I need a Spanish translator there. I need the application to be in Spanish. When they download a mobile application, that needs to be in Spanish. When they are processing a check, that needs to be in Spanish. So everything, text messages needs to be in Spanish. I'm like supporting English as well as Spanish there because the population there, if I want to grow my business, if I'm the VP of some functionality in Bank of America, I have to like think about what is the mission. Okay, I have to expand my mission is expanding my business in Florida. Objective is like maybe getting a 2 billion like profit this year for Bank of America in Florida for that Florida market. Now, what are the strategies I have to use? Make sure the application has Spanish. Make sure all the paper forms has Spanish. Whatever documents that you're sending to their members' home, okay, any bank statements or anything like new enrollment products or anything, whatever discounts, everything needs to have both English and Spanish. And also if they want to download a mobile application, that also needs to be in Spanish. Okay, so these are the strategies I'm going to use and what are the tactics I'm going to use, how to market this, make sure that everybody is enrolled, making sure everybody is using only Bank of America in Florida, and then how we are going to enhance the business there, and how I'm going to get the $2 billion profit there. So this is from a leadership perspective, they are doing this most analysis. But from a business analyst perspective, you can also say, I'm going to automate a functionality, automate a particular workflow. What should be the mission or objective of that particular automation? How can I benefit the business owners? Like one person told here, right? So two clients are doing it. Why are you not doing it? If you do it, this is the profit you're going to get. So one thing you have to always like keep in mind that this will help the members. Nobody is going to like nobody is going to apply that product. You will get a 2 million profit if you use this functionality. Or if you're going to get a 5 million profit if you're going to use this functionality. If you automate these things, definitely there'll be you need not worry about the profit, right? Everything is about everybody. Any MNC or any corporate is about profits. That's why they're firing people. Okay, early, like every year, they have to show more profits. So from a profit perspective, you can always say, instead of saying that use this functionality and members will be fine, like there'll be more customer satisfaction. More than that answer, if you say that if you use this functionality, I'm sure you are going to get at least 100K profit or a 200K profit or a 1 million profit. In maybe that will like convince them to use more functionalities or automate more things. Okay, so this is called most analysis. And why I'm teaching you all these techniques in detail, tomorrow I'll be teaching more. I'll cover this in 2 or 3 days. Why I'm teaching you all the techniques in detail is you will not be using this every day. Okay, so you may be using once in a while when a new enhancement is there, once in a while you'll be using. But during the interview, if you want to impress the interviewer, you cannot plainly answer that I will be gathering requirements, I'll be gathering requirements. That's not the answer you're going to say. You're going to say that these are the techniques I follow, and I'm going to explain it with the example, with the case study. It can be a very generic case study like this Amazon, or maybe different, you can take different companies and do a case study, or you can take a case study from your resume, one particular functionality, and then how you did that automation, and then you can showcase your resume. Always answer with the case study. Okay, if 10 people are there, if you want to be very different from all the 9 people, always answer every question with a case study. Okay, even if you don't have experience, you have to make sure like what is SWOT analysis, you give the abbreviation. Now let me explain with the case study. You're going to have only like maximum 1 hour interview. So by explaining with case studies, they'll be thoroughly impressed. Okay, does anybody have any other questions? So I will continue with the other techniques tomorrow. Anybody have any other questions? Let me know. Any doubts till now?
Pradeep, I have one.
Mm-hmm.
So these techniques are based on interview questions, but when we are using these, do we use these in PowerPoint presentations or Excel presentations? And when we are putting these, when do we, with whom we discuss all these techniques, usually within the internal stakeholders or external?
So SWOT, you can do PowerPoint. All these, for example, let me show. You can do PowerPoint, you can do Word, you can do diagrams. For example, this process modeling and all, right? This and all, like these diagrams you can do, and you can showcase to them. So whom we will do with all the business. You have vendors, you can like, um, let's say you have vendors like IBM, or you have like different vendors who are going to integrate with you for particular portion. Then if you want to talk to them also, and showcase the all these models, then you can also do. It's not only like up to only internal and all.
Okay.
Yeah, you can use like not only PowerPoint, there are like different tools, right? So you can use any of these tools, dot the diagrams, do PowerPoint presentation, or
Hello,
whatever is required.
just networks now.
Hi,
Hello.
Pradeepa.
Yeah, hi.
Could you please also provide us the links to these most analysis, SWOT analysis?
Yeah, sure. So I will
Yeah,
upload in YouTube, right? And I'll put it add in the description. Is that fine?
yeah, perfectly fine.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'll add in the description so that it's easier to click. Okay.
Hi Pradeepa, Sushant here. Like we had a conversation yesterday, you said like DevOps, I just want to move to BA. You remember?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So right now I'm in office. Like today I have a this is like not regarding today's lecture. So just I want to share one thing. So I had a discussion with them. So they asked like what I have done. So what you said in the recent, like I just said I taken requirements and all. So that doesn't work here. So
Mm-hmm.
they're expecting deeper thoughts and all. So I explained some a strategy for app, like how a payment integration app is focused on what and all. So
Mm-hmm.
they're okay with that. So right now they give some assignments. So I have a review on Friday itself.
Okay, send me the
So
assignments.
yes, like it's like general. We already have one product developing in our company. So
Mm-hmm.
they just want to go through all those things and they just want to say what I have understand from that.
Okay. Yeah. Send me that, and I will make sure that I will tell you how to
I
represent
think
them.
I don't have access like this company thing. Like if I can download those things, I can download and I can send you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I just want to share this update. Like
Yeah,
yesterday only we
so
have a
see, they
conversation.
know
Yeah.
that. So I will, Sushant, what I'm telling is they know that nobody will use these techniques in day to day. So when you are
Yes.
on the
Yeah.
call, right, you will not be like, okay,
Hmm.
today we are going to use most analysis. Like nobody is
Yes.
going to do that. Everybody is like, can
Yes.
you please explain this? That will be very basic conversation. But the interview, that definitely they want you to be like very professional. They want you to know the basis, right? Like basics. So because you
Yes.
are from non-IT, they can't ask you any Java questions. They can't ask you any .NET questions. So they're going to ask you like basic like theory questions, which you need to know.
Yes. Exactly. Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hi, Pradeepa. My name is Syed.
Yeah. Hi.
Pradeepa, these 12 techniques you have mentioned, no, in the PPT presentation,
Mm-hmm.
these are the combination of prioritization technique and then elicitation technique, all techniques, right? When we are doing the market research and market analysis, we will use part when we are comparing with our competitors. And then when,
There
yeah,
are
Pradeepa.
not only like 12, there are like in Babcock has
Yeah,
more than 50.
yeah.
So we can use any of these, but I'm just saying the most important ones.
And then the area of usage is different, right? When some are techniques we use in the prioritization of user stories or these kind of epics. As per the prioritization, we use Moscow technique or Keno analysis, and then when we are doing the market analysis with the competitors, we use benchmarking or SWOT analysis kind of techniques, right?
Yeah. So I have done already the
Combinedly.
benchmarking. Yeah, I have done that in previous videos. If you've seen that, you will know. This is called as business analysis training. Like I did like 8 months back. I covered
Okay.
all the 50 techniques.
Okay. And one more question, Pradeepa. When we comes to the documentation part, we have BRDs and FRDs. FRDs is a combination of functional and non-functional. Both are in the one document, or non-functional and functional requirements having two different documents. We'll write the two different documents.
BRD is business requirements and
And
FRD is
FRD is
functional requirements. Yeah.
FRD is a combination of functional and non-functional, right?
I mean, it's named as functional, but you can also include non-functional. Yeah.
And then one more point, when we are writing the functional requirements, the non-functional requirements will write one by one. Or suppose if I'm taking one particular specific one future, I'll write the basic flow and then data objects and everything, grocery and everything. Next, immediately I'll write the non-functional requirement which is relevant to that particular requirement. Or combinedly, we can write all the non-functional requirements at the end of the document. How it
And
works?
end of the document. Or first functional. Okay, don't confuse
Okay.
the developer. He won't see. Okay, so functional fully, everything functional, and the last is completely non-functional.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So I think we are good for today. I will see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye.
you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining. So in today's video, today is day 3, and we are going to talk about some of the business analysis techniques. So I'm going to continue with what is BPM and other techniques. Okay. So we completed most analysis yesterday. So today we are going to talk about what is business process modeling and how to like draw all these BPM diagrams and flowcharts and everything. Okay. So what is business process modeling? Business process modeling is nothing but uh, it's a way of like creating a map or a flowchart or maybe like a diagram on like the complete end-to-end process. Okay, so that is like helpful for the business owners, also for everyone within that particular who was involved in that particular project. Everyone is able to understand what is the end-to-end data flow and like how the process is working currently, how it is working, and in future like what kind of automation we have to do. So why is this business process modeling important? Because not everybody, even the business owners, right, they may not know the complete end-to-end process. Because let's say like for example, like I'm taking Georgia market. Okay, in Georgia market, uh, let's say, okay, so we for example, let's say Bank of America. Okay, Bank of America is launching something like, for example, mobile check deposit. Mobile check deposit is nothing but you can scan the deposit checks by using mobile app like Bank of America app. Okay, and you can get the app, you can like log in through your member ID and your password and everything, and then someone gives you a check, okay, for $100. What you can do is you need not go to the bank. Okay, you need not go to the bank or you need not go to the ATM. None of that is required. What you can do is directly deposit using your mobile application. I don't know whether this is in India, but in US it's very common here to use just your mobile app. What you have to do is you have to like sign at the back of the check, and then you need to write a deposit at Bank of America only, something like that. So you can use your smartphone, then make sure that you take pictures of that particular check, and then when you scan it through that application, what will happen is the system, this mobile application, right? That will be automatically, it will be able to pull up the member data using the OCR process. OCR is optical character recognition, right? So using that OCR process, it is be able to like identify whether this is a valid member ID or whether this handwriting is, I mean, also the amount and everything. And also it is able to get whose account this has to go. So everything it will do in just in like a minute or something, it will be able to identify the data. So it is able to identify the member data and able to like deposit the amount in your bank account. And maybe in like maximum in 3-4 minutes, you'll be able to deposit all these checks that you receive from your friend or someone. Okay. So you need not go to the ATM. Also, you need not go to your bank or something and stand in the line, or so you're like saving about like 1 or 2 hours of work. So if this feature is currently not there, and Bank of America business owners are coming and telling you, like you are from this IT team, they're coming and telling you, we need a mobile application feature, so where people can deposit paper checks. Okay, so paper checks, they want to deposit that using the OCR process, and our mobile application must be able to identify whether this is a valid member, and it needs to do all the basic validation. Okay, first name, last name, all the validation, and then whether this also able to like understand the handwriting, and also it must be able to understand the correct amount and everything. And after the validation is over, it must be able to process the amount, give you a notification that the amount has been processed and deposited. So this is a new requirement that you're getting, okay, for your application. So in that case, what if you want to create a business process modeling diagram? Okay, because currently it is not there, but you want to do that in future. For that, you need to know currently what is the status of that workflow. So currently, how are we depositing? Like we are going to the bank, and someone from the bank is able to, like, you're giving the check, and they must be able to like manually enter and then validate and everything, and then they'll process and give it to you. Or you can go to the ATM machine, that machine, and you'll be able to process it. There are different ways, right, how to process. So that is the current process. But in future, how it has to happen, that automation that we are trying to do through using the mobile app, so that we have to create as a BA. Now you have to like now draw like diagrams and show to the business owners, developers, everybody, because you are seeing that you are able, this is a final product and you're seeing it now. But as a BA, you have to think this imaginarily. You'll be thinking hypothetically, you'll be thinking this is how the application will work. Now I have to create a diagram for this, and if there is any mistake, of course the business owners will try to help you. But you need to like understand, like from when there is a brand new project or enhancement project, the easiest way to like make sure everybody understands about this process is to create diagrams. So that can be like, it can be process flow diagrams, it can be flow diagrams. So that is what we called as business process modeling, right? So this is called as model annotation. We have flow diagrams, we have data flow diagrams, flow charts. There are so many diagrams, so I'm going to show you. So for example, I'm into Lucid flow chart. Here, if you see, there are like all the diagrams will be there. Okay, flow charts is there. And then we have business process modeling examples, collaborative diagram, process flow diagrams. So I'm going to click on this. Okay, so this is how you will create a BPMN diagram. Okay, so in Lucid chart, right, automatically the template is available. So what you have to do is like you can directly get this template, and then you have to like change the wordings. That's all. You need not create everything. You need not even know the meaning of all the symbols. But I'm going to teach you the basics of the symbols. But when you have like this softwares, like where already they have templates for all these kind of diagrams. Okay, so you can use these, and then you'll be able to create any kind of flow charts, or you can create mind maps, or you can create business process diagrams. So if you see here, if you want agile, you can create every day like daily stand-up meetings diagrams. I mean, you won't be doing stand-up meeting diagrams, but you'll be doing all these kind of diagrams. Okay, BPN diagrams. So what is the difference between flow chart and business process for diagrams is I'm going to tell you what is the difference. But you have to draw these diagrams. You need to know how to draw these diagrams, because it's very, very, very crucial for you to, when you create a BRD or when you create something in Confluence and you want to document everything, the very first thing the developer is going to ask you is like, can you give me documentation? I want to understand what is the current flow. I want to understand what the business wants. Okay, so they want everything to be documented. Another thing why we need to document is because today you may be a BA for that particular project, and tomorrow you may be going to a different project, or you may leave the organization. We don't want the knowledge to just go with you. We want for all the projects, we want that every, like the diagrams, all the documents to be somewhere available for the future teams and future BAs, because otherwise it's very complicated. The new journey, right? They have no idea what's happening in this project. What did the previous BA do for this project? So we don't want to do that, right? So that's why project managers are they're very particular, and like for you to like draw all the diagrams and do documentation. So you need to learn how to draw these diagrams. It's very crucial. So I'm going to like okay, I'm going to teach you on the symbols. If you in Lucid chart, right, if you go and type like BPMN's diagram symbols and notations, you'll be getting like the basic, like what are the different symbols, okay, common symbols, and then what are the event types, what are the activity symbols. So you'll be getting all these, like basically what is this um, definition of all the symbols. You'll get everything they've given very clearly in this Lucid charts. Okay, I'll give the link. You can go and read. So this is not flow diagrams. So you need to understand the difference between flow diagrams and BPN diagrams. Okay, BPN diagrams have like very set of standard symbols. It's not flow diagrams. Flow diagrams, like we have done in schools and colleges and all, like the rectangle or square symbol and all, right? So that also I will tell you. For example, here in flow diagrams, it is going to be very different. The symbols are going to be very different. But in BPMN diagrams, you'll have like different symbols. So for example, we will have something called event types. So, okay, like start event, and then intermediate event, and end event. Okay, so here, for example, start means like something like the process is starting, and what is in the middle, something that occurs between the start and the end, and the end event symbol. So this is different. This is not in flow diagrams. In flow diagrams, you won't have this. Okay, in flow diagrams, if you see here, there'll be a start, that's all, and there'll be end, that's all. Okay, in the middle you'll have like other different processes, yes or no, like that kind of combinations. But in BPMN, it's going to be different. Okay, and then in event symbols, for example, BPMN event symbols, you're going to have a message symbol. Message symbol is something like it will trigger the process, or it will be like finishing the process. For example, triggers a process means in this application, in this request, once the check is being scanned, okay, using your smartphone, the OCR technology is able to identify the first validation that it has to do is like it has to like capture the member ID. right? In that first check, it has to capture the member ID and basic details. So that's the first thing it has to do. Okay, before even it has to forget about the amount and everything. The first validation is member validation. So same thing here, some process that will be like that message symbol is something that triggers the process. Then we have a timer symbol, like the time, date, and recurring uh, time, or the date that triggers the process or completes the process. And then you're going to have escalation symbols. So, and then for example, like and this is like a sub process, right? So for example, I'm scanning the check, but the member ID is invalid. Now what I do? Okay, if member ID is valid, it is able to um, identify the amount and everything, and it is able to process. Okay, but it's not able to identify the member ID. Now the sub process, what it has to do? Okay, escalation means now what it has to do. So whether it has to like say that this is an invalid check, or maybe please scan properly, or it is like invalid or scanning issue, some kind of error it has to throw. So that is called as escalation symbol. And then we have conditional symbol. This is like business rules, right? So like for example, they have to have a member ID, they have to have the correct amount, they have to have the signature, and only if three conditions are available, only then process the check. So what these conditions will be like given by business owners. So for that representation, you can use this symbol. Okay, these are like standard business rules for that particular process. Business wants to do these kind of checks or validations. So without that, we will never process it. So those kind of conditions. And then we have link symbol. So linking from one process to another process. Then we have error symbol, like I told you, invalid member ID. Then you have this error symbol. Then you have cancel symbol, compensation, signal symbol. So there are like different symbols here. You can go through, take show you here the diagrams. So you can like Google and then see like multiple, just use like different kind of case studies on these symbols. Okay, so how these symbols are used for in case studies, and make sure you write it in your resume that you know how to write a, how to draw a BPMN diagram. You know how to draw all these diagrams, you have to put it in your resume. Okay, so BPMN diagrams, flow charts, data flow diagrams, and then you know how to draw the different diagrams there. You this and all you need to add it in your resume. Very crucial for the senior BA to understand whether you know how to draw the diagrams, because they will expect you to know how to draw diagrams. Also, like what are tools you have used. Okay, they may ask you, have you used, like for example, here I have Smartsheet here. So I have I have used my email ID and I have logged into Smartsheet. If you go to Smartsheet, right, you'll be able to, when I click on create new, you'll be able to create a lot of things. So here it says upgrade, but still you must be able to see here, simple project plan. And then you will be having like, what are the diagrams? So almost all the flowcharts and diagrams will be available here. Okay, you can either use these, but the problem is these are like paid ones, so you have to upgrade. I'm currently in the free plan to just show you, like you have Smartsheet, you have Lucidcharts. So in Lucidcharts also, like for example, yeah, I've logged into Lucidchart now. So if you want to create mind map, the basic like structure is already provided to me. I have to just now enter only the, I have to like, for example, I have this Bank of America. Main idea is like process checks through using OCR. Okay, process. Okay, so by using this technology, I'm going to like process all my checks. So I'm just giving you an example. Like this, you can already, instead of like doing it from scratch, you can always use these kind of like tools and create it. At least for learning purposes, before you like go to an interview, right, get the free version of all these tools, and then like just play with it to understand what is mind mapping, what is flowchart, what is the difference between data flow diagrams and process flow diagrams. Like for example, what is, see here, so here they have an example of um, See, the timer symbol is there, cancel symbol is there, message symbol is there, start symbol is there, end symbol is there. So all these symbols are there. And this is not flowchart. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. This is not flowchart. Flowchart is going to be different. And interviewer may like you if you say, I know how to draw BPM and diagrams, interviewer is going to ask you. For example, like in product-based companies like Samsung, I have been to Samsung. They will ask you to draw diagrams. If you say something, right, they'll be asking, okay, can you draw something for me? So you don't mess up with them. You always learn the basics of different. If you say something in your resume that I know this, please know the basics of that. Okay. And what is the difference, they may ask, and why are you using BPMN and flowcharts, they may ask you. So like be prepared when you put something in your resume. Please know the basics. Without knowing the basics, don't add it in your resume. You'll be like, it'll be an embarrassing moment for you there, because the interviewer is like, understand they have experience, they'll easily figure out whether you have experience or not. Okay. So understand the basics, just play with all these tools. So you can add all these tools in your resume too. So some people are like, I don't know what tools to add. So you can always add the Smartsheet, this Lucidchart, or you can always in Confluence you have that Giphy flow diagrams. So you can use any of these diagrams and tools and start practicing all your diagrams. Okay, very, very crucial for you to draw the diagrams. Okay, so anybody has any doubts till now on these diagrams?
Hi, Pradeepa, Varun.
Yes, Varun. Hi.
Pradeepa, for these diagrams, we use these Lucidchart also for UI UX diagrams as well, or is there something is different?
For UI, right? Like for front end diagrams, like how it has to be there. You can use, like, it depends upon what is the coding language, right? For example, like if your application is used created from Pega language, then you have a Pega like UI diagram software too. You can directly draw on Pega. Or if you can directly draw on Salesforce too, like to understand how that UI will be. For example, here, right, this is a Pega application. Bank of America, this is Pega. So here, if you see, right, this the check diagram should be on the left. And then like other, like for example, chat with Erica, set up customer alerts, and then debit card log, fingerprint log, login, bill pay. So all this has to be in the bottom. Then like clearly what the instructions has to be here. So if you want to draw a diagram, okay, UI diagram of this particular page, you can directly do it in Pega itself. Otherwise, if you want to draw it here, you can also draw UI diagram. So that's not like you can always create, but if you're going to draw in Pega, it's going to be very easy. Instead of you're drawing in here, right, in Lucidcharts, if you're directly using that particular software and their UI models, it'll be easy for you to draw. Because that is what the developer is going to do. They're going to like understand, okay, the box needs to be here, and then the wordings needs to be on the right side, and then there are like 5 different boxes on the bottom. So it's easy for them to replicate the same there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Pradeepa, difference between the BPMN and the flowchart. So flowchart is like we will show in a flowchart based on for a particular feature, right?
Yeah.
And BPN means like overall business process flow. How that particular overall product or in that way?
So for example, here, if you see, right, this process flow means there is a start. Flowchart means it's a very basic, simple representation. Okay. Member is like, now I'll give you an example. Member now scans the check. Okay. Now there is validation done. S means process the check, load the amount into that member's account, then end. That's all. This is standard. Negative, if it is not able to identify member data, okay, validation is not there, then you throw the error. This is standard flow chart, very simple diagram. But in business flow, it will not be like that. Completely end to end. So member has to first like take the check, write down the details, like everything in detail you have to do. Business process means every single thing. So it's a combination of like process information as well as like some kind of like validation information too. You understand? Flowcharts is very basic diagram.
Okay.
But here in business process, right, it's like a little more detail. As I told you, if you see here, a little more detail. Here, if you see, like, you're going to exactly tell like what is going to happen. If there error message means what kind of error message. If there is some kind of issue means what kind of issue. You're going to put that error message and say this error message. Understood? So when you compare flow charts, this is a basic diagram. If you see here, just you're telling one standard process in single line. You're just saying, okay, if this yes or no combinations. Whereas in process flow, it's not like that. If there is invalid member ID, what should happen? Okay, what kind of error needs to be thrown? If it is a valid member ID, then what is the next step? What needs to happen? So this is like more detail. This is a combination of both business process and technical, a little bit of technical details, not too much, but we are going to at least say how the member validation has to happen, what are the basic OCR process, like details that we need to capture. If we are unable to capture, then what kind of error needs to be thrown. So this is a little more detail, whereas in flowchart, if you see, flowchart is like a standard, like you're just defining the process in one single diagram. That's all. Well, like very high level, I would say.
Yeah, got it. Thank you.
Yeah. So it depends, right? Whether what kind of like how your project managers, how your developers want the diagrams. They may be like, so for some developers, flowchart should be fine. They'll be able to grasp things. For some people, they'll be like, no, this is all very basic. Please, can you do more documentation so that we understand everything, every single thing, what's happening in the data flow. So only then you're going to draw this. I'll always recommend to you to learn how to draw all kind of diagrams, because every project is going to be different. Every business owner is going to be different. So, okay, every 6 months, your projects is going to, like, you're going to get new projects. So everything will be different for you. So in order to enhance your own BA skills, okay, you need to know how to draw all the diagrams. So just practice. There are ample number of resources available in Google. So try to practice. You can always use all these tools, and you can add that in your resume. The best part is, like, you can add a case study in your resume. So for example, I know how to draw these diagrams. I have drawn a diagram. Please see my attached assessment or something like this. You can add so that your resume will be like, okay, oh, this person knows how to do stuff, and I added documents. So especially product-based companies, forget about CTS, TCS and all. Samsung, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, Tesla, all these companies, right? Their interview is very different from the service-based companies. So in product-based companies, they will definitely ask you to draw everything. You put something in your resume, they are going to ask you a question, ask you to draw, because they definitely want you to see like whether you have those skills or you're just faking your experience. So in my opinion, please understand the basics. In the resume, please be very like true to whatever you have written in your resume, and don't get embarrassed in the resume. You add something and you don't know the basic information about it, then I mean, like, you will not have confidence to proceed the interview. Then okay, so next is, what is this PESTEL analysis? So this analysis is nothing but P is for political, E is for economic, S is for social, T is for technological, E is for environmental, and L is for legal. So let's learn about this. Okay. What is this PESTEL analysis? Okay. So this is nothing but it's a analysis with all this like 6 factors. Okay. So, well, for example, you are taking you're launching something, a new product in a particular market. Okay, let's say a healthcare company, and they are launching something, maybe a new healthcare plan in a particular market. Okay. So if they're launching something, they need to understand like what type of people are there in that particular state, and then like what are the political factors for that particular state, what is the state law for this health plan, and how are we are going to, like, for example, in the US, every state have their own laws. Okay, so for example, in New York, something can be legal. In Florida, that can be illegal. In Virginia, something can be legal, whereas in New Jersey, that will be illegal. So every state they have their own political factors, they have their own social factors, they have their own economical factors. So everything is going to be different. Let me give an example of Medicare and Medicaid. Okay, Medicaid is nothing but a state benefit. That's an insurance for low income people in every state, that is given by the government. Okay, state government is giving them that benefit. If you're earning below, like for example, $20,000 per year, then you are eligible for this Medicaid insurance program. You can apply. So if I'm health insurance and I'm going to like expand my business in, for example, in New Jersey Medicaid area. Okay, so I'm a health insurance. For example, I'm Cigna. I want to like create new additional plans in New Jersey area, especially for the Medicaid market, Medicaid health plans. I need to understand the pros and cons of implementing that plan in that particular state, because we never know whether that will be a success or a failure. So every insurance in the US, it's all like private insurance. There is no like government-based insurances in the US. Okay, so it can be Aetna, it can be Cigna, it can be Anthem, it can be Blue Cross Blue Shield, Elevance Health, anything. All the insurances are private insurances. Whereas the government is giving certain health plans like Medicare, Medicaid. These are government-based insurance like schemes that they're giving, but everybody has to go through this private insurance only. So, for example, I'm eligible for Medicaid. I can get a Medicaid approval from the state, but I have to choose one of these insurances, and using those insurances only, I have to like get that benefit. So here we don't have government hospitals, or we don't have directly like in India, how we have government hospitals, right? We don't have such things here. So everything is private. Hospitals, all the hospitals are private. Okay. So give me a second. So we have 10 minutes more. Okay. So all the insurances are like they're private insurances. All the hospitals are like private. So if I want to get a government-based like subsidy or a government-based insurance, even though I get approval from all the state and everything, I have to choose a private insurance. I have to either go with Aetna, I have to go with Cigna, or I have to go with Anthem or Blue Cross Blue Shield, something like that. I have to go through them only. And then that insurance, right, they will be like processing, even for Medicare, Medicaid, they will be processing all the claims and they will get the reimbursement from the government. That's how the process here in the US. Okay. So when I'm launching a new healthcare plan in New Jersey, or when I'm launching a new Medicaid healthcare plan in a particular state, I need to understand whether that particular what is the political factors available in that particular state, and what is the economical factors in that particular state. If I do something, whether it will backfire the company and whether there will be like a loss. So we have heard that, for example, compliance issues in certain states are going to be very, very, very difficult. They don't allow certain products. They don't allow certain things to do in New Jersey, whereas it can be very opposite in Georgia. In Georgia, it is legal. Anybody can do CBD. They can do cannabis. They can do like drugs is legal in certain states. So it's different, right? From one state to another state, it's like the economic or social factors, environmental factors are totally different when you get such kind of projects. So if you're working for an insurance company and that is a new Medicaid plan that's going to be launched or rolled out in that particular state, and they're coming to you, they're saying that, okay, now we have a new plan. So if there is a new plan, what will happen if there is a new Medicaid plan going on for New Jersey? So we are going to add new members. So the members have to must be able to like log in through their web portal, or they have to like submit, for example, in the web portal, right? They must be able to do registration. They must be able to log in. Also, they must be able to see all their documents, previous documents, or any kind of referrals they must be able to see. Or if they're, for example, if it's Medicaid means if there are some of the like gloves, or like we have our accessories, right? Wheelchairs, all that can be reimbursed, even if they're using that what is that? If someone is a bedridden, they can use that napkins, right? So for all that will be reimbursed. Using insurance will reimburse everything. So food also, they'll be like, for example, they're having only liquid food. So those kind of products can also reimbursement, they can submit claims. So if you are working for IT, this web portal, right, for this particular plan, only for them that features needs to be available. So if I have a health can, I'm in open access plan. Okay, this is my plan. Only that particular member must be able to see all these features. I can submit a maybe an accessory claim. I can submit a wheelchair claim. I can submit like maybe a foot claim, or maybe all the physical like walking stick claim, whatever it is. I can submit only for that particular region. Only New Jersey members, only that who is having that particular Medicaid open access plan, right? Only they should have access to that particular features. Not everybody across Anthem, or not everybody across Cigna, or not everybody across Aetna must be able to view those features in the web portal. Even the web portal is looking same for everybody. But when I log in through my username and password, that the backend database must be able to identify, okay, this member ID is for this particular plan. So for them, all these features has to be open. So they can submit a claim, or they'll be able to reimburse the claim or whatever. So business owners will give you like, this is particularly for Medicaid, and this is for New Jersey members. And then they need access to submit claims through web portal, or maybe they need to download all the documents through the web portal, or like this. They will give you very specific scenarios. For that only you'll be using this PESTLE analysis. This is like a very, very high level analysis. This is not like an feature level analysis. We are not talking about feature level. Every single feature we are not talking about. We're just taking from from a plan perspective. What are we going to do? Whether they will agree or not with, because we are not supposed to lose money. Understand, this is all private insurances. If they're launching a new product in one of the states, their end goal is to get at least some billion, 1 million or two, I mean, $1 billion or $2 billion for that particular market. That will be their profit level. So in order to get that, they want more number of members to like join the program. Like I already told you, if there are 100 people, everybody has Medicaid, but they have that option to choose to go to Aetna, to go to Cigna, or go to Blue Cross Blue Shield. They have option. So now like we have to be very competitive and get those members, make them, they're enrolled into our program so that we get the benefits from the government. So, and as an insurance, we are very profitable and we are growing so that we can buy other competitors' company. When we have huge profit, we have 4 billion profit, we have 5 billion profit. Now I can acquire other company, I can become more profitable. That's the end goal of any private or corporate insurance, right? So this is on a very high level, project level, they are doing this analysis. But as a BA, you need to know, because you need to know if you want to become a senior BA. Junior BA will not be doing all this analysis. But if you are a lead BA, the business owners will be asking you, okay, I'm launching this particular feature in this New Jersey. Can you give me data for the other plans? How much response was there? So, for example, if they have to enroll in some kind of survey, okay, healthcare survey. Okay, healthcare, usually like any kind of insurance, they'll give you survey. So if there is a survey, give me a report like last month for other plans. Like how many people submitted that survey through web portal? How many people submitted the survey through mobile application? How many people submitted that survey through paper or through fax? Can you give me a report? Now, as a BA, you have to get that report from the database. Okay, so you will be like making sure you query, and then you get that report like through paper for this particular plan, for this health survey, through paper like the 1,000 people submitted, and through web portal like 3,000 people submitted, or through fax like 200 people submitted. Like you will give all this report to the business owners. Now they will be able to take decision. Okay, I'm launching something using web portal only. Like major people are like they are submitting a health survey. Let's focus on the web portal because that's where the maximum members are responding. Instead of paper is going to take a lot of time. You have to mail them. They have to like submit the survey back. Then we have to process everything. Then again that will be loaded into database. It takes about 2 weeks timeline. So let's make sure like we have the members opt in for our insurance using the web portal. Let's market more of web portal services. So they want the data before even they launch something on the particular state. They want that some kind of feedback from you, some kind of report from you. From an IT perspective, this data is very, very, very crucial for them before even they launch. Okay, so that time as a BA, you have to make sure you query and get the reports from them. You can take a help of an engineer, and then you give those reports to them, so that on a very, very high level, they do this analysis and they can make sure like how to like launch a particular product. First, we make sure that the web portal is going live. Then we make sure that paper is going live. Then we make sure that fax is going live. Like that, one by one, they will roll out. So that is PESTEL analysis. Okay, so I think our call is going to get cut. Can you guys rejoin? So let's focus on. So that's why we are doing this PESTEL analysis. So you need to know about all these, and then when the interviewer is going to ask you, you can always say that why this is done. Give them a case study, and then what did you do in your project? If they ask, like just combine all these techniques and make sure like you answer it that you have done. Okay, because they want to know whether you have done some kind of like different kind of analysis, like most analysis, SWOT analysis. Analysis is very common, right? So you can always say this too. And then we have the last one is CATWO. So C is for customer, A is for actors, T is for transformation, W is for worldview, O is for owners, and E is for environment. Okay. So what is this CATWO? Let me take. Okay, so what is this CATWO analysis? This is called as, this is one of the analysis for stakeholders. Okay, so why are we going to like do analysis with stakeholders? Because it's very crucial to understand who's the key players and who needs to give approval, and how a business owner is very, there can be 10 business owners. So that you need to understand, not only one person. So like I said in the previous example, right? We are launching something in New Jersey. That New Jersey market, they are all full-time employees of our own company. They are not some different vendors. You need to understand that. When I say business owners, right? They are full-time employees of that particular insurance. So there is a leadership level. So you have the CEO, then you have the VPs, then you have directors, then you have managers, project managers. Simultaneously under the project managers, or maybe different line, there'll be like this business owners. They are also like, as we are from IT, right? These people also are like full-time employees of that particular insurance company. So they are not from different company or different background. Okay, they are our colleagues. So there may be multiple people for that particular market. If I say New Jersey Medicaid, there can be 4 to 5 people of business owners who's going to come and throw like their own ideas, because they, like I told, they may be colleagues, they may be like reporting to the same VP. So everybody's like, I want this application to look like this, I want this application to look like that. So when there are like 5 business owners and you are lead BA, you're scheduling that first call, and everybody is throwing their opinion, then you are like, which should I follow? Whether I should listen to her, or whether I should listen to him, or like what should I do now? So that is why we have to understand this stakeholder analysis is very, very crucial to understand their ideas, their priorities and wishes before we put forward our recommendations. Okay, so because we don't understand like why 5 people are giving 5 ideas when they are reporting to the same VP. Okay, some will say AI is important, I want the chatbot. For example, here it says like chat with Erica, right? When I click on here, it goes to that application, that chatbot name is Erica. Okay, so like how Alexa is there for Bank of America, we have Erica. Erica can talk to you. How many languages it can talk? Now it is only available in English. What does Erica do? It can always like answer all your basic questions. Okay, so regarding yes, we have recording. We keep a record of your conversations with Erica. So this is like a chatbot for Bank of America. So for this feature, right? Let's say for this, they want one business owner saying we want like an AI chatbot. We want like we don't want customer care calls, right? There are too many people in the queue answering that. We want something like this, like Alexa. We want in mobile application, we want the members to chat and find the answers. So this feature, one business owner saying they want. Another business owner saying, no, no, no. we don't want that I want everybody to call to the customer care. So they're having conflicts between themselves, and you are a lead BA, you'll be like, okay, tell me, like, finally, what do you want? You can schedule multiple calls and they can still have conflicts and they will not give you requirements. This is a practical difficulty that every BA is facing. There can also be interview questions to you. Have you faced a conflict with the stakeholders? So how do you handle a negative stakeholder when they are having conflicting requirements? How do you handle that? So that's why we are going to use all these techniques. Okay, so we'll be like, we cannot say everybody keep quiet and then only one should answer. We cannot talk like that, right? So you'll be like, you'll become very creative, and you have to say that, okay, the next call I'm going to do catwalk analysis, and then like we'll make sure, like, I know everybody have their own ideas. So what I'm going to do is, the next call, we are going to perform this analysis and we will come to a conclusion, what is better for the customer. That's what we are going to do, right? Business owners want something, we are not supposed to do that. We want, like, from an end user perspective, from the customer's perspective, whatever is useful, whatever is helpful, whatever is beneficial, that's what we want to do as an organization. So let me take that. Okay, so that's why we have to analyze the stakeholders, because we'll have very difficult stakeholders, and sometimes you'll end up being like frustrated. You'll be like, how do I handle this? Should I escalate to my manager? Escalating to your manager is not going to help you, because these stakeholders are giving you money, and you're submitting a timesheet because of the stakeholders. They are giving you a new project, and you are being in the job because you're doing something for them, and your timesheet, right? It's from that budget only. There is a like a new project for another 6 months. Your timesheet is now like submitted because of that budget only, right? So escalating to your manager is very childish. I would never escalate to my manager unless and until it's necessary. So I'll be like mostly like handling everything by myself, making sure that even like however the difficult the stakeholders are can be, we are all from the same organization, and they are your colleagues, and they can have conflicts, they can give their opinions, they can be very tough, they can give all their concerns and everything. But end of the day, we are launching an IT product, an IT or software application for the benefit of the customer, also to show profit, so that as a team, nobody is getting fired. Even the business owners is not getting fired, you are not getting fired. So that kind of mindset you need to develop. Nothing needs to be personal here, because you take everything personal, then you cannot grow an organization. Okay, there will be like different level of human beings with their own ideas. There can be very complex thinking, and then some can be really rude. So always, like, you have to have the detachment with these business owners, these stakeholders, and also with your colleagues, that this is a professional working environment. I'm not going to like show my emotions here and then going to be like, for example, next time they join the call, you're being very mute on the call and you're not going to answer because you have some kind of conflicts with them. Like, you took it everything personally. So I would like, you have to learn that skill of detachment also, by not being emotional with any of the stakeholders. Even they're screaming, you have to be like very polite, and you have to say that, okay, I think today is not a good day, let me reschedule this call, and the next time I'm going to do some kind of different analysis. So these analysis will help you, because when you do brainstorming, so we have a technique called brainstorming, right? So this brainstorming means this, we call it as brain writing. So what will happen is, in this brain writing examples, everybody will be giving their own opinions. There are 5 people, means 5 people will give this. For example, this is called as brain writing. Okay, that's why I don't use this brainstorming methods, because 5 people are there. Everybody is going to give their own like opinions, and then going to be conflict. As a BA, you'll be like stuck on what opinions you have to do. Like 5 people, they're giving the process needs to be like this, or process needs to be like that, or we want Erica, we don't want Erica. Like, they may be like giving their own opinions. After a 2-hour call, you don't know whether you are getting requirements or what is this, are we having coffee with them. So that's why I don't want people to go to this brainstorming techniques. Instead, use some of these analysis techniques. It can be SWOT, it can be MOST, or it can be on this PESTEL, or this can be as we said, like now we have this catwalk. Like, get into like a very specific technique, so that you don't give the time for the stakeholders to blabber something. Okay, so this is what I want. For example, if it is catwalk means we have like what does the customer benefit from this program? Okay, and then what actors means, what is the role of, like, what is the business process? Why are we doing this? What is the core process? Why the customer is going to, for example, here in Bank of America, what is the benefit of the customers? We need not go to the bank. We need not go to the ATM. And what is the main business process? We are depositing checks. And what is the transformation? The core process that delivers is the customer is getting the money within like 3 to 4 minutes. Okay, so a lot of time is being saved. And what is the world view? This is a technique that is developed by, so this CATO technique, right, that was developed in, I think, in 1981. Yeah, 1981 by a professor called Peter Checkland in Lancaster University. So he only developed this process technique. What he is saying is, you need to understand when you develop a software application, when you develop a new process, you need to understand that why we need this process, why the customer need this, what is the value that I'm giving to the customer. And because of this, like how much time he can save and how much money he can save, and how much user friendly that application is going to be. So all that from a world view means from a customer's view or the end user view. We need to understand the values and the um, benefits that the customer is going to get because of you doing something. For example, this Erica can be very helpful. You need not call, be like in 20 minutes on in some like automated customer care machine, and then at the end of the day to say something is not available. So I need not wait for 20 minutes to get a status of something, right? I can manage everything. For example, we can manage your cards, you can get your account information, you can pay through Zelle, like all your online payment you can do, you can invest also. So for all this Erica is going to help. This is what my customer wants. Okay, my customer doesn't want to stand in queues. My customer doesn't want to be calling the customer care for 30 minutes and to get some like maybe in the middle of the call itself that is going to drop. Your call is going to drop again. You have to call and get the status, right? So all that, to avoid all that, we have to make sure the world view is very, very, very important. And you are going to, when you develop any software, you have to get all this, like why we are doing this, what is the benefit, and get all these values, and then you can define the process. Okay, that's what this is called as CATWA analysis. It's very, very, very easy. So we have for example, we have a case study here. So the case study is in one of the areas, right? They want to do high street clothes store. Okay, so high and some clothing store. If they want to develop that, what are we going to do? Why we want to have a high-end brand store? Okay, so when people are focusing on like inexpensive fashion clothing, why are we targeting youngsters to be like interested in this high-end clothes, this branding and all, right? So from that brand, from Tommy Hilfiger, from Michael Kors, from different kind of high-end brands, why people has to buy this highly expensive clothes when they are able to buy the inexpensive clothes, right? So what are we going to do? Why? So remember, we are focusing here for the high-end brands. We are focusing on people who already have money. We are not going for middle class people. So when people already have money, you have to like have a impression. Like if I wear a Michael Kors dress and there is a Michael Kors label on my shirt, I feel proud. I feel like I'm a brand. Like that gives me confidence. So when you always see like these high-end brands, when they're selling some shoe, some handbag for $1,000, like Louis Vuitton, you have the basic handbag itself like for $2,000. Why people are buying it? I can use a $10 wallet, but I'm going from buying for a $2,000 wallet. Why should I buy? Why should I buy? Because that label, that high-end brands label, whether they are luxurious or not, or they're made from the same quality or not, we don't know. We don't know the manufacturing process, but the marketing process is like to make sure the customer, when they buy something and come out of the store or the high-end store, they feel happy. They feel like I'm a new brand now. I feel confident. When I wear this expensive shoes, I feel confident. When I have this expensive handbag, I feel confident. When I wear this expensive watches, I feel confident. So that kind of like customers thinking, right? That is the first thing for marketing. whether it's valuable or not, that nobody's going to care. Whether we want the customer to buy it. How can we make sure someone enters into my store and buy a $2,000 wallet? Okay, so for that kind of high-end analysis, even for Apple products, you can say that compared to other phones, Apple phones are like very, very, very expensive. So they may always be like doing analysis on launching whenever they want to launch a new product on September, right? They will always do all these kind of analysis and make sure that they'll be like to enter into people's mind, into customers' mind, and they'll always like see this. For example, iPhone is the best phone, even though it's expensive, that is the best phone. And then they'll make sure that you buy that product. That's how MNCs are. So when you develop any software also, when multiple people like stakeholders are having issues, you always go with this kind of techniques, and you make sure that you get the information from them, and then you provide from that information, right? In the next call, you provide back the feedback. I would not recommend this brain writing. It is very complicated, and it is very tough for you to handle a huge crowd, like 20 people in the call, and then everybody throwing their ideas. It is very tough. So my recommendation is use other techniques, like standard specific techniques, so that you can at least come to a conclusion of this is the requirement that they want. Okay, any doubts still now?
No, Priyanka. Nothing is good.
Okay, sounds good. And tomorrow I'm going to cover the other techniques. Okay, so what is Moscow and use case modeling, other techniques. And from Monday, we are going to talk about documentation. So I'm going to teach you how to write BRDs, FRDs, SRS documents, also other documents like in Confluence, how to write user stories and everything. That will documentation class will start from Monday, but tomorrow we will cover the other 5 different techniques. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you everyone for joining.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, good morning. Thanks for joining. So today is day 4, and we are going to cover some of the remaining requirement gathering techniques. Okay, give me a second. So I am going to yeah, so the first one, we are going to start with the Moscow technique. Moscow is nothing but must have, should have, and then could have and wouldn't have. Okay, so let's go to this technique. Okay, so what is Moscow technique? So if you see here, this is a prioritization technique or requirement gathering also, you can use for both. So during gathering requirements, right, you need to know what are the requirements that is like non-negotiable, and it's very, very, very important. It's a must have. And then we have what are the requirements, what are the features that is like should have. Should have means it is important, but it is not like essential. Okay, essential in the sense like non-negotiable is must have. Should have means it's important, but it is not like essential. Could have means it is nice to have these features, but there will be a very small impact if we don't do it. And will not have is nothing but these are the requirements that is not a priority at all. Okay, so what is must have requirements? Must have, sorry about that. So must have requirements are nothing but these are very, very vital requirements, and you have to finish this task. And if you don't finish these features, you cannot proceed. For example, like I said about yesterday's Bank of America project, right? In order for the OCR process to take place, the member must be already a registered member. The members should download the mobile application. Member must be able to log in using a username and password. Then only scan the check, and then may be able to and the OCR process will be able to pull extract the data from the check, paper check, and convert into a digital money, right? But so for that feature, Okay, what are the must-haves? Must-haves is the member has to have a mobile app, okay? And then must-have is like they should have a valid member ID and a password. And so it's not a new user, this is an existing user. So that feature is for an existing user. If there is a new user for Bank of America, they have to make sure that they register, they get a login and a password, and then they have to like download, they need to have a smartphone. So like for example, like iPhone, there will be a different a mobile app, and for other phones we are going to have a different app. So they have to like make sure what type of phone they have, accordingly they have to like download the mobile app of Bank of America, and then they have to proceed that process. So must have is like, without this, without a proper username and password, without downloading the mobile application, this I mean that particular feature cannot be done. So those requirements are must haves. It needs to be an existing member, the member needs to be registered, member needs to have a username and password, and member needs to have the mobile application downloaded. These are must have requirements. Should have requirements means some of the tasks uh, like for example, like this is nice to have, but this is not essential. So once they log in, once they log in, now we are telling like once they scan the process, right? Like for example, they scan the paper. It is nice to get only the member. For example, member ID is enough, but in order to produce like various different validations, you're going to check whether the account number is correct or if the handwriting is correct, account number is correct, or if some validation is correct, right? So these are requirements for should have. Some can be, it's okay if during the OCR process, if the handwriting is like a total mismatch, then we cannot proceed. But if the handwriting is mostly all the optical character recognition technology, right, they'll be able to identify the handwriting. But if they are not, then what those are called as fallout requirements. Fallout in the sense, like for example, in the OCR process, if I am okay, so if during the OCR process, during scanning the paper checks, if suppose in case the system is not able to identify due to a bad handwriting, okay, they're getting the member first name, last name, like for example, I write $100, okay, and numbers also I put $100, but my handwriting is not like good. It's when the OCR process is not able to capture the handwriting, then what should it do? It's called as fallout. No, it should throw an error. What kind of error? Like please rescan properly, or this is like invaluable check, something like that. It has to throw an error, right? So that and all, what error it has to show, or whether it is needed or not, or what happens to the fallout scenarios, and how we are going to notify the member. These are all like should have. Should have means it's very nice to have to tell them like what is the problem, but not required, right? Like not everything need to be like a proper notification. You can always say invalid check or invalid please rescan, like one of the notifications or error fallouts, that notification is fine. But you have to like very nice to have like very specifically you tell the member it is because of the bad handwriting the application is not able to, I mean the OCR process is not is unable to extract data, or it will be like telling you please scan properly, please scan properly. So whether you're going to like show the error like please scan properly, or whether you're going to show the error right invalid handwriting, or whether you're going to show the error like bad image. Because there can be coffee spills, there can be water spills, it can be a bad check, it can be a very old check, it can be crushed one. So there are like few scenarios, right? Whatever error we are going to show, those kind of fallout requirements, right? These are like should have. Should have means I'm going to show some error, okay, because I'm unable to extract data from the paper check. But what kind of error I'm going to show? Whether it's going to be a plain simple one, or I'm going to like very specific about those errors. So these are should have. Nice to have, but it's not essential, right? Just throwing error, it also should be fine. And then could have means it is I mean it is not like a mandatory like should have or like must have. Could have means it's nice to have, but it is not at all like mandatory. So those kind of requirements. And wouldn't have means I'm not supposed to have all these. So the presence or absence or wouldn't haves have no bearing on the projects. For example, like I would say um, if there is a new security feature for like they're saying vulnerability software patching vulnerabilities, like this has like if there is going to be data patching every month or every weekend, there is going to be some kind of data patching. then there can be new security feature for your mobile application to do that update, software patching. But we cannot focus on security measures for the application. So IT team, right, they will have very different IT teams. So application development team is going to be different, and for this all this patching there will be a different team to do. And so for performance and all, we don't know how long it will take for the mobile application to download, how long it will take for the system to capture that paper check. We don't know, right? So all the security measures, performance and all, we cannot, like our team cannot take responsibility. It depends upon what coding language you are doing, what is the database, how many systems are interacting in the backend. So all um, that will take importance. So for our engineers, for our developers, is mostly about developing the application, the functionality, than the performance. Of course, performance is also needed. So if I'm having a check for 5 minutes and it's not able to capture, then that's an issue, right? If I'm showing a check and mobile has to capture that in 1 or 2 seconds, only then it is performing well, right? But I am not responsible for capturing that, like that performance or security measure, right? It is not our developer's responsibility. Our developer is only responsible for capturing the data, making sure it's being validated and it's being I mean, like the data is being like loaded into the database. Everything is the transaction is properly done. That our developers can do, but all the security performance. That's why these are called as non-functional requirements. So functional means something like from end to end, our developer can develop that and fix it and make sure that in production is going well. Whereas performance issues, security issues and all, it's called non-functional requirements because we have no scope for it. So this is like of the lowest priority. If something is like taking like 5 minutes to download, it's not my developer's problem. It is like the whole, like not only the application, also the coding language, right? Whatever using, the tools we are using, right? For example, ETL process, whether it can be an ETL process or it can be Pega, depends upon like in the back end what's happening. That sometimes our developers have no control over also. So these are like wouldn't have requirements. So okay, so you can take a particular case study and you can always show them like what is must have, should have, couldn't have, and wouldn't have. So you can always say this can be a requirement gathering technique, also requirement prioritization technique also. I have 10 requirements, which is must have in the next sprint. For example, it's an agile methodology. I have a 3 week sprint. In my next sprint, I have to start something. I have to start something, then what will I do? Okay, so I have 10 requirements. I have only two developers. Two of them are on PTOs or on vacations to India. So what I do now? Now I have to make sure only like I can take only like four different user stories. Then those are must-haves. So this can be a prioritization technique as well, or you can be using as a requirement gathering taking also. So techniques also. So both can be done using this Moscow technique. Okay, so the next one is use case modeling. Use case modeling is a very important one. So I've taken an Oracle example of use case modeling. What is use case modeling? And in use cases, like what are the different templates we follow? And I'm going to show you one by one. So introduction to use case modeling. Use case modeling is nothing but we are defining the requirements using these UML diagrams. Okay, so you are using every feature or every functionality, you are telling it as an use case. Okay, there'll be a lot of use cases. Use case means, for example, member has to log in. Okay, so with valid member ID and password, that is a use case. Member, once they log in, what they do, they scan the check. Okay, and so the system has to validate whether it's a proper member ID or not. Okay, that is a use case. That validation is another use case. Next is extracting data from the paper. That is a use case. So everything will be a use case. And then transferring money from one account to another account. That is a use case. So in use case modeling, you will be, this is a combination of different use cases. And every use case, right, it will be in an UML diagram. So UML diagrams in the sense like I can show you. What is UML? This is mind map. Okay, so for example, do I have UMLs here? Yeah, use case diagram. So this is an UML diagram, right? So you'll have actors, customers like this. So one person, what is that one person doing? How it is like, what are the includes and excludes? So this diagram is called as an UML diagram. This is different from mind mapping are different from process flow diagrams and different from flow charts. Okay, so I will give you a brief idea of about in UML diagrams, right? What all should be there. So okay, so see here, use case diagrams or your use case diagrams are using by this UML diagram. So you'll have something called actors. Actors means like whoever is performing the event. Okay, so let me take what are the primary properties, use case properties. We need to have a scope. What is the scope? Okay, scope of that particular use case, and who's a stakeholder, someone who's like having an interest of this particular goal, who's a primary actor who will be using this use case to achieve the goal, and then like what is actually the performance of that functionality of that particular use case, and then what are the preconditions and postconditions. Precondition means like I told you, a member needs to be a existing member. Without username password he cannot log in. So precondition is he is an existing member. What if he is a new member? New member means cannot log in. New member means has to go and register. So if someone is a new member, you have to say member is not an existing member, please go and register. Or maybe member ID not found, please go and register. Like that you have to throw an error. Precondition is for logging into Bank of America's mobile application, he needs to be an existing member. Post condition is at the end of that particular scenario, you're giving at least a minimum guarantee that this is a success. So post condition is now the amount is being transferred to your account. So it is a successful transaction. So it's complete means it is a post condition. It's completed. That event is completed. Okay. So a trigger is what is the event or a sequence of triggers that initiate the use case. For example, there is a use case like fallouts, right? I'm scanning and paper check, but it's a member ID is an invalid member ID. Invalid mean in the sense and the database is not able to map this member ID. Okay, so you are having a member ID. Okay, someone is giving you a check, and when you scan it, the Bank of America is not unable to. It's unable to pull the. For example, check bouncing. The amount is not there, or member ID is invalid. Okay, so one event has to trigger a sequence of events here. So it is going to say this amount is not found in the bank account, so bouncing the check. Okay, or this member ID is an invalid member ID. So some kind of one event is going to trigger a sequence of events, going to tell you like what you have to do in the future. So please pre-process the check, or please give a proper member ID, something like that. It has to throw an error. So these are the basic like properties of a use case, and using these use cases, right, you will be drawing the use case diagrams, and like for example like this. Okay, use case diagrams, you will like for every use case, for example log ticket, in the sense you're calling the customer care, and you're logging some ticket. So the help desk, the customer care, right, they are asking your name and address. They are searching in the database. Once they found your name, they are going to log some tickets. For example, if you're working for TCS, you have some system issue, you're calling their TCS customer care, right? IT support. You're calling them, they're going to ask you your employee ID, and they're going to ask your mission details. Some of the there's a sticker on your laptop, right? So you're going to tell that mission ID. So they're going to figure out, and then they're going to log in a ticket using your employee ID and further details. So that is a basic log ticket scenario. So in that log ticket scenario, there are two actors. One is you, and one is the help desk employee. What is the activity that is going on? Log ticket. And include is you're going to find the customer and log a ticket. So this is one use case. So like this, you like every functionality, right? You will be like creating the small use cases, and you will be like representing the requirements. Why? Because there are multiple ways to gather requirements. There are like 50 different ways. But if my business owner is like a very old business owner, okay, some 60 years old, cannot understand agile terminologies, cannot understand user stories, cannot understand anything like very complex require gathering techniques. So you're going to tell them through pictures. Okay, see for you're going to tell them through like small use cases and small pictures, so that that particular business owner is able to like quite understand. Okay, now I understand. There is a small picture here. This one is customer. This one is help desk. Both wants to log a ticket. and find the customer. Oh yeah, now I understand. So this depends upon to whom you are showing, from whom you are gathering requirements. Understand most business owners will be like old people. Why? Because they are in the organization for like many years, 20 years, 30 years. That's how they become business owners. So what is business owners? If I'm a business owner for Florida, I'm in that particular for Cigna. If I'm the business owner for Florida, okay, the whole Florida market, I'm having the scope, and I'm the business owner for Florida. I have to know in and out in Florida how many health plans are there, and how many Medicaid plans are there, how many Medicaid plans are there, and how many end users are there, whether it's 1.5 million users, 2.5 millions, what are the different health plans we have, what is covered, what is not covered, what is state law, everything I have to know. Only then I will become a business owner, right? So these business owners, right, will be like usually at least like 15 to 20 years of experience they'll have in their own like process flow. They will not have any technical knowledge, but they know in Florida what is happening, how much profit was there in last year, like how many new health plans we rolled out, how many we terminated, why we terminated in this particular health plan, what are the benefits we give. For example, one health plan is only for low income people, one health plan is only for like special needs people, one health plan is only for above 65 Medicare plan. So what is the difference between one plan to another? They know. They will always be in contact with the sales team, and they know what is happening in Florida. So for those people, usually they are old people, and you are an IT expert. You are going to tell them, you're going to convert that business requirement into your functional requirement, because your team is an IT team. Your developer wants everything technically, right? He don't want in simple words. He don't want any requirement in like small plain English. He want everything to be technically given to him. Only then it's easier for him to develop. So you have to gather that plain English, or to convert that plain English into something like a functional requirement. That's why we are showing all these diagrams. That's why we are creating the small use cases and everything, like for every feature, right? We are showing some diagrams and all that, so that it's easier for the business to understand what we are doing, and it's easier for the developer also to understand what is a functionality. Because after developing the application, right, they may not even understand. They can give you sign off, but once you develop the application, it's already in UAT. That's when some of the business owners will come and tell you, this is not what I told you. No, this is not what I told you. So you will be in a very like embarrassed position, because you are gathering requirements. Whatever you have told the developer he has developed, the testing team has already tested, and we are already in UAT now. Now the business owner is saying that no, this is not the right requirement. So we want to make sure every use case here is in like small use cases, and also like we have some pictures, so it is very nice and fancy. Also the business owners can understand, okay, what is the use case. So you can use this use case modeling through these UML diagrams. Okay, this is one of the requirement gathering techniques. Then the next one is like 5 whys. These are not 5 W's, these are 5 whys. Okay, so 5 whys in the sense, let me take that 5 whys. So for every feature, right, you're going to ask like 5 whys. Why? Okay. So I'm going to, for example, let's take an example. Why did you get a parking ticket? Because I parked in a spot I wasn't mean to be. So the second question you're asking, why? I was running late, so I didn't go there like on time. That's why I parked in some spot. Okay. So why? Why are you late? Because I got up late. Why? Because the alarm didn't go off. Okay. Then why? Because yesterday night I was late and I forgot to set the alarm, then I went to sleep. So these are the 5 different whys. 5 W question is different. Those are like what, where, why, when. That is different. These are like 5 why questions. Okay. So for every scenario, you're going to go to the root cause of that scenario. So before you say this 5 whys to the business owner, tell them this is a 5 why technique. Okay. And then why we are doing this, I'm going to do a root cause analysis. Why this problem is happening to you. And this is a technique. Okay. Tell them very clearly this is a technique, because randomly you go to schedule a call and you are asking them why for everything. They may get offended. So you have to like tell them, today I'm going to perform a root cause analysis technique. This is called as a 5 why technique. So I'm going to ask you like why this problem is happening. I will ask 5 times. So please don't be offended. And I just want to like get notes from you to just understand why there is a production issue, or why there is an incident that is happening very frequently. And we are going to do a root cause analysis. So by finding out the exact root cause of that particular production incident, or any incident that is like they're having a huge issue, right? That's why they're coming out for enhancement. By understanding that root cause, you're going to like give them proper solution. Okay, now, okay, the data can be moved like this, or the data flow can change, or we are going to interact with a different system, or we are going to change the process or the data itself. So that's why we are using the 5 why techniques. Okay, so I'm going to show you the 5 whys. See, for example, here, this is scenario 1. And in scenario 2, they're going to ask. So one of the main pillars of this year strategy is to increase the sales. Why and how will this project achieve this goal? Okay, so they want to increase some sales. Now they're going to ask like why we are going to, what are the like in project, right? In this particular project, how are we going to implement that and achieve that goal? So we are offering click and collect to our customers. Okay, so click and collect in the sense, like for example, retail sales has been declining due to many reasons, including lower football and more pessimistic economic climate. Yet our online sales have continued to go from strength to strength. We feel offering click and collect to our customers can harness the growth of our online business and help improve retail sales in the store. So why click and collect? Click and collect in the sense customers want the service to be available to order and pick up the item. So you can always order at home, and you need not go to the store. You can order at home and then you can collect, okay, pick up in the store. So why do you want to do that? Because 76% of online customers will like to use click and collect, because you save time. And I want something by, like, I'm in the office, by end of like the day I want something to collect. Okay, so I'm ordering on my phone, and then I can just go and park it in my parking lot. Okay, and then because there is always for pickups, right? There's always specific parking lot. You go there, you call them, or you give it like a specific number. They are going to come from the store and give it to you. That's how in the US there is a process like pickup. There will be a pickup slot, parking slot. So you can go and leave your car there, and you can inform that I'm in slot 1 or 2 or 3, and they are going to come. Okay, someone from Target, someone from Walmart, someone from any from Kohl's or any retail store. They're going to come and they're going to give you all the products. You need not even get out of the car. They're going to give you your paid online. So you're going to leave to the home. So I'm saving like about like 30 minutes to 45 minutes. I'm not even getting out of the car, and it's very user friendly, and I'm able to achieve, right? So we are going to save time. So 76 of the online customers are going to use this click and collect services. Why have we fallen behind? Because the technology wasn't in place. So earlier we don't have that, but after COVID we are doing this pickup online procedures. Now we are able to handle it. And why it is important? It is important because the customer can order at their convenience. They can make sure they'll be able to pick up not only on that particular day. We have a timeline like 3 days, 4 days. Within that particular timeline, they'll be able to pick up the product. So this is like 5 whys. So you can take any situation for you to gather requirements, and you're going to ask like 5 whys. For example, that processing paper check, if I'm going to put the same case for this 5 whys, you can ask like why the paper check needs to be processed through a mobile app, because the customer doesn't want to go to the bank. Why the customer doesn't want to go to the bank? Because going to the bank, it takes about 1 hour or 30 minutes. Why he cannot spend 30 minutes? Because because the banks are only open on the weekdays, not on the weekends. So for the weekdays, the customer is not available to go to the bank. He's already in the office. He cannot go to the bank. Why? Because he's already working and he doesn't have enough time. So these are the 5 whys. That's why we want a mobile application where the customer can process the paper check at home in his own convenience and making sure everything is deposited in his account properly. These are the 5 whys for that particular use case. So when you are using the 5 whys, you always have to tell to the business owners that this is a technique and I'm going to ask you 5 whys, and you have to like tell me the root cause of like why this is happening. Accordingly, we can develop a software product. Okay. Then the next one is 6 thinking hats. So when you're going to do some decision making on requirements, you're going to use this technique called 6 thinking hats. So 6 thinking hats is like I have, for example, these are the thinking hats. Okay. So I have this technique was developed by Edward in 1985, and we have 6 hats. So the blue hat is called as a conductor's hat, green hat is called a creative hat, red hat is called the hat for the heart, yellow is called as optimist hat, and black is called the judge hat. So why we are using all these hats in the sense, like when you are developing a product, okay, and when you're looking at a problem, you need to have different ways of thinking. Okay, you cannot be just thinking like this is a user's issue. Okay, so what I am going to tell you is you have to take all the 6 perspectives, and then we are going to arrive to a solution for that problem. So what are the 6 way of seeing a thing, right? So first is when you or your team are in the blue hat mode, your focus on controlling your thinking and managing the decision making process. So you have an agenda, ask for the summary and reach conclusions. So conductor's hat in the sense like you are always thinking about decision making. You're asking for like what is the agenda, why are we having this conversation, and then what is the summary of this conversation, and we're going to come to conclusion. Whereas if it is going to be green hat, you're going to now creatively think now, okay, there are different range of ideas for this particular problem, and then like brainstorming, right? When you're in a creative hat, you're going to get ideas from different people, and you're going to like arrange these ideas, and you're going to like sum up the ideas, and you're going to like proceed forward. That is a creative hat. Then the next hat is like instincts, that feeling of, oh no, this will go wrong. No, I know about the people in Florida, they may not like that. I know in New York it is very sensitive, they don't like it. I know in California, like half the population are Mexicans, they may not like it. So you're just like, this is like instincts and feelings about like you want to launch a product in that particular state, and this is like from your own gut feeling or instinct, right? You'll be thinking like, no, 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 this will not work there. That state is different, people are very unique, they may not like it. So that is called as hat for the heart. So these represent feelings and instincts. Next is optimist hat. This yellow hat is nothing but more positive. So you're always thinking about the benefit and added value for, so we are doing this because the member is going to get benefited, we are doing this because time will be saved, we are doing this because we'll have more additional opportunities in that particular area. So this is like more optimist hat. Yellow is the most optimist hat. And the black hat, right, this is the judge hat. This is the most powerful hat because this is very critical. You're taking risk now. So you'll be like, okay, what happens wrong? You launch a product in a state, in Texas, something you're launching. And then what if it goes wrong? What will you do? What is the plan B? And then you're launching something in, like, for example, in New Jersey, if something goes wrong, now what will we do? So this is like mostly like assessing risk, and then you're being cautious, and you're always going to be judgment about any product that you're going to like, any software that you're going to design or any solution you're going to give to the business owner. So this is like you're going to be very critical about the decision. Okay. Then the factual hat. Factual hat is something like thinking about information that you've already collected, but also information that you already missed. Okay, so now you gathered some idea about that particular area or particular feature that you're talking about, but what is that something you have you have missed. For example, here, some colors have cultural implications. So you may be picking a new hat in one of the areas. So in China, for example, green hat means unfaithful spouse. So please don't use that. So that maybe in culture also you have to be very careful on which country, right? You're going to go to China and you're implementing some software. During requirement gathering, you have to be very careful what color represents what, because culturally it defines something. Okay. So factual hat is something like you represent information gathering. You have some knowledge about that product, but you don't have enough. Okay, so some information may be missing. So you're going to be now deciding on, okay, where can I get the remaining information? Whether I have to do more document analysis, where I have to get the documents from the government, whether I have to get a document from the compliance team, whether I have to get the document from sales team. So because you can define any product, okay, but unless the sales team is like comfortable selling it, okay, remember these is all MNCs. Finally, we have to like make sure everybody is benefited. Okay, anybody, it can be CTS or TCS, anybody. What is the ideal goal for them? Annual revenue. Okay, like last year they have 4 billion revenue. This year they are going to have at least 4.5 billion revenue. I'm telling you an example. So we have to, you can develop any AI product, you can develop any electrical car, everything you can develop. Okay, an idea can become a great product unless the customers or the sales team is able to give positive feedback on that. Sales team will tell you, okay, this is a very good product. We are getting enough customers for this product. It can be a health insurance product. It can be any kind of this banking mobile product, or it can be like, for example, like a social media product. It can be a website developing product. It can be any product, e-commerce product, anything you can launch. Unless you're not, the sales team is not comfortable in selling it. Okay, the very first month they will give you feedback. Okay, this is not going to be a profit. So you have to do some enhancements in this project because people are rejecting it for so and so reasons. Okay, so for that kind of situations, you have information, but I need an additional information. That is called as a factual hat. That is called the white hat. So when you're going to take critical decisions for the team, when you are going to be becoming a lead BA, then you will be involved in all these decision making skills. They will come and ask you. Like, for example, practical, I can give you a scenario. So in our organization, right, we were doing some automation in a particular scanning process, and I don't want to tell you the what is the form, but we are doing a scanning process. We're making sure all the paper documents are loaded into the database and all that. But we don't have, the member is not filling the paper form and returning to us. Okay, we are sending the paper forms, but we don't get enough feedback from the member. So we cannot be like calling them again and again, right? Member has privacy, member has preference, like don't call me, don't text me. And so what we can do is, member, we have to send this form to the member, and member has to fill this form and send it back. But the return ratio from how many people are sending back this to our organization, right? It is very, very less. It's about like only 10%. So our leadership team was like, why members are not filling this and sending it back? It is very crucial for us to have that feedback because we want to improve the product and we want to know the ground reality, why the members are not filling the form. So they came to us, to IT team, then saying, they're asking like, can you tell us like what are the different ways we can approach the member? And so we were in the high level of like how that product can be from paper, how we can make sure that they fill this. So we went for that reward. $100 reward or $50 reward, $25 gift card, something like that. So because only then people will be like, okay, I'm going to get $25. Let me fill this survey form. I'm going to take a $50. Let me fill this. That's a boosting experience, right, for the customer. Nobody is going to fill a form. Just like that, if someone gives you a survey form, nobody is going to fill it. But if I'm going to reward you with something, maybe a $10 card, $25 Amazon card, or maybe $100 physical form completion. Okay, for you complete all your physical forms yearly, you complete all your routine checkup, you check your BP, you check your diabetes, you check your cholesterol, everything is done. You do all your routine vaccination. Now you get your $100 card. Then people are going to do that, and we are going to have enough information about the member in our database because we know whether this person has diabetes, we know whether this person has cholesterol, we know whether this person has a risk of heart disease. Accordingly, we can change the premium next year. So they're getting your feedback because they want members' details in the database so that we can improve or we can change a health plan accordingly next year. Okay, that's why we're getting feedback from the member. The member will not know this. Member will do the survey and give it to you. So, but like if a lot of people are not doing this survey, then we are going to give these rewards or gifts or something like that, right? So they come to us. So our team, I was the lead. So we were able to incorporate all these rewards or gifts programs. When member enrolls into a particular insurance, we give them rewards. When member fills the form, we give them rewards. When member completes their annual check, we give them rewards. So now, like for the next year, we were able to see there was like about 50% increase, 45 to 50% increase in filling that survey. So you have to like think, okay, what will be the negatives, what will be the positive, and sometimes business owners will come and ask you for guidance. So you have to like put all these hats and think what is the positives, what are the negatives, and accordingly you can provide them solutions. Okay. So the last one is, yeah, we have two more. So the next one is mind mapping. Mind mapping is nothing but we have one idea, and that will be a central theme. And then from that, right, other ideas will be radiating. So I will show you the mind mapping diagrams. So I have got a document from this university. So this is the mind map diagram. Okay, so main idea will be there. And then surrounding that main idea, you're going to ask, why are we going to do this? Who is going to perform this feature? What is that feature? Where are we going to implement this? When are we going to do this? And how are we going to do this? Okay, this is called as mind. Sorry about that. Okay. So we have one main idea. Then surrounding that idea, right, you're going to implement all this why, who, what, where, when, and how. Okay. So okay. So for example, like I have already told you, okay. So for example, like if there is an insurance company, they want to meet some goal. What is the goal? They want that survey to be completed. They want more people, okay, more members to complete that particular survey. That's your goal. Now, what are we going to do? We are going to be like taking action. So we can give them rewards. Okay, we can make sure that if they complete the survey, they're going to get rewards, or they're going to like get some benefit, right? We are going to, maybe a case manager, maybe a nurse is going to call them and provide additional so for example, I have diabetes, I have hypertension in my survey. Now, like a nurse or someone from the insurance company, from the case management department, they're going to call the patient and they're going to say that, okay, you have something, both diabetes and hypertension. You have the risk of heart diseases. So you have to make sure you follow all this diet or something and make sure you reduce your cholesterol. You make sure your diabetes is on control. So all that action we can take. So you get a survey from them. And so by you're giving them rewards, you're making sure that you complete the survey. But what happens after that? After that, someone from case management is going to call the member and make sure like we give them advice, right, regarding the nutrition and how to exercise. You give them a plan. Why the insurance is doing all that? Because we don't want the member to get admitted in the hospital. If the member is getting admitted into the hospital, the insurance has to pay. So in order to prevent that, in order to lower the cost of all the insurance, we are giving them that preventive measure, okay, preventive care for the member. So this is like for one particular action, one particular main idea. What are the surrounding ideas we have? This is called as mind mapping. So one main idea surrounded by like how different ideas. Okay. So how are we going to benefit from using mind mapping? Mind mapping is nothing but they are going to give very like a high level picture of our software. So if we are going to implement this particular idea, what will happen? what are the pros, what are the cons, and then how are we going to make sure this is happening, and how are we going to be like 100% effective in this idea. Otherwise, change the idea. If this idea is not working, if you don't have good benefits, then change the main idea itself. That's the benefit of mind mapping. Then the last one is requirement analysis. So this is very, very, very important. You can gather requirements by 100 different ways, but you need to know to analyze requirements. So elucidation means gathering the requirements. The other name for requirement gathering is called as elucidation. Okay, you can say requirement gathering techniques or elucidation techniques. Okay, so you gather all the requirements by using all these analysis techniques, and then we are going to make sure what are the requirements that are incomplete, what are unclear, now what are the like mandatory requirements, essential requirements that we have to complete for this particular project. And then from there, you're going to make sure that you create, for example, if it's waterfall, you can create BRDs, you can create use cases, or if it's agile methodology, then you create user stories and then process specifications. Okay. So first gathering the requirements. The second step is analyzing the requirements. Now you like separate now what are functional requirements, non-functional requirements. You separate that now. Then the third one is you're going to now whether do you want to create use cases or you want to create user stories. Okay. So that you are doing, that is called as requirements modeling. And finally, you are going to review all the requirements with your team. Okay, with your team in the sense Scrum team, like developers, testers, your product owner, Scrum master. You're going to review the requirements with them, and only then you're going to make sure, okay, these are the proper requirements. Now my developer can start developing if the project is funded enough. Because after you gather the requirements, so there is a process, right? How you will be like, for example, how you do budgeting is very crucial for BA to understand in real, right? In real life, something called budgeting will be there. So you gather all the requirements. Okay, high level basic, you gather the requirements. Then you give something called LOE. LOE means level of effort. Okay. So for this project, it is going to take some 500K. $500K. Okay. So $500K. So that will be that'll be close to some like into 8, say 4 crores or something, okay, in Indian rupees. So $500K. This is my budget, and whether you guys have funding for this, because you cannot give a very like a vague LOE, and once you define the requirements, the developer is going to tell that it's going to take 3 sprints. It's going to take 4 months for do the development. It may be taking like 2 months for just doing the testing, because you have this application needs to interact or integrate with multiple different applications. I need to do proper end-to-end testing. This will take at least 15 days of UAT testing. So you may gather requirements and give a very high level LOE. Okay, budgeting you can give, but after you define the requirements, then you have properly defined all the requirements, right? That's when you will know actually what is the effort for this particular work, how much it will take, how many developers is needed, how many testers is needed, and how long this will be needed. When can we go live with this project? So once you have defined all the requirements, you have to talk with your product owner and then Scrum Master, and they will be doing some calculations. But you can always give your level of effort. So, okay, for BA, this will take for at least 2 sprints. For developer will say this will take at least 2 sprints. Testing team also, they will give their own level of effort. Finally, calculating everything, we are going to give a budget to the business owners. Seeing the budget, they may be like, okay, we are fine. This is a mandate from the state. We have to do this. Approve the budget. Or they may be like, we don't have enough budget. Now what we do? Only then you're going to go to your project manager. Okay, and then your project manager will take a decision whether the LOE has to be reduced or it has to be like, no, we cannot do this without approval. Some projects, just by seeing the budget, they'll run away. They'll be like, no, we cannot do this. This is like huge. Right? Always like software development is going to be very, very expensive. We need to have on-site resources, offshore resources. We're going to coordinate with them. So it will take long time to complete any, like for example, very big projects. It's going to take at least 4 months or 5 months for completing the whole full project, right? It's like building a house. So This budgeting also, as a BA, you have to know. In the interview, if they ask you, you have to say that, yes, I have a little bit knowledge about budgeting. So once we gather all the requirements and defined all my user stories, I will give my level of effort for every user story. The developer will also give, testing team also will give, and we will work with the product owner and the scrum master, and we'll come up with a budget. Then that will go for project manager's review. Once the project manager is like, okay, yeah, this is a good budget, then we are going to submit to the business owners. If the business owner is fine with the budget, only then we are going to start the development. If they are not fine, we are going to drop. Okay, so this is called as budgeting. Very, very important practical. Practically, without this, you cannot submit your timesheet, right? So you need to know. Next is yeah, and also with the resume. So when theoretically now you know all your techniques. Okay, so now how am I going to add it in my resume? So I see all your resumes are very blank in one page. So many people are sending me resume. It's not at all impressive. Like where you, it just shows like where you, give me a second. So everybody is giving your, where did you study your bachelor's, your master's, and your experience and all that. Especially if you are a beginner and you don't have any experience in BA, you have to add case studies in your resume. Okay, you're very new to BA. Add 1 or 2 case studies in whatever domain like you like. Okay, so you add that case study, and then you need to add at least in one page, right? You take one case study and you need to tell them that you have completed all this analysis. I have done SWOT analysis, most analysis, maybe 1 or 2 analysis, and you add the diagrams that you've created. Okay, some BPBN diagram, or maybe this even SWOT analysis, there is a diagram, right, that you can do, or maybe use case modeling diagram that you have to add in your resume. Nobody is adding. All the resumes that I have seen is like plain, like one single page, and you're just giving your like your basic information, right? Like no, with that, I'm sure the resume will not get picked up. You have to tell them that you are a good BA, even though you don't have an experience. You are trying to become a BA and you've shown all your effort to become a BA. Okay, so for how will you tell them? By adding case studies. So you need to add, especially if you don't have any experience as a BA, you don't have any domain skills, or you're starting from scratch. You have to add 1 or 2 case studies, and then make sure you add all your diagrams and your notes. And then this is what I did see in my mind mapping. This is a particular use case. For that, I have drawn my flow charts. This is the flow chart. And then this is the mind mapping diagram that I have drawn. Like this, you have to add information. Okay, don't like add more than 1 or 2 pages. So your resume can be the first page, and after that you can have maybe 1 or 2 pages. You need to add that information. That will really help the interviewer. Like, okay, this person is really, really interested. This person has put in some effort. Even though this person has zero experience, he's willing to learn and trying to become a BA. So make sure you add all these skills in your resume. Okay, all these topics, and then some use case studies in your resume. Okay. So anybody has any other questions till now?
Hello,
Pradipha, what
Pradeepa.
is?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sorry. You can continue.
yeah, Pradipha, can I know about Lean Six Sigma tool? Like one of the recruiter asked, as a BA, you are aware of worked on Lean Six Sigma tool. Is there any particular tool?
Yeah, I have completed my Lean Six Sigma certification. So they want you to get certified, or they want to know only the tools?
Like they have been asked, are you experienced on Lean Six Sigma
Lean
tool?
Six Sigma, right? Tools, right? Okay, let me take that. You can complete that certification, Arvind, right? I'm sorry.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. So it's easy only. It's not very difficult.
Pradeepa, is this required in healthcare also? Because there was one other healthcare person's recruiter. She was asking me, do you have this Six Sigma certification?
The Lean Six Sigma, it can be used in any industry, not only in healthcare. So Six Sigma is nothing but it's like a technique for improving the quality of your work, right? For example, if I have a food industry, okay, a massive food industry, and I'm going to do packaging of the food, okay, frozen, let's say frozen samosas. I'm going to do frozen samosas mass production. It's very different from doing at in a hotel, or very different from doing at home, right? So what are the standard techniques, quality techniques that I'm going to use in order to make sure there is zero error? Okay, so that every box looks same, every packaging looks same, and then we don't have any kind of problems or errors in packaging, also quality, also like everything, like every samosa has to be the same, right? In every package it must be the same. So this is like a Japanese technique, just for to improve the quality, when especially for production companies, like in a Tesla is developed. Okay, so how are we going to check? How are we going to make sure like every car is going to be the same? How are we going to make sure every performance of everything is going to be the same, right? So, but you can also use for software development. Okay, so I'm going to take a tool. Give me a second. Okay, let me share my screen now. Okay, give me a second.
Hello,
So,
Pradeepa.
yeah.
Uh, I'm sorry. Can we connect after the lecture? I wanted to have a conversation with you.
Sushant, right? Healthcare domain.
No, Siddharth. Yeah,
Siddharth, yeah,
Siddharth.
Siddharth. Yeah, so Siddharth, like I have sprint planning meeting at 9, so I may not be able to connect. So can I
Okay.
connect maybe tomorrow?
Yeah, sure. No problem.
So I have to log in at 9. Sorry about that.
No issues.
Yeah, so you can maybe say I can connect tomorrow if that's okay with you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So these are some of the Six Sigma tools, Aravind. So if you want, I can take a class, and I can also tell you how to like clear the certification. Yeah. We have
Yeah.
Cyborg, and then we have different tools. So this will take at least 1 or 2 classes, but I can take maybe a 30-minute session at the end of this training.
Okay. So as we discussed in requirement gathering and also root cause analysis, so these also come under for quality purpose kind thing, right? So this also come under Six Sigma kind thing. Example.
Yeah, so difference between requirement gathering and Six Sigma. Lean Six Sigma is mostly like making sure you have good quality. Also,
Right.
you have like, yeah, you have to achieve quality. Any product you develop, right? Why iPhone is very successful? Because of the quality, right? So how to achieve that quality in any product that you develop?
So
That is where we are.
techniques, techniques.
We focus more on, like for requirement gathering, other techniques, right? We focus on the overall functionality, but Lean Six Sigma is especially to improve the quality. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Does anybody have any other questions?
Yeah, Pradeepa, how can I get in touch with you apart from this Zoom class for any few doubts regarding the resume preparing and all, and other doubts as well?
Yeah, there is do you have that my email ID? I can
No, I don't have.
give me a second.
Could
I
you
can
please
put it.
share in this chat box?
Yeah, give me a second. Are you able to see now in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you,
you can
Pradeepa.
email me, and then when I get time, I can respond. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you.
Hi, Pradeepa.
Yeah,
This
hi.
is Shweta. So I wanted to know, apart from these concepts relating to business analysis, and of course the projects or the case studies as you mentioned, do we also need to like learn SQL like in detail or Tableau in detail? Uh, I mean, the things that I have mentioned on my resume is Microsoft Excel, which is I know very basic, but that is like, I mean, I know that, but apart from that, are there anything? Is there anything that I
Yeah,
need to really?
SQL, I think is very important, especially if you're trying to get into Amazon or different like product based, right? SQL is very, very important. Tableau
Okay.
for reporting you can learn. Just learning these two will take a lot of time, Shweta. Since you're from non-IT background, I won't um, ask you to learn more tools right now. Okay, so even with SQL, right? Like make sure you know like the basics. Also, you know how to do different types of query. If they ask you to write some queries, right, different scenarios, you must be able to write, right? So even in SQL, it can be very difficult for you to crack. That's what I'm saying.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Okay. So, but the basics of SQL, not like going too much into detail about.
Yeah, you should know the basics, and then once you catch the basics, right, you can go advanced level. But especially you're from finance background, it will be very tough for you to learn the basics too. Do you know already?
No, I don't know. That's why, like, if I have to start from scratch, like, I mean, and also like keeping in mind that I would have to work a lot on the business analysis concepts, the core concepts, right? So then basics, knowing the basics of SQL should be the first step, right? Like, I mean,
Yeah, so learn all the business analysis concepts and also domain and everything, and then you can go for SQL and Tableau.
correct.
Yeah.
And also, like, while answering any question, right, asked in the interview. So basically, suppose if it is a theoretical question, I can always like attach any normal case study, and it need not be a case study that I have mentioned in my resume or any project that I've mentioned that I've done in my resume. Is that correct? Like,
If you are able to like correlate and create, let's say you are adding a project in your resume, if you are able to create mind maps or any kind of diagrams for that project, that will be good. That's what we want to see. But if you are unable to do that, then you can go for generic ones. But if you are able to create all these documents for the project that you have listed in your resume, that is going to be nice. Yeah.
got it.
Yeah. So I think one more person.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, hi.
Ma'am, my name is Shakni Kaduk. I'm from Kolkata, West Bengal. And good afternoon, ma'am. Basically, right now I am pursuing MBA for business analytics. So I have a question, ma'am. That is, I want to learn Scrum Master. So I just want to know your advice about it.
Scrum Master, but you've done your MBA in business analysis?
I'm in
You're
first
doing.
year right now. Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. So Sagnik, right? Sagnik.
Yes.
So the problem is Scrum Master, there will be very few jobs, Sagnik. So for example, in an IT team, right, you have like five BAs or maybe five developers and five QA people. There'll be only one Scrum Master for every Scrum team.
Okay.
So the requirement, like the jobs available in the market for Scrum Master, right, it will be very less compared to BAs.
Okay.
But
Compared
you
to
can,
BA.
yeah, you can take both options. Okay, you can learn both.
Okay.
Okay, BA also you
Yes.
can learn all the concepts, and also Scrum Master also if you want to do, you can. But Scrum Master you have to do certifications, invest in all the certifications, right? Like CSM, PSI, those
Yes.
certifications you have to do that they can be very expensive. So, but the job opportunities, right? Scrum Master is going to be very less. Like I told you, the ratio. Every Scrum team, there'll be only one Scrum Master.
Okay, I see. But I got some curiosity for after learning something, after observing some videos from YouTube. So I got some curiosity about it. That's why I'm just asking you for some advice. Thank you,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So, but you can do. So
And
we never know,
yes,
right? If there is a Scrum Master opening, if you're able to crack the
yes.
interview, then it's good. Yeah.
Okay,
We have
okay,
to
ma'am.
get the
Okay.
job. That's our ideal. What's our end goal is everyone has to get the job and enter into the industry so that then you can change
Yes.
your goals and everything once you have familiarity with the situation and environment inside the IT teams. But
Yes.
from my opinion, like Scrum Master jobs will be very less compared to business BA
BA.
jobs. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And
Thank you.
ma'am, one more thing. I want to say you thank you again for BRD and other documentation. You have made the videos on it, and recently I was going through on it day by day and found that you have uploaded these videos, and then I asked you for the Zoom meeting link, and I am attempting this video, and this is really value added video. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. I hope this helps, right? Because Like I
Yes.
said, the end goal is everyone has to get a job. If everybody in this call gets a job, then that I achieved my goal. Then yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. So yes, Pratipa and other people, I'm sorry, like I have to drop because I have to make sure my kids goes to school. I have just 1 hour
Okay,
before I log in. So sorry about that. Maybe we
fine.
can we
So we
discuss
do
this on
have the
Monday? Yeah.
session tomorrow, right,
Not tomorrow,
Pratibha?
on Monday. Monday,
Okay, fine
okay.
then. We can
We'll
drop
catch
me a
up.
mail, right? Maybe
Yeah,
you can
email. You can drop an
respond.
email.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you so
Okay.
much.
Okay. Thank you everyone
Uh,
joining. Happy weekend. Bye.
Thank you, Pratibha. Just last minute, something.
Mhm.
I have dropped you an email. So, if possible, is it possible for you to connect on weekends?
Yeah, sure. I can call you
Anytime.
tomorrow. So I have like a long day today. I have so many meetings today. So maybe tomorrow I can catch up.
Okay, I'll drop you an email with my contact. Please do let me know.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
everyone.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Thanks for joining. Good morning, everyone. So today is day 5, and then we are going to learn about some important um, skills required for a BA. Okay. So we are going to learn about documentation. Okay. What kind of documentation you need to do as a BA. Before we get into documentation, in IT, right? So you have to know what are the different methodologies in SDLC. SDLC means Software Development Lifecycle. So there are like 2 methodologies. So first is Agile and Waterfall. So what is Waterfall? Waterfall in the sense, like I can give you a quick glance of what is Waterfall. So any software product, we are going to develop. First, we are going to do the development, okay? And then we are going to do testing. Okay, so QA means quality assurance. So that is testing. Then you perform UAT. UAT means user acceptance testing. Then the code will be going to production. Okay, so first is development and then testing. Then the final end-to-end testing. End-to-end is nothing but UAT, user acceptance testing. That is our stakeholders, right? Whoever is giving us requirements, they'll be performing the testing. Once they are fine with the testing, they give the sign off, then the code will be going to production. Production means it is to be available for public, for the members. That is, this is the SDLC. This is called as software development lifecycle, right? So you do that. But there are like 2 methodologies that you can do. It is being like before like 10 years, before like 2020, 2012, right? We mostly like we use this waterfall. Waterfall in the sense that is like, for example, you guys like business analysts will go get all the requirements. So that may take about 1 month. And then what you will do is you will be like doing all the documentation. So you'll be creating BRDs, so FRDs, SRS documents, and then all the documents, whatever is necessary for the project. And then you will give the documentation to the developers. Developers till then they'll be very like happy. If you see in India, right, all the developers they'll be like having good time because they are not doing any kind of development. So it's only you are gathering requirements. Till then they'll be having a nice free time. Once so once you gather all the requirements, you made it into proper documentation. So you know what are the requirements now. Now you've given to the developer. Only then the developer will start development. Okay, that will take another maybe 1 or 2 months. So gathering requirements will take maybe 1 month. And then development will be like another 1 month. And then testing, once the development is completed, we will tell the testing team to complete their testing. So system integration testing, that is called SIT testing, system integration testing. So this will be done by the QA team, and maybe that will take another 1 month. Okay. And then finally UAT will happen. UAT will take maybe 2 weeks or something to get the sign off. And then once the business give us the sign off, then we will decide on the go live date, or maybe we will like predetermine the go live date also. Accordingly, we will like make sure we do the gather requirements, adjust all our timelines, and we'll go live. Okay, production, the code is going to production, is available for the members. This is called as waterfall. This is a very traditional method. So in 1990s or in 1987, 1990s, when the IT industry was starting to boom, and like that's when we are starting to get like small products, right? So that time this water we had no other choice. That's we had only waterfall, and we only know this way. This is the way. So we gather requirements. BA will gather requirements, and we do all this paper documentation, and then we will like make sure we give this to the developers. They will do then testing team. This is a traditional method. This is called as waterfall. Okay, waterfall means. Give me 1 second. Why we are calling a waterfall means it is only one-sided. Okay. What is one-sided? So it will just fall from top to bottom, right? What is waterfall? Water will fall from top to bottom. So just only one way. There is no like going back. It cannot go reverse. Waterfall means water is falling like one way. That's all. So business requirements, you're gathering all the requirements, development, testing, UAT, production. There's one lane. So just falling down. That's all. There's only one way. That's why this is called as waterfall. Whereas in Agile, okay, in Agile it is different. So Agile means, I'm going to show you to share the screen. Okay. Now, if you see here in Agile, here this is called as sprint. Okay. So for example, you get the requirements, then you have the design, then development, then testing, then you UAT testing and deployment, and then this is post-production validation. Everything will happen in sprint. Sprint means it's usually in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks. Okay. So what you'll do is, so this will happen in sprint. Everything will happen in cycles. Okay. And that will be in a very short time, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks. More than 4 weeks, we don't go. Okay. So every week, it depends upon your team. You may be in IBM, your sprint cycle, in your team, your sprint is only 2 weeks. You may be in Cognizant, your sprint time is only 3 weeks. You may be in TCS, your sprint time is only 4 weeks. It depends upon the organization, the client, and also your own team. Okay. Whatever your Scrum Master product owner is deciding, that will be your sprint timelines. So, but usually it will not exceed 4 weeks. Okay. Either 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks. So within this short period of time, now what you have to do is you have to do everything. So you will gather requirements, you will create a user story. So in Agile, it is called as user stories. And then within this particular 2 weeks, right, your developer has to develop, your testing team has to test that feature, that user story. And then we are going to like UAT, you have to complete UAT, everything, review everything, and the code will be going to production. So in 2 weeks, the business owner will be able to see some kind of like functionality in the production environment. So that is why this is called Agile. Agile means continuously it is changing. Okay. Waterfall, I have told you. How is that waterfall? Like top to bottom, this is one way. So you have to complete the gathering the requirements, only then you can start development. You have to complete development, only then you can start testing. You have to complete the testing, only then you can start UAT. You have to complete everything to go to production. Whereas in Agile, it's not like that. You are creating something called user stories. User stories means it's like something viable product, okay, minimum viable product, something like a functionality which can go to production in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. This is depending upon your business owners, your own team, your scrum master, your project manager. If 2 weeks is like quite like you think it is a very short time, for 10 days it's a very short time, then you can go it for 3 weeks. But it is all like everybody should agree for that. Okay. Mostly we have 3 weeks and 4 weeks. In my organization, we have it as 4 weeks because 2 weeks is very short time for it. So it's going to be very stressful for our developers to develop something and fix something. And then if you find bugs, then you have to like immediately fix that. So we go for 4 week sprint. But 2 weeks, like for example, we in Facebook and all, they're rolling out new features like every week, right? For example, you take all the product based companies, their UI, everything, like every week there'll be like if you see their UI, right, there's something new will be popping up. So for them and all, it's 2 weeks is fine. But for some organizations, like 4 weeks. Okay. So you need to understand the difference. Now waterfall is slowly dying because this is like You go, you give order, and then after 5 months you see some product. This is not something I wanted. Okay, for example, you want to build a house. You call the architect. You tell them like, this is what I want. Then he does the designing, and you're not seeing anything. And then after 5 months, you come and see the house, and you're seeing the house, and you're not impressed. You're like, this is not what I want. That is going to be waterfall. Whereas agile means constantly something. For example, the builder is building the living room. You're going and seeing the living room. You're like, fine, yeah, I'm fine with the living room. Then the builder is building the kitchen. Then you go to the kitchen. You'll be like, okay, yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine with the kitchen. So this is like bits and pieces. You are doing some kind of like we're going to take chunks of development, and then we are going to make sure that it's like completely done, and then you're going to show it to the business owners. They're going to approve, and that will be going into production. That is called agile. We are doing it only for the past 15 years, and then now like most of the companies are following agile methodology. This is what we recommend, because we want the business owners like to be with us. Like if you are in agile, like constantly you'll be interacting with the business owners maybe every week or something, because they have to do the UAT and all, so you'll be constantly involving with them. It is a little bit of pressure too, but waterfall, we have a lot of disadvantages, because this one the budget can exceed, because we don't know how much effort it is going to take. And finally, during UAT, some business owners are like, this is not what I expected. You have to redo everything. So there is a lot of cost involved, a lot of disadvantages in waterfall. But some government organizations, they still follow waterfall. They're fine with it. Some research organizations also, they are fine. They don't want to adapt agile. But mostly like the famous Fortune 400 companies, right? Mostly everybody is agile. So any doubts till now? Agile and waterfall, please let me know.
Hi, Pradeepa. Mani this side.
Hi.
Pradeepa, when we are doing the documentation in waterfall or agile, we are preparing BRDs, FRDs, and SRS, these kind of documents, right? What is the difference between when we are working under waterfall? What is the difference in the documentation? And when we are working in agile methodology, what is the difference in the documentation? Like in agile methodology, we use user stories and use cases, but waterfall, we only use use cases. In hybrid methodology also, what is the difference in these documents? What are the structure will change in the BRDs and FRDs and FRS functional specification documents? Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so that's what we are going to learn today, right? See here. So in waterfall, right, I can give you 100%. We are not going to create any user stories. So user stories means that is only for agile. Okay, so here we create BRDs, FRDs, SRS, RTM, this requirement traceability matrix, and then SIT, system integration test plan, UAT test plan, and lesson learned document. Whereas in agile, right, we are going to like focus only on user stories. Whether we'll create BRDs, it depends upon like how many teams you are interacting. For example, all your systems are only internal. Okay, so for example, you have 4 systems to interact. Give me a second. I'll take that documentation. So we have 4 systems, okay? If you, for example, you're working for a client, okay, let's say you work for Bank of America and you have a project, and in that project, all the 4 systems are going to be internal Bank of America's teams, okay? You're working with internally. Then agile is fine. I mean, like user stories is fine, because everybody will have access to your Jira board. So this is your Jira board, okay? Because you are internal. So this is the Jira board. And then I can create user stories. For example, I go here, I click here, then I click on user story. Okay. Then for example, I'm going to have something like login functionality. Okay. I'm going to add all my documentation. I'm going to create a user story here. This is a user story, right? So this is the user story. And if you see here, I'm adding it to the release. Okay. It is in the backlog. Backlog, if I'm able to see, if you're see here, there are lists of user stories. I'm going to create that. And if I provide this link, okay, what's the number of this user story? For example, I take this user story is FJT10. Okay. I provide this number to someone. If they are internal to Bank of America, they'll be able to see the story, right? Anything. The internal, I can give just this link and they'll be able to. So, yeah, so here, if you see here, this link, right? This everybody can see, because this Jira, when you get, if you, when you go into a project, or if you're hired, right? The first thing they will be doing is, the very first day, they'll give you access to this Jira. So when you are hired by someone, and that particular team's access also you will get, for others team's access also you'll be getting. So if they share some Jira number, for example, here you have, right, FJ, see here, this is the user story number, okay, FJT10, FJT14, FJ15, okay, these are the sample user stories that you've created. This can be seen by other Bank of America's IT team, okay. So you have a pricing team, you have maybe underwriting team, and maybe you have member portal team, you have like check processing, something like, there are different teams, right, inside Bank of America. I'm just saying for an example. They'll be able to see this. In that case, you need not create BRDs, because everything, like whatever system that you're going to interact, they'll be having access to your user stories. For example, I'm going to integrate with a vendor. Okay, vendor, maybe an IBM vendor. Let's take an example of sending account details. So I have a system. Okay, I have Bank of America is there. Bank of America, what they do is, they need to send letters, right? They have, for example, like when you have like maybe account statement, okay, every month credit card statement, they have to send in paper to your home address. So now what they want to do is, they want to outsource that printing to IBM. Okay, IBM has their own printing vendors here. So what Bank of America thinking is, this is too much for us. We don't want to handle this printing. What we will do is, we will send all the members' data. For example, this member has to get this information, or this member has to get this account's information. If they want paper, they can go paperless. In that case, it will be in email. But if they want in paper, then that like what is the last month statement, everything has to go to that member's address. Now they want to like just outsource that printing factor. That's the letters and then logos, and then member details, member's first name, last name, member address, and everything, especially current address. Like that, they want to send information to that member's address. Then we are going to outsource that to the vendor IBM. So in that case, IBM doesn't have access to your Jira, because they're external entity. Okay, so they don't have access to your Jira. Then how am I going to provide requirements to them, even though it's agile? I cannot be creating user stories for them. That's not my work, right? I'm a BA for Bank of America, and I'm scheduling a call with IBM, and they are maybe they are agile, they are waterfall. We don't know, and we need not know also. They have to like finish their work in that particular go live date. That is what we are expecting. So now in my case, I have a Jira ID. I can create all the user stories for my team, but if I share it with them, they don't have access. So what will I do in that case? In that case, that only then I need a BRD, even though it's an agile. In that case, I need a BRD, because they are external vendors. They don't access to our system. Okay. So in that case, I have to, for example, here, this is a real project. You see here, this is New York State Department Health. That's the real project. Okay. This was done in 2012. Okay, 2012. So if you see here, what they've given is table of contents, introduction, and then what is the business purpose, who are the stakeholders and everything, project diagrams. Then you have assumptions and constraints. Then you have business requirements. Business requirements means like what is, for example, for this project, right? What are the different kind of requirements? But they have also added user stories. Okay, I'm going to go there. So for example, here. So we're going to give the purpose of this document. This is nothing but this is New York Health Insurance Exchange. I can show their yeah, this is New York State of Health. Okay, this is the department. For this is like a government-based project. So what they are doing is, so I will also show you the requirement, what they want. Okay. So the purpose is like this New York Health Exchange system, health benefits exchange, right? they have tie-ups with multiple, like backend, they have tie-ups with multiple health plans, this insurance availability programs, like with different insurances. But this is like one portal from the state. From the state itself, they are giving this kind of portal. Like member can do enrollment, all the like Medicare, Medicaid, anybody can do enrollment, but backend, right? They are interacting with a different, like for example, different Department of Financial Services, and then Department of Health, a Department of this National Association of Insurance Commissioners. So all these agencies, right, will support this New York Health Exchange website, and we are going to integrate. So that's the purpose of this project. So what we are going to do is I'm going to show this project in detail in tomorrow's class. For today's class, what we're going to do is I'm going to just tell you write the BRD, that's fine, and you write all the user stories and all the business requirements and everything. But there can be in some cases where you have to incorporate user stories in that also. For example, here, if you see, we are drawing the project diagrams, we are writing assumptions, we are writing constraints, we are writing all the risks. These are the business requirements, business processes. So we are writing everything, but we are also writing the user story. So that's what I'm going to go. Let me take that.
Sorry to interrupt you, Pratibha. Basically, my doubt is that it's a default thing, or as per the requirement, we need.
It's like a very unique to your project only. I cannot define that like waterfall, it has to be only BRD, or agile means only user stories. We cannot tell that. Depends upon your project, what they want. So when you put it in your resume, you just say that maybe one project I did waterfall, so I know how to create. So what the interviewer wants to know is whether you know both the things, okay? Whether you know to write BRD, FRD, SRS documents, also whether you know to write user story. That's what they want. And mostly the interview will currently mostly the hiring will be for agile only. So you instead of you can tell I know how to write a BRD, but mostly they'll be looking for user stories only. That's for sure. So when I'm clicking here, you see for the same project, right, they are written user stories too. Okay, if you see here, as an exchange administrator, I want to create a process to receive the Medicare managed care MMC plan data from the Department of Health so that I can make the plans available on the exchange. This is the annual load of Medicare and Medicare care data. So this is one user story. So this is a combination of, because many people are asking me these questions, whether if it's waterfall, if it is only BRD, or if it is agile means only user stories. Yes, agile is of course user stories, but you cannot tell that I want only BRD, I don't want user stories, because right now, practically what we are working is, we may create a BRD for the vendor. For example, in this scenario, we may create a BRD for the vendor, but in the document, in the BRD document, we will also add, these are our user stories, like how they have added here, right? So like this, we will add. So for in our team internal to Bank of America, this is the user story number. Okay. This is the JIRA ID number. This is the name of the user story. And I'm going to write the description and what category and whatever it is, just to document everything. And from our perspective, what are the user stories that we have worked on? Also, from vendor perspective, like overly end-to-end process. So you cannot be saying like only BRDs, only agile stories, user stories like that. It depends upon your project, whatever you're going. This is a real-time project in 2012. This is for New York State project. This, you see, that's why I'm taking a real-time one, so that you need to understand.
Okay, and one more thing. When we are following the agile methodology, we are preparing the BRD document. In the BRD document, we write requirements along with the user story, or as per the client requirement, we will write both, or only write the requirements, or we use user story for separate document. How does it?
So see, that's what I want. So for example, a brand new project comes to you. Sometimes there is no need to write a BRD also. If they are all internal, okay, internal to your company, they can directly click on this and view, right? So in that case, you can just send an email to them, or maybe create an epic. For example, I click here. and then have an epic. Epic means under this epic, I can tie all the user stories. I create one epic, for example, automation of claims. Okay. Automation of paper claims. Okay. So I create one epic. Under this epic, I can attach all the user stories that whatever for that particular project. So I create an epic. Epic means high level. So okay, so I'm creating an epic. Okay, so epic is very, very high level for one project. Okay, under this epic, I can create all the user stories. Okay, I can attach all the user stories. For example, it says link issue. So I can, if I link the issue, I may be like, for example, it is relates to, then I find all the user stories. So login functionality, link it. Okay, then I click on link issue and then relates to, and then I have another story, link it. I have to. So you can create one epic. Under that, you can all the user stories for that epic and share this epic to your business owners because they are all internal business stakeholders, right? So for that, you no need to create any other document. You can always share one epic in an email and then say that this is the epic. Under this epic, you'll be able to find all the user stories for my team. Also the status, you need not ping me every time. So whether it is to do in progress, for example, whether we have started that user stories, whether it's in progress or whether that user story is done. So all that they need not ping us. Okay, so just seeing the user stories, they'll be able to understand whether what is the progress for this particular project. So you can share that. If they are internal, you can share it through email. There is no special documentation here. But if they want, can you give us all the they won't ask you because they will have a storyboard. And for example, like the business owners, right, they may have a Jira board for them and they're going to just link this epic to their Jira board and so that everything is automated. So we don't want to do anything in paper money because we don't want the documentation to get lost. Okay, because one business owner you can email them the document and then nobody is aware of the document. You are a BA, you create all the requirements, maybe all these stories, and you put it in a document, you send it through the email. It's going to that person's email ID, and then nobody is aware of it, right? When he leaves or you leave, then that information about the project is gone. We don't want that.
Yeah.
We want everything to be in the board, actually.
Okay.
So if you leave or someone else leaves, when a new BA comes, when a new business owner comes, they are aware of, okay, this is what was done in last 3 years or last 4 years. So these are the work it was done. Cool, they'll get a review and then they can go on with a new enhancement or something. We avoid doing this Word documents and all because, as I said, we don't want the information to be lost.
Okay.
So yeah, so if you but you have to tell in the interview, like if they are going to ask you these type of questions. Do you know what is BRD, FRD, difference between BRD and FRD and SRS, and how can you show me an example? Or they may be like, can you write something for me? Like they may ask you, depends upon every interview, right? But you have to know as a BA, you need to know these are the very basics documentation skills that you need to have. So you need to know how to write a BRD, what is table of contents, how a real BRD will look like. This is a good project document, and then I can put this in chat also. So for example, if you want, you can take a, I've added in the chat. Okay, so please take a look at this document and then
Sure, and one more question, Pradeepa. Suppose you are assigned to a new project and then you are in a discussion, initial call or a second call discussion with the stakeholder. When we are interacting with the stakeholder and identify what are all possible requirements, do you follow any kind of framework, like kind of technique is there for all the entire project in one level of framework? By taking this framework, I'll go each and everything step by step, and then I'll I'll close all the requirements in one go, like that. Any kind of framework is there?
You're asking about like this wireframe. No, usually like in my experience, whatever we have done right, I will tell you practically what we do. Practically, what as a senior BA, what we do is we use all the techniques, we gather requirements in my project, right? So we gather requirements, we write user stories, and then like I have to be constantly in. I'm not saying like overall this is the requirement, because why? Because I am representing only one IT team. Okay. So that is like work of a technical project manager, whether all the requirements are done, that are not like a technical project manager has to do. So I am responsible only of my team, right? So there can be like 3 to 4 teams maybe there. So I'm not responsible for that overall like drawing diagrams, whether every requirement of from every team is being completed, that I'm not doing. In my case, these are the I have a 4-week sprint. So these are the user stories for current sprint. And for example, there is a go live in, for example, like September 1st. Okay, till September 1st, these will be my user stories. These are the developers who will be working on. And currently we have a Memorial Day holiday, we have Independence holiday, and then my one developer is going on vacation. So we plan all that, but I'm not on a project level whole, like everybody's requirements. I'm not taking care of that. I'm only taking care of my team requirements. So that will be under this epic. Okay. So as I said, I create an epic, I create all the user stories. And then in the sprint planning meeting, we have to decide what are the essential user stories for the next sprint, for the next 4 weeks. What are the user stories that we have to focus and we have to complete? And then we go on for the next set of user stories. We focus on that, we complete. And the third set of user stories, system integration and implementation user stories, and we complete that and we go live.
Okay, perfect.
You got
And
it?
then
That's
Pradeep, I got you, Pradeepa. And one more point, Pradeepa, if possible, can you able to show me 1 or 2 requirements by writing, by taking any kind of small project, 1 or 2 requirements only.
like
How
how
do you
to
analyze?
write.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can show that. Like tomorrow, right? We will start creating some user stories, and then maybe I can take a small use case, and then I can tell you like how to create user stories, epic user stories, and everything, right? I can do tomorrow.
And then the framework I mentioned, no, in the discussion, I gone through one framework. That's the reason why I'll share it with you as well. The framework, maybe it may be helpful to you as well. Someone shared to me.
What is the
I'll
framework that you're talking?
Framework is a popular framework. Popular framework. P means process, people, and then objective. O means, and another P is the process flow. And then likewise, abbreviation is there, and each and every alphabet, there is some sort of list of
Oh,
questions are there.
the framework name itself is popular framework.
Yeah, name itself. See, it's a customized framework done by someone, and then I gone through that thing that presentation, and then I am asking you whether in your past experience have you gone through frameworks like that kind of frameworks like that. I'll share it to you in
So
in
yeah,
the
you can
chart
share it
itself.
with me. Yeah. That may be a new learning for me. So we are not doing it. So for ours is a very fast-paced. I mean, like we have very quick, like 4-week sprint, right? So usually, like in my everyday to day-to-day responsibility, that's what we do. So we get an intake request. Okay. So intake request also
Yeah.
they will be on this Jira board only. So for example, someone is like creating a task like we need a new automation on this particular project. So they may create a request or they may ping me also through email stating that Pradeepa, we have a new requirement. Can you please can I call you or something like that? They may approach me because they know we are the lead BA, so someone would have given contacts and all. So they come to us, and then we usually have a like first one-on-one, like a very short call with the business owners on exactly what they want, and then what is the requirement. So high level requirements. I used to sketch down all the high level requirements. Then I will be like, I have to go to my project manager and then say that we got this intake request, and then so first thing I'll be asking is it funded? Without funding, we cannot do anything. Is this funded? Is it approved by the state? Or like some are the compliance issue, like some compliance rules are there, right? So everything I'm going to ask them. Then if they're okay with that, then we had funding is approved on all on a very high level. Then only I'm going to start scheduling the requirement gathering call. So first call will be only like one-on-one with like a very key stakeholder or a staff VP or a director or someone on a very high level, right? Leadership level. They're going to, on a program level, they're going to approach me. And then I'm going to start, okay, I may be like, okay, for this, we need to have 4 to 5 teams, or for this, we need to have this particular vendor, or maybe for this is like brand new, this is a brand new project, this is not something like existing. Then what should we do we have a technical project manager for this particular project? So all that we have to do, and then we have to schedule. But everything, whatever you're doing, it needs to be in the Jira board, because your timesheet has to be tracked. Even if it's like 30 minutes or 40 minutes, you're spending some time with the business owner, you need to have that as a task here. For example, click create and then task, and then you can say that requirement gathering call with.
Yeah, share that image, Pradeepa. Can you please have a look now?
Like this, you have to create the task. Okay, what did you say? Yeah, let me. Yeah, I'm able to see that. So it's called as P for product and people, O for objectives and options, P for process flow, U for user interface, L for life cycle events, and then A for algorithms, R for risk regulations and reports.
Yeah.
So this is called as popular framework. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So this is on like on a project level you're talking, right? Like on a like on a high level you're talking, like what is the framework?
high level. Yeah.
End to end. Yeah, we are going to do. Yeah. I've never heard about this. Sorry, Mani. I've never heard about this. I've never worked on these frameworks. Mostly like I worked on the whatever I'm teaching you, right? That's what I have worked on, like all these analysis techniques, and then
by seeing this framework, I can correlate the questions as well. And then I can get some idea about in all dimensions, not only one area. In all dimensions, we'll cross question ourselves. We'll get the requirements list as well. What kind of questions we can place in? Suppose if we are working for a healthcare project, suppose if we are working for another finance project, what kind of situations, and then where could be the possibility of asking questions in terms of risk, in terms of reporting, in terms of algorithm calculations, and in terms of a process, who are the users, and then what is their ages as well, and then which domicile they are looking at. All kind of questions are populating to our mind, and then eventually we'll ask the question to the stakeholder. So we'll get the requirement gathering in a very short span of time. I can say that.
Yeah, so we are just looking from each and every perspective.
Yeah,
right?
I'll share you that thing, the entire video. You can have a look on it.
Yeah, okay. I think our call is going to be cut. Okay, can you guys join back? Okay, so the other documentation that you have to be working on is like in Agile, right? Like the sprint planning document, sprint retrospective document. Yeah.
Otherwise, Pradeepa, if you allow me, I'll run that video now itself, so that everyone having a clear-cut idea about this thing, no? How the requirements will take care of the requirements in entire project.
Oh, sorry. You cannot hear me? So I'm just describing.
We thinking like you're searching for something or
okay, sorry about it. So I was just saying that Confluence is what we are using in our organization. So here for all the documents, we just use templates. Okay, I go and click on templates. Here you have all the documentation like default templates. So if you're a beginner, and then if you don't know how to do the documentation from scratch, then you're going to go with this one of these templates, right? For example, like meeting notes, I use. Meeting notes means like you go for a session, and then at the end of that, you have to send the meeting notes to everybody, right? So you just like, instead of doing it in Notepad and then again writing an email, you can just like do it here, and then you can share this link with everybody through an email. Or if you want to do something like brainstorming session, okay, you're going for a brainstorming session, instead of writing all this Word document. So I've already told you we don't want to do it in Word. Something you do, we want that to be in Confluence or Jira in this board, because when you leave, that needs to be there forever. So we always recommend writing everything in Confluence and Jira. So yeah, so what is the facilitator? It'll be your name, participant's name, brainstorm date, and then brainstorm planning method, and then what is the agenda, and then what are the outcomes, summary, decision, everything. You write everything here, you publish and share that link with all the stakeholders. So that's how we do documentation. Practically in our project, we use only tools. Okay, we are not using so much of Word documents. We want everybody to use only this Confluence and Jira. Also, there is one more tool called ClickUp. That's an AI tool. So that also I can say. But defaultly, I'm sure 100% if you're going to put Agile in your resume, you need to know very well what is Jira, what is Confluence. I've already made videos on this, so please go and watch it. In and out, I've made a video on what is Jira, how to create epics, how to create user stories, how to create tasks, what's the difference between user story and epic and a task, and what is Confluence. In Confluence tutorial, I have told you how to create diagrams and how to, for example, there are different apps here, right? So you can always like integrate Confluence with all these apps. So I'm going to explore more apps. I click on explore more apps. So I'm going to write here Glyphy diagrams. So I have Glyphy diagrams. So I'm going to click on Glyphy diagrams. So for example, this is like you can create all your process flow diagrams here itself. You need not use this Microsoft products, right? So I write a requirement in Jira, I do all my documentation and Confluence, then I integrate one of these apps in Confluence or Jira itself, and here I can draw all my diagrams. For example, I can draw all my UML diagrams and also all the diagrams, process flow diagrams, all the diagrams I can draw here. Okay, so I can integrate everything. So everything is in one place now. So somebody views your user story, right? They will have like complete information about what is this user story, what is the Confluence link for this user story, and what are the diagrams for this particular user story for this particular epic. So they will have everything in under that one user story itself. So for example, all the flow charts, all the UI wireframes for web, desktop, and mobile apps. So all the last class we saw about BPMN, right? So all the workflows, UML diagrams, everything can be done by this Glyphy. It's free. So if you want to like practice more diagrams, means this Jira, the Confluence, also Glyphy, all the three are free for some time. I think for only for a month or something, it's free 30-day trial. So if you want to like practice just by using your email, take one sample email ID, then create an account in Jira, Confluence, and also make sure you try Glyphy also, and then take a use case, one or two use cases. So what you do is you create a user story or create everything. Okay, create an epic, create a user story, create a task, create a bug, and then have it in your backlog, and then go to Confluence, and then in Confluence, please, this is also free. Okay, so get the Confluence, and then you add all your documentation. So create all your sprint planning document. So this is the sprint planning document, and then something like assume that you're doing some analysis, create the brainstorming document, sprint retrospective meeting document. Like this, you maybe some project documents, you create that, and also make sure you download this Glyphy also and start using this, create some diagrams and all, so that when you put it in your resume, at least you have some confidence, like, yeah, I know how to create a user story, I know how to create a documentation in Confluence, I know how to draw diagrams in Glyphy diagrams. So that confidence you will have. So these are the tools that you can say. So but you can also add as Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Visio is basically is a licensed one. So I think you may, it is expensive. So I don't recommend Visio. Instead, you can do Gliffy. Gliffy, you have a 30-day trial period. So you can always practice. Okay. So these are the documents that you have to create, and when you add it in your resume, please be very specific in your summary that I put all these words. Okay, BRD, business requirement document, functional requirement document, systems requirement, integration, RTM, requirement traceability matrix, system integration, test plan, UAT, user acceptance test plan, lessons learned document, sprint planning document, user stories. I know how to create epics, tasks, bugs, defects, defect tracking, that document also. And then sprint planning document, review document, sprint retrospective document, all this document I know. On the tools, you can always add all these tools. Okay, Jira, Confluence, Simplify Diagrams, Microsoft Word, Excel, PowerPoint. Visio you can add, as I've told you. This is a licensed one. So if you want to add that, you should have experience. Otherwise, don't add it. Otherwise, you can see videos on how is Visio, and then maybe you can add it then. Then I'm going to tell you an exciting one called what are the AI tools for creating BRD. So I found something called ClickUp. Okay, so ClickUp is nothing but, so this is an AI tool for generating the BRD. So I'm going to log in. I'll stop. So yeah, I have logged in here. So this is inside ClickUp. This is an AI tool, okay, for creating the BRDs. Okay, so we have, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go on Docs, click on Docs, and then create document. Once in create document, I'm going to go for generate template. And then here I'm going to give it as so it is writing it for me, right? So I go here, I'm clicking on the AI writer. So I'm writing like business requirements for claims management system, and it is giving me a few requirements. See here, it's writing it for me. Okay, now it is stop writing. So you can always use this also. This one I have found like yesterday. I have not used this, but this is one tool which is now in the market. So if you want to add this in your resume, like this is the tool for AI. So I know in AI, like they want something like upgraded. Recently, what are the tools you have used? Do you know about AI? Have you like incorporated some AI products in your work? Something like that. If they ask, then you can always use this product. Okay, so you click on documents here, then you click on that, and then you want to generate a template or something, then you can always say that.
You are on mute, Pradeep.
I'm just waiting for that to end. Okay, create user stories.
So these kind of AI tools can be used in for official purpose, or we have any restrictions to work on?
Usually your own, like your organization, right? They will have their own AI tool.
Okay.
Like whatever organization you're getting, right? Maybe the top 10, definitely they have their own system. So you may not be aware of their names, but you can always say that I know how to use an AI product, so that they'll give you access and you can do it.
And apart from that, like as we came across like AI tools. So if we are not aware of AI tools or like to create like BRD, FRD, so the companies will be following will be given any reference of the templates we need to follow accordingly, or by our own we need to
No,
write.
nobody's giving you training, nothing. Let's be real. Like nobody's giving you
No, no,
nothing.
no, no. No, it's not like training, I mean to say. Any template we need to follow, like old templates, according to that, or we need to prepare by our own, or that I mean to say.
So
not
that depends
training.
upon your team, right? Whether they're willing to help. So you can ask them, but we don't know whether they're willing to help. That depends upon your colleagues, your BAs, your developers. They can show you some kind of links. Usually what they do is they show some links and then you should be on your own. So they won't too much KT they don't give. Yeah. The very first day, like they give you all the access and then they want you to be like prepared within a week or something. So within that, like how much ever you can talk with your colleagues, maybe review all the documents and then you get a fair idea. But I'm sure like nobody is going to sit and train you. And this is the template I want, or this is what I want. They are not going to tell you. So you have to like really do observe and then find out like maybe like even you have to be very professional. Don't bug them. So because then they'll think that you are a fresher, you don't know anything. So just observe and then whatever you know you do. And then please go review all the documents and Confluence also. So what is the format and also you have to learn by yourself and by observation.
That's
They won't tell you, so that's for sure. And they don't provide proper KT also, that is for sure. So they want you to be really quick. They want to pick up things very fast. So you have to be really prepared. The first 3 months, you have to be really on your toes and you have to like observe very well. Okay. So yeah, I think that's for today. I have to leave. So by tomorrow, I think Mani, I'll give you like maybe 10 minutes so you can teach us all about this popular wireframe. Okay.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, hi.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Shakrik. Ma'am, I have just one curiosity. The thing is that did you use ClickUp for documentation?
Yes, ClickUp.
Okay, okay. Then, ma'am, did you ever feel that you have to modify something after preparing a documentation from
Yeah,
ClickUp?
of course. It's giving like very
Okay.
plain, generic template. Whatever is in
Yes,
in internet only, it's like picking up and giving us.
yes, yes,
So
yes,
at
yes.
least it's like doing the search for us. Instead of we doing the search, it's doing the search for us, right? So it is giving
Yes.
only plain like template, but we have to do after that. Like we have to do it. Yeah, it will not. It's not going to give you everything for you.
Pradeepa,
Yes.
I have a small doubt. In finance sector, do we have any templates like while preparing the functional requirement? Companies will provide the specific template to prepare the requirements for functionality.
For finance, no, I have never worked in finance. I'm all about healthcare.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know about anything finance. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, all my experience, right? I was in healthcare, so.
No worries.
And sorry, ma'am.
Yeah.
Through Glyphy diagrams. So we are going to use process flow diagrams. Am I right?
Yeah, you can do any kind of diagrams through Glyphy.
Okay, okay. And I want to know one more thing. What would be the simple difference between Confluence and Jira?
So Jira is for creating all the user stories, where Confluence is like only for documentation. So you cannot create user stories in Confluence.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Okay, and one more thing. When I am going to use Epic, in summary, we choose Epic, and then I realized that it's a kind of set of user stories.
No. Epic is very high level. For example, I'm automating something that it's like a heading. Okay, under heading you have multiple like small thing user stories. So one user story is what minimum viable product. Okay, I can develop something and then I can go live in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks. That is a user story. Okay. For example, login is a user story that my developer can develop that, test that, and we can go live.
Okay, ma'am.
That is user story. But whereas automation of something like very high level under one Epic, you can have multiple user stories.
I see. It's like a tree that root is one. Okay, I understand. Okay, thank you. And one more thing, that is for user stories. Is it like something that I am making understand the values of something to customers? Clients. Like this.
Yeah. So what is a user story? User story is nothing but one minimum viable product that can be developed again, developed, tested, and it can be like going live in a particular span of time, in a very quick span of time. Otherwise, you cut down that one story into a 2-user story.
Okay,
So
ma'am.
if I'm not
Okay.
able to develop a requirement in like 2 weeks or 3 weeks or maybe in 4 weeks, then that's not a user story. Now I have to make it as 2-user stories or 3-user stories. So whatever I'm
Okay.
able to develop, any functionality that I'm able to develop, test, and I'm going to, I can go live in that short period of time, that is called a user story.
Okay, okay. It's like the principle of just in time, JIT rule. Is it like this? Okay, okay.
Right. So
Okay.
if you take a requirement, business requirement or functional requirement that cannot be done in 4 weeks, then you can cut down into multiple user stories and do it.
Okay, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you everyone for joining. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, so I think we are good. So today is day 6, and we are going to learn about a case study. Okay, so this is like a practical case study that I'm going to teach you, and I need actually like 10 volunteers. So I hope we have 10 people in our call. So what we will do is, so I'm going to give you roles. Okay, so let me explain what is a project. The project is called as electronic medical records. So electronic medical records, in a sense, like example, it's like okay, so let me take a sample of an electronic health record. Okay, this is a software. So there are multiple in the industry, right? We have multiple like softwares, that EHR software is available. So what this software will do is like, for example, like I have a hospital. Okay, in that hospital we have like 10 gynecologists, and then we have nurses, and then we have billing team, and we have a whole group of like staff with me. Okay, now I'm the owner of that hospital. Now what I have to do is I want to automate things, right? I don't want to do it in paper. So I don't want to like spend time in developing a software on my own also. Okay, I have a hospital. I want some software like this where my staff will be able to like schedule. So I'll have a receptionist, and then I have a medical billing team, coding team, then my nurses will be there. So for everything, right, I need a software. So for scheduling, for charting, and even for the patients, whoever comes to our hospital, we give them a login and a password so that they'll be able to see all their data, their test results, and they can schedule online also. So I want a software like this. That's why in the US, right, we are if you see, this EHR software is very, very, very popular. And there are like, you can do e-prescription, you can send prescriptions from the hospital directly to the pharmacy and all. So this software is very, very, very famous here. This is done by this, like for example, if you can see the clients here, primary care doctors, urgent care doctors, and physical therapy, ophthalmology, dermatology, like there are gynecology, like there are so many, like all specialties, right? They are able to use this software. This is one of the softwares that I'm showing you. Like this, we have n number of products in US. Okay, so and this depends upon like why, like the cost, right? For example, like get a free quote. So what they want your number, your email ID. If I'm from the hospital, I own a hospital, then I give my number here. I want to like tell the requirements, who's going to use this software, and accordingly they'll be giving a quote, and how many patients will be accessing this software. If there is any like issues, then what is the support they give. Okay, so we are going to develop this kind of software. Okay, so the project that we are going to do today is we're going to develop this kind of software, and we already have a OpenEMR software that is available for us to test. So that's why I went with this OpenEMR. So if you see here, this is a fully working EMR, like electronic medical record software. Okay, and they have given us the link for testing. Give me a second. they have given the demo link. Okay, so if I'm able to click here, for example, if I'm going to click on the patients portal, if I'm going to click on that, they're asking for a username and a password and an email address. So I'm going to already I have taken up. So I'm able to log in. Okay, log in and see from I'm using the patient credentials. Okay, so I'm able to see here, for example, as a patient, what kind of documents I will be able to see. And if I want to, for example, I can schedule the calls. So if I go to my profile here, right, I'll be able to see my profile. So what is my name? What is my date of birth? This is all example they have given. Okay, what is the address, and what are my primary providers, and what is my occupation, my employer name, what kind of insurance I have, policy I have, first name, last name, middle name, and who is actually owner of that insurance, whether it's me or my husband, and their name and everything, employer details. This is my primary insurance details and secondary insurance details. And I'm going to, for example, if I want to schedule appointment, right, my appointments, I'm going to click here, means let me schedule a new appointment. I'm able to see request new appointment. Okay, let's see how do I request my appointments. I go to my dashboard. Okay, these are my medications. Now my appointments, schedule a new appointment. Oh, so I have to call them. I have to request, in the sense I have to call them, and even though it is showing schedule a new appointment, I have to call them because it's not giving access to their calendars. Okay, so my messages inbox where the doctor or nurse has sent me some messages. Okay, so this is a project that we are going to do because this is a fully functional software. You can use it as your case study in your resume, or if you want to add it in your resume, like if you have done one of the healthcare projects, you can try to do this. So what I want is, I need some 10 people. So we're going to I'm going to be the business owner who's going to give you requirements for this software. Okay, so I want 10 volunteers, and I'm going to choose 3 people are BAs, 3 people are developers, and 3 people are testing team, and then we need 1 scrum master, just to mimic that we are an IT team, and how to gather requirements and how to make it as user story. So once you gather requirements and how to convert into user story, and if you want to create more user stories, so this is a very big software, right? We have if you see here, yeah, this is member patient portal, but they have credentials for, let me go to their homepage. This is documentation. Okay, why am I not going to their homepages? I'm already inside their authorization module. Okay, let me take their homepage. So what will happen is you'll be able to yeah, this is the page I want. So from here, right, you want to create user stories from an admin perspective, from a physician perspective, from a clinician perspective. Clinician means nurse, someone staff like that, and then accountant perspective from a billing team, and from a front desk perspective. So all these, that's the user stories we want, because everybody is going to have their own unique what can admin can see, the receptionist cannot see. What a physician can see, the receptionist cannot see. What an accountant can see, the other people cannot see, billing information. So that will be very unique requirements. And then we have to make sure that, and also for patient portal, right, it will be very simple. They can see only their own records, they cannot see others' records, whereas the physician can be able to see all the patient's records, and an accountant will be able to see all the billing records and everything. So we have to make unique user stories according from the access level, right? So your user stories will be differing. Like for a physician, your user stories will be different, and for the receptionist, your user stories will be different, and from the patient perspective, your user stories will be different. Of course, the link, whatever they're giving for the for all these people is going to be the same link. But this is for like for if you see patient portal, right? There is a different link. But the users, we are an IT team, so we have to like for us the goal is like this needs to be a fully working EMR or EHR software where like our clients can do medical billing, they can do accounting, and they can do patient portal, and we should be able to support them. So we'll have a production support team. And what ideally we want, this is actually a real software, but I mean, I'm telling you, this is actually in the market. So if you want to buy, you can actually chat with them, and then you can get a quote also. So if you see, if I click on, you can see here, this is a real time. So I'm going to like show you on how long this project was there. This project, right? If you see the release, right? Release means sprint timings. Okay. The very first release was in June 2001. When we say release, it's sprint. Okay, maybe 2 week sprint or 3 week sprint, we don't know. So it is like very first version on in June 2001. Okay, from there, then like the next release was in enhancement was in 2002. Then every year they're having some enhancements, they're adding something new. And then like for example, if you see here, they are adding like a lot of ESR certifications, 26 languages, 30 languages. They're like enhancing the software like more, right? Then if you see on Feb 20, 2022, they are doing some kind of they're doing some user interface improvement, patient form improvement, patient document template form support. So they're doing a lot of like critical security fixes. They're doing enhancements here. Okay, so here also support for fully integrated telehealth module. Telehealth means like through calls, right? So the patient is not coming to the office, in the doctor's office. They are coming, they are doing a video call, and now a doctor is providing some prescription. Okay, or prescription, or it can be anything. They're just taking the calls. That is called as telehealth modules. So that we are doing in 2021. And then we are doing, like, for example, COVID came, they are doing some vaccinations, schedules and everything in 2021. And so they are doing a lot of enhancements here right now. The last enhancement was the version 7.0.2, November 15, 2023. If I click here, they'll be telling like what are all they did. They did some support improvements. They did FHR, improvements, fixes, API improvements, clinical usage, lab fixes, billing fixes, insurance claim fixes, patient dashboard prescription fix. They did a lot of fix in last version. So this is an existing software. This is a real-time software, and anybody can, if I am a hospital owner, I want to get open EMR, I can ask them for a quote, and they'll be able to like support and tell us like how much it will cost. Okay, so we are going to develop this kind of software. So develop in the sense, we are not going to do the coding part because we don't have the coders here. But I'm going to teach you on, if suppose we are developing this from scratch, what as a BA, what should you do? And how are you going to gather requirements? What kind of documentation you have to do? What kind of user stories you have to do? And how you to test all these functionalities? How to create, for example, for admin, how to create a test plan. For physician, how to create, like for those scenarios, right? All these scenarios, how to create test plans, and how we are going to do user end-to-end testing, completely end-to-end testing, how we are going to do, and how we want to make this product go like. So this is a case study that I'm taking because many people, you guys don't have a proper case study in your resume, and if you don't add a real-time working software like that kind of case study in your resume, it's very difficult for your resume to pick up. Okay, if you want to show your actual experience, then add this as a case study. Okay, you can say that I don't have any experience, this is from my training, and this is a case study I worked on, I created all the user stories, I created all the diagrams. Like that, you can add the case study. Or if you want to add this as a sample resume, a sample project in your resume, just from this, you can add this like you worked on this, and then, but you need to like answer properly. If you worked on, that means end-to-end knowledge you need to have. Okay. So are you guys okay with this as sample case study?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So what we will do is, so I need some few people, right? Yeah. So I need 3 BAs. Who wants to be a BA? Just give your names. Who can, like, for example, like share your screens and all, right? Because I may ask you to show the user stories and all. So be prepared for next 2 days. I may ask you to share your screen. Siddharth, are you ready? Yes. Okay. Siddharth is ready. Okay. Okay. Next is Pratibha. Okay. I'm just seeing the chat, guys. If you want, you can answer, or you can put it in the chat too if you're not comfortable raising your voice. If you can add in the chat too. I want one more BA. Who wants to be BA? So BA should create the user stories for me and show it here. Pooja? Okay. Okay, Pooja. And then we need 3 developers. So developers will not have so much work here. So all you're going to ask is like a few questions on like how I need to code this, like that kind of questions. So mostly you'll not be doing any kind of documentation. You'll be just questioning the BA. So who want to be like developers? Anybody, any volunteer? Otherwise, I'm going to pick names here.
Yeah, Trupti.
Tripti. Okay, and then anybody testing? Who wants to be a tester? This is like you will not be doing any testing. So we will create test plans for you, but I'm just adding you as a tester. So I need one name. Abhinav, are you okay? Just put in the chat if you're okay. Abhinav, yes, okay. Abhinav. Okay, and then one Scrum Master. We need one Scrum Master who's going to lead all the status calls for us, like tomorrow and day after tomorrow. We need someone who can lead the status calls. Sagnik can be a Scrum Master, Sagnik.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, now Sagnik is going to be our Scrum Master. Okay, so we are an IT team. I gave the name like the champions. Okay, so we are a Scrum team. And then I'm going to be the business owner. So I'm going to give you requirements. So your team, we have the BAs are Siddharth, Pradibha, and Pooja. And then developers is Tripti. Then we have only one tester because, okay, let me change this to one development tester. Then one tester is Abhinav. We have a Scrum Master. Our Scrum Master is Sagnik. Okay. Now we got this new intake. So I'm submitting the new intake. Okay. In Jira, what I do is this is your Jira board. Okay. So I'm creating a story for you guys. Okay. What I do is I go, then what I do is I create and I pick. Or maybe I can create, I don't know what to create, right? I'm a business owner. I'm creating a task or something, a user story. So I'm saying that I need, this is how they will do. I need a EHR software for my hospital. Okay. For my hospital. And then they will not know how to write a user story. I will tell you what's the way to write a user story, but this is from our business owners. They don't know, right? So they're just writing. I need a EHR software for my hospital. And then experience criteria is this story is complete once I have a fully working EHR software. Okay. That's how I'm writing my acceptance criteria and also description. I'm creating it. I'm putting it on the board. And then what happens is it's on the board. Okay. It's on the board here. Okay. Now, what happens during your sprint calls? Okay. There'll be a sprint review call. Okay. In the sprint review call, so this is in the sprint review. Since we all follow agile methodology, so in the sprint review call, our Scrum Master, right? Who's our Scrum Master? Sagnik will come and tell that, okay, we got a new request. That request is like for automating the all these healthcare records. So I want someone, all the BAs, I want a lead BA, like maybe all the 3 BAs. This is going to be a huge project. So please speak with the business owner. Okay, business owner is Pradeepa as the business owner, point of contact. Please contact her. This is the email ID. She has submitted a request and start scheduling calls with her. On a high level, if you are able to gather the requirements, then like we can, you guys have to create more user stories. Okay, the Scrum Master is giving you instructions. Scrum Master or product owner, anybody can give you. Okay, whoever, in some project owner will not be there. In some projects, Scrum Master will be there. Okay. I mean, like all the projects, Scrum Master will be there, but product owner may or may not be there, depend upon budget. Budgeting, right? Sometimes if there's a tight budget, then we don't have a product owner. Okay, so now Sagnik is giving you instructions, and in our team, like we have Siddharth, Pratibha, and Pooja. They are going to be our lead BAs. Now they have to Siddharth, Pratibha, and Pooja. What you're going to do is for the very initial calls, you three guys are going to be in the call, and you're going to ask me questions. Okay, you schedule the call with me. Now, randomly ask any questions with me. Okay, so I'm the business owner. You got an intake request. Now, one of you start asking questions. Okay, so you are a BA. You're very excited about starting this project. So whatever questions you want, you ask me. Then I will say how to ask and what you should not ask and how to ask. Okay, Pradeepa, you want to start? Pradeepa.
Yeah, Pradeepa.
Yeah. If this is the very first call we have scheduled, okay, so you can throw me some questions.
Okay. So yeah, Pradeepa. So do we have any already existing EHR for your hospital or any document that you already have so that I can refer to?
Yeah, right now everything is in paper. We don't have any kind of software installed for our hospital. So everything is in paper. We have a room full of everything paper files for all our patients, existing patients.
Okay.
But we don't have any kind of the actual working, any kind of software in our office.
Okay, fine. So you want this to be as in software for the members where they can supposed to log in and check their health records, the patients.
Yeah, so I want a software. I have a team. I have a whole I have 4 physicians. I have 4 nurses, and then I have 2 receptionists, and I also have a medical billing team, 2 of them who are coding all everybody's charts.
Okay.
So in total about and also patients level, right? Since we have 4 physicians, 4 gynecologists. Overall, the existing patients would be somewhere around 100 to 200 patients are there. They are with us for a very long time. So from in my office, at least 15 people should be able to use the software. And members, right? I have at least 200 members.
Okay. So what are all the details that you want to be displayed on the user interface
Yeah. So from main issue we are having is scheduling, right? So patients are calling all the time and they want availability for all these physicians. So it is very difficult for us to track everybody's appointment and when they will be on PTO, when the physician is not available, rescheduling, and some people want to reschedule. So we have a very tough time during this appointments. Okay, so that's the first thing we want to focus on. You want all the physicians and nurses, their calendars to be integrated with a particular software, so that the receptionist or the admins, right, we should be able to see all the patient's schedule. And then when the patient's call is right, we should be able to give an exact slot, or we should be able to tell them that for this particular day, this physician will not be available.
Okay. So you need a software where patients can log in and schedule the appointments online.
Right now, in first phase, right, we don't want the patient to schedule. We want the receptionist to schedule. And
Okay.
once, like after maybe like we will see how this works, and maybe after like 2 to 3 months, we want the patient also to do their scheduling by themselves.
Okay. I think I'm pretty much done, Pratibha.
Okay. So with these questions, what have you got? What is the idea you get?
Yeah, I mean, it's an internal software that has to be built for the particular hospital, where the receptionist, majorly the reception will check the appointments and then call the patients and then inform whether the appointments are there or not. So accordingly, rest of the, employees also they can access to it. But later we can do the enhancements where even the patients can also log in and schedule their appointments. But that is in second stage. But initially, a software where the receptionist can able to schedule the appointments.
Okay, you got that appointment, that module, like you think that is the first thing you're going to work on? Appointments. Okay. Okay, good. Okay, next we want who's the other BA? Siddharth. Siddharth, do you have any questions for the business owner? Please ask.
Yeah, I mean, basically from this software, like how do you like want it to be in its start like implementation phase? Like, how soon do you want this to
So right now
be?
we are in end of May. So we want some time in August first week. Is that possible?
I mean, we would definitely would like this software to be implemented as per the deadline. But I know at this moment we need to get in touch with my team and get an understanding that is this feasible or not.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you
so
have any other questions for me?
As per the data discrepancy goes, like where are the points where you feel like the patient data or any other record data should not be, visible or, as per when the patient data logs in, So what kind of data you feel should be very private and, secretive as per
Yeah, so we are
this
going to
software?
follow the HL7 standards. Okay. So HL7 standards and HIPAA standards. So in that standards, what we're going to do is like the receptionist should not be able to see billing information. The receptionist must not be able to see patient's diagnosis or anything. So that's the first thing. They should be able to see like only member's first name, last name, insurance details. That's all. They should not be able to see any kind of diagnosis or anything. All the receptionist can see is members like primary details, members first name, address, phone number, primary insurance, secondary insurance, all the insurance details. And from the physician schedule, they should be able to see when this physician is available and whether this physician is on PT or not. Okay, that's the we are going to have limited view for the receptionist, whereas the physicians should be able to see all the data. They should be able to see all the lab results. They should be able to see like their past history, what kind of diagnosis they have. So physicians can see everything. Nurses can see everything, and lab results can be seen only by the nurses and doctors. Lab results should not be seen by the receptionist. And medical coding team and billing team can only see the patient's charts. Okay, and they are not supposed to see any kind of other information. For example, they will be able to see only like from a coding perspective, what is the patient's chart and how much they need to get billed, and only that much they should be able to see. So these are the three requirements we have. So we need a module for receptionists, and we need a module for the physicians and the nurses, and then we need a separate module for medical coding team.
Great, great. So these are the two important questions from my end.
Yeah. And the patient, right, they should be able to see only their information.
Okay.
Okay. Do you have any other questions for me?
No questions from my end.
Okay, thanks, Abhinav. So the next BA is Pooja. Pooja.
Yes, so I understand that most of it was everything on paper basis, and you want to digitize it now so that the appointments and all has to be done. So most of the questions are asked by my fellow BAs. What I want to check is the previous historical data you have. Do you want that to be also added in future, or
Yeah, so we want, earlier, right, all the paper records that needs to be scanned and should be available online for the physicians to view the past history.
okay, okay. So the historical data has to be integrated.
Right.
Okay. Also, I wanted to know what is the main reason you want to digitize now?
Yeah, we have a very
Only
limited capacity for like scheduling all the appointments, and we have a huge customer feedback saying that every time they are online calling, okay, they have to wait for at least 30 minutes to get my reception going, right? So they're getting frustrated, so we want to avoid that.
Okay. Okay. I understand the goals. That's it from my end.
Okay, Pooja, thanks. So other people, like, do you have any questions? I don't want you guys to lose the opportunity to ask any questions to the business owner. So do you have any questions for the business owner for this project as a BA? Sagnik, any questions as a Scrum Master or a BA?
Hello. Oh, ma'am, I am Scrum Master, so
So yeah,
that's
no, you
why.
can ask me also. Like if you have any questions, BA also you can ask. This is like you
Okay,
get
okay,
practice. Without this, in interview, you will be struggling. If they ask you, what did you do?
okay, thank you. I am thinking. Ma'am, hello.
Yeah, hello.
Ma'am, I would like to ask that which websites or what are the threats of this of your company?
Threads for what
okay,
the
yes.
software. Yeah, so we have a very clean like the HIPAA rule that needs to be established. So we are working for New York. Here the mandate is like you're not supposed to like leak data, right? So these are very, very sensitive data in our system. We have SSN numbers, and then we have health information number, for all the patients. We have sensory diagnosis for all the patients. So we are going to make sure that this application, whatever you are developing, right, should be like have highest security and performance. Also, we are going to make sure that, you need to make sure that there is no data leakage happening anywhere using the password and everything. No hacking, nothing like that.
Okay, ma'am, I got it.
That's the security concern we are having, okay? Because everything is going to be online now. Okay, that's a question you have.
Yes.
Okay, good, Sagnik. So yeah, so a pretty good job, right? So for the very first call for the business owners, they are able to understand like at least the basic questions what we need to ask the business owners. For the very first call, this is fine. But on the second and the third call, now you have to, like as a BA, right? What as a lead BA, you need to understand like one of the functionalities that Pratibha covered was appointments. Okay, so from
Hello,
the
ma'am.
yeah, can you hear me? Yes.
I'm sorry for the interruption. I got one question in my mind that I would like to ask that you in your company there are so many users. So I do believe that there are some prime customers, gold users, or what can I say, gold customers. So I do ask you that is there any seasonal basis thing like in January the person number of percent is um, an amount like XYZ, but in November or in October there is huge
Less.
differences between the numerical numbers. So,
Right. Yeah. So in November we have
okay.
Thanksgiving. So and also December we have Christmas holidays and New Year, right? So from November 15th till the end of
Yes.
December, we will have less
Mhm.
appointments because people are on vacation, they are on holidays, and also our physicians will be on like major holidays.
Okay.
Yeah. So from January again, we will be able to see a lot of crowd. But from November 15th till till January 1st, our physicians also will not be available and we have less crowd, okay, in our office. Okay, so
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
okay, great questions. Okay, so now like Pratibha covered on the one module called like scheduling appointments, okay, but we have other modules also. So scheduling appointments is one of the like for the business owner, this is one of the primary concern, okay. So yeah, so she asked questions about that. But the next module that we have to cover is from the from the physician's perspective. So they are able to schedule appointments. The patient is coming to the office. Now the reception, what happens now is the receptionist, right? She needs to make sure that she gets, like she's going to check in. She needs to check in, okay? Check in the sense like she's going to ask your insurance details. She's going to ask your um like your driving license. So for example, a few things she's going to ask. She's going to ask your driving license, okay, DL. Then she's going to ask your insurance card, okay. And then she's going to once she verifies everything, and she will check whether you have any copay. Copay means something amount that needs to be like paid for your insurance. So for example, your like for the gynecology visit, if the copay is $25, so you have to pay that also. So you give your credit card, you pay that copay, then and you're sitting on the waiting room. So you're just waiting there. Now what happens is the nurse comes, okay. So that check-in message, right, when she checks in, right, internally the nurses should get some alert that this person is already checked in. That feature also we want to do, okay. If they check in, the nurses and the physician should get an alert saying that this person has checked in. So because otherwise we don't want every time coming and checking. The nurses, they don't want to come and check back and forth. We don't want to come and check whether this patient has already checked in or not. We don't want that. So we send an alert. Once they check in, the nurse should get an alert that this person is in the waiting room. So the nurse comes first. The nurse is going to like do your measuring your height, your weight. So basically your weight, she's going to take care of your BP, and maybe she's going to ask you like whether you have any concerns. So what is the reason for today's visit? You're going to say, this is my routine checkup. This is my annual checkup. So I'm just coming for my annual checkup. Okay, then she's going to be like, okay, wait. And then our physician will be there in a few minutes. So next the physician comes. Physician, now I want the physician to do everything, not in paper. Take notes in your software, in the OpenEMR software, right? I want the physician to take notes there, not on the paper. Okay, I think this call is going to end. Please join back. Sorry about that. Okay. So what we have to do is physician has to come to your room. Okay. You or your wife's room, let's take a scenario, because gynecologist, I don't want the boys to be left out. Okay. So you're going to the gynecologist with your wife. So they're doing everything for your wife, or if you are yourself are going. So the physician is coming to the room, and then they're going to ask you, okay, hi, hello, good morning. How are you? This is Dr. Maybe Patel, and I'm going to like I'll be your gynec today. So can you please tell me what is happening with you? So you'll be like, yeah, I'm fine. I'm doing great. So I have no issues. I'm just coming for my annual checkup. So I'm going great, doctor. So he has to take the notes. So I want the notes to be taken in the OpenEMR software. Okay. So people use a lot of software. There's something called Epic software. You would have heard, that's a very famous software. This software was actually created by a woman. She's a very popular, one of the, I'd say top 10 or maybe top 20 richest human being in the world. Okay. So she She's an engineer, I think in 1980s or something, she developed this Epic software. Okay. So we have many softwares like that. We have Epic, we have OpenEMR. Like I said, now we have like too many softwares, but initially the very first software was called as Epic. It's still being used in some urgent cares and all. If you go to urgent care, you'll be able to see. So like a black screen, the physician is able typing something, right, in the very old coding language. So they don't have any kind of web portal or something. It's very old. So that is Epic software. So, but in OpenEMR, if you see the layout is something like this. So the same thing is going to be for the physician. So they should be able to log in. They should be able to get the member or patient's details, and they should be able to add their notes. Notes also. Yeah. So notes in the sense, for example, you're getting like. So this is a routine annual checkup. So if it's routine annual checkup, that doctor is going to do a pap smear test. Okay, check if you have any cervical cancer or something. Okay, pap smear test, checking for cervical cancer. That's a part of a routine test. Okay, cervical cancer. So basically, I was going to do 1 or 2 tests, maybe. Yeah, so maybe check your abdomen or whatever, I mean, like lower abdomen, and then going to do like all the basic evaluation, physical evaluation, trying to make notes in the software. So nothing paper here. We want everything to be digital. So no paper, nothing. And then once, the woman now, she's saying that, no, I want to check my irons now. I feel like I'm very anemic. I want to check my irons now. So she's like, the doctor is like, okay, let me write a lab prescription. Okay, for checking your iron levels, hemoglobin levels. Okay, and they're writing only one lab prescription. I mean, for the labs, for the test. And we have the hospital has their own like labs. So you can go downstairs, and by the time you reach downstairs, within like 5 minutes, this prescription will be in the same software. So that nurse who is available in the lab must be able to pick up this prescription and may be able to draw bloods for you. So you should be good now. Okay. That's what the physician is saying. And physician is like, do you have any questions for me? And the woman is like, yeah, I'm fine. I don't have any questions, and says thank you and leaves in like 20 or 30 minutes. So this is a member visit that we are having. By the time she goes to downstairs from the labs, right, they're going to have this. So that also I want to be in OpenEMR. Okay. So by the time they go there, that for this particular member, that's why we say clinician, right? See here, if we have one of the access we say it as clinician. So less access than physician. Who is the clinician? Clinician can be lab person, they can be a nurse, but they are not doctors, right? They are not MDs. So someone may be working in the labs. So they are less access than physician, but what they'll be able to see in their portal is first name, last name, and only the lab prescription. This person has to have a diabetic test, or this one needs to have a, like for example, like the iron test or something. Only that much that a clinician will be able to see. Okay, so the woman goes to the labs, and then they're able to see that they're able to draw the blood, and they're telling that the results will be available in 24 hours. You need not call us, and it will be available online. You have a login. If you don't have a login, please ask the receptionist. So you should be able to have a login and a password. Please ask the receptionist, and then you should be able to see your test results in 24 hours. Right now it's 10 a.m. Tomorrow by 10 a.m. you should be able to see the lab results in your patient portal. Okay. If they say this, so you don't have a password. Now what you do is you come to the receptionist, you'll be like, I don't have online access, can you give me? And she's be able to generate and give one for you. So because the admin access should be able to give it. If she's not able to do it, okay, receptionist is not able to do it, there'll be some admin there. The admin should be able to generate a username and password for the patient, and should be able to give that, or send it through an email ID or text or something. And after 24 hours by 10 a.m., that patient should be able to get a notification, like either by text or email, saying that, yeah, you have some test results available in the portal. Please go log in and check the portal. Now, the member has to come to the patient portal, and using all these password and username, when they log in, okay, it should be like my documents. When they click on my documents, my messages, okay, something like this, inbox. Right now, nothing is there. So, but some notification needs to be there. And then they should be able to see, for example, medications, lab results. If you see here, lab results is here, no? So from lab results, it needs to be hemoglobin results. It is like now 10 or something. It's not up to the mark. So please contact your physician. So physician also will get a simultaneously a notification, right? They'll be like the standard value is 12. You are only 10. So you need to take some iron prescriptions. We are sending the prescription to the whatever the pharmacy that you have, for example, it's Walgreens. So the address which is nearby your house, like whatever you have given, they should be able to send the prescription online, and you should be able to pick the prescription. You need not go to the pharmacy, the paper, everything is online here. Okay, the physician is sending the a prescription through online to the pharmacy. Pharmacy is able to get that. They are able to process that. They are able to send a notification to your phone number because they're able to tag that phone number, okay, from the physician's office. You get the notification that you can pick up that, and you go to Walgreens, you pick up during like drive-through itself, you can pick up, or you can enter in and pick up the your medication, and then you're going to come back. So this is the software that we are going to work on. So there are other aspects more than appointments. That's what I'm trying to say here. Of course, we are going to appointments is the first thing that the business owner wants, but end to end everything, right? Like seeing all the patient should be able to see all the medications, all the issues, and then all the lab results. And also the nurse is able to process the lab request, and the physician is able to send the prescription request to the pharmacy, and you are getting all the notifications in time. You are getting the lab results in 24 hours. So the software that we are going to make needs to have all these functionalities, and you need to have an open idea end to end, because right now you are seeing the software. Okay, right now you're seeing it. So you have an idea like how it works. But in real scenario, you will be the one who so you have to like imagine hypothetically how the software will look and all. Like you have to like really like bring all your imaginations and okay, this is what they want. And you have to ask more questions in a very professional way. So then the next call, you'll be like, okay, fine. I understand they want appointments first, but what happens after next? So after appointment, what needs to happen? So all these functionalities needs to happen. So what is the next module we are going to work on? So we are going to work for this check-in module for receptionist. And then we are going to work on for this nurses. They need to get an alert. Then we are going to work on physicians login access, what they will be able to see and take notes. Then we are going to work on the lab prescription. So that also the clinician access, right? So that's why we have like 5 different access here. Admin, they might be able to generate the password, login and password for the member. Physicians access, what they'll be able to see. Clinicians, what they're going to see. And finally, like once all the visit is over, the medical coding team, they have to like see all the patient charts. They have to create a ICD the CPT code, and they have to submit to the insurance. You are paid only $25. The remaining $200, the insurance has to pay. If it is approved, that's fine. Usually like annual visits approval, that there should be no questions. But if it's denied, why it is denied, then they have to resubmit and all that. So that the accountant should take care from their module. They should be able to take care. So this is a fully working software. This will take, if I say like today is June 1st, or maybe today is end of May, and then I want a fully working software in August, then this needs to be a very fast-paced project. So you have to really discuss with your developers and say they want the full module. Can we do that? Or we are going by phases? Whether you want to do only the receptionist thing like very first, and then you want to go like one by one. Whether you want to do that, whether the business owner is okay with that kind of approach, or they're like, no, we can wait till maybe September or October, but I want like a fully functional, fully working, like end to end. I want all the credentials for both, all the physician, everyone. We want that. So it's up to the business owner, right? What they want and what is the urgency. And if they only focus on, because they're going to lose their customers, if the customer is going to like call back and they are waiting in lines for like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, they'll be like fed up. Okay, let me search for another hospital. So they're going to lose their customers, right? So what is the urgency? If business owner is like, yeah, I'm fine with just the scheduling options for August. This is like we are losing customers, we are losing our business, we want this functionality immediately. Then accordingly you will be doing that approach. Or they are like, no, we can wait. Then accordingly you'll be like developing your user stories. Okay, so today any questions till now on the like end-to-end this, like for this particular software and how we are going to approach different modules? Any questions?
Yeah,
Pradeep,
Pradeepa.
yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I just have a question. So as you discussed all these now, so initially I just asked questions on the scheduling the appointment. So I'm just wondering, in real time, will the business owners be the persons who will discuss in detail like what they want, or is it our responsibility to shoot the questions more and then understand what they really wanted? Like,
Yeah, they will not know because they are non-IT people.
mm-hmm.
They are from the clinical side. They have zero knowledge about IT,
Okay.
how software development works. So that's why you are a lead BA. So you need to throw them questions. For that you need to understand the like whatever I
Data flow.
described, right? Like how this data is flowing, how the data is flowing from how the data needs to flow, right? From calling to how that billing, right? How the data is flowing in this entire system. For that you need to have an idea end to end.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, someone else was.
Yeah, so basically, when we say we need to know the data flow from end to end, when I'm like as a BA, when we are going and asking for a project from the scratch, there also comes into integration with other systems, right? So
Yes.
how do we approach it? How do we get an understanding of that? That this particular system will be connected to what other systems?
So for that, you need
Best
to have so this is like from scratch, we are building this. Okay. So for example, like this we are building from scratch, but I also told you that the paper documents needs to be scanned and loaded into the system, right? That is one approach I told. Like someone was asking, like Pooja was asking, like what about the previous documents? You want that? So that one we cannot do because ours is not a OCR technology, right? This is just like scheduling system, EMR or EHR modules, okay? But for scanning, of course, we need to integrate with a third party, something like AWS. Okay, so maybe here if you see it, we have a cloud product. So even like, for example, this software, OpenEMHR, right? They are also a cloud-based product. So AWS market, you have something called OCR process. If you see, you'll be able to see a lot of optical Amazon track. Okay, let me see. Amazon text tract. Okay. So if you see here, this is a OCR project and that Amazon gives you. Okay, so this is nothing but this is an artificial AI product. Okay, so what it will do is if you scan all the documents, it is able to scan all that and it able to send it to OpenEMR and you can integrate these both of these. Okay, so all that your developer has to say, you can always like say like from like a functionality perspective, this is they want. But the developer has to say, no, we are not capable of doing this. This is like very limited capacity. We can only code. This is in C++ or something. I think this OpenEMR, I have to see like the development document. They've given a lot of documents. I have to do research on what is the coding language. I think it is C++. So we have only limited capacity. We cannot do any scanning. This is not an OCR process. So we need an external vendor or maybe integration with a different system so that when they scan, it scans and sends the images so that images are loaded into our system. So now we have to integrate with Amazon text tract. Now we have to integrate with a different OCR process or now because we don't have that capacity. Our software is not having that capacity. So you may have only limited knowledge about your but at least you need to have like what you are doing, you need to have that awareness. But if for integration with other products, right, you definitely need the help of an engineer because where it will become technical, whether you can integrate or not, you don't know. Okay, so you need the help of that engineer. And you can always discuss if it's going to be brand new project, you have to ask the business owners like whether they have any other vendors for printing. For example, if they want, we have everything online, but the member also wants a paper copy of their account, all their billing, right? They want the paper copy. Like they're like, no, I don't want to go paperless. I want, please send me the reminders in paper. So OpenEMR cannot do printing. So what we have to do is we send like file. So this is for this member. We need to send this the last month's billing copy for this particular claim. For the insurance denied this particular claim. So it is patient's responsibility. So we have to send that statement, billing statement to the member's address. So we cannot do printing. That part needs to be outsourced. Printing needs to be outsourced. So this OpenEMR needs to be integrated with a printing vendor. Printing vendor can be IBM, it can be Conduent, it can be like there are so many printing vendors are there. For example, United. There's one nice. Yeah, so there are like different vendors. I don't want to name the vendors here. So, but there are like different printing vendors who can print stuff for us. So what we will do is we will send as a file to them. Member ID, not member ID. Yeah, member ID, first name, last name, and then this person has this kind of balance. Please like send a letter, and they will have a standard letter template, and they're going to send that to the member. So our function, like the scanning, we don't have the capability. And printing, we don't have the capability, but then we have to integrate with other vendors. So you have to know like what is the capability of our software, what our developers can do, cannot do. So for that, an architect, you're talking from an from an architect level, right? So you need the help of an architect or a lead engineer here.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a question here.
Yes.
So when it comes to third party or vendor, is that BA's job to contact, or should we involve somebody else if there's some
Yeah,
request
usually if
like
it is like a very big project, right, you'll have a project manager
Okay.
who'll be doing all the coordination.
Okay.
But if they want you to do, then you should, it's the learning thing, right? If they want you to do, you can also do. Try to contact, maybe there'll be someone called vendor consultant. So you won't be directly contacting the vendor. So in your, for example, if I'm working for CTS will have a vendor consultant, you will contact them. They'll be the primary point of contact for that particular vendor. So if CTS has a vendor consultant for IBM, you won't call IBM directly. You will be calling the vendor consultant. That person will schedule calls with IBM.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I think we are good for today. And then tomorrow, like we will discuss on how to like separate all these modules, create a user stories for all these different modules, and how we can test this end to end, and how we need to go live. And from an interview perspective also, how to answer. If this is the case study that you're going to add in your resume, how to answer this case study. Okay. I think we should be good for today. Okay. Thank you. Thank you everyone for watching.
Yeah,
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
Ma'am, I have a question. Can I ask it?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, basically, I have no experience in BA. I am just pursuing BA as a part of MBA right now. So I have one question that if I am selected as a BA or hired as a BA for a company, what kind of job will be there for me for the initial part?
So if in IT, right, if you're part of IT team, then mostly your day-to-day responsibility will be like someone will be submitting the intake request, and you'll be part of all these requirement gathering sessions. And if suppose like directly they come, so you're doing your MBA, right? So if suppose they hire you in
Yes.
campus and they know you are a trainee and all, then it's different. Okay, so they're going to give you only less work. But if you're going to go directly to MNCs like service based, then in that case they expect you to lead the whole requirement gathering, everything you have to lead, you have to document, and then you give instructions to the developers, testing team, and then you should be making sure end to end you are doing that project. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Do you have any campus interview scheduled for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, when is it?
No, ma'am. Actually, I didn't recognize your words. Can you repeat it, please?
So do you have any campus interview scheduled for you?
Right now, no, ma'am. Basically, I have completed just first year, and now I am in internship. I am completing I am in internship. Actually, I am an intern of a global company. IT company.
Mhm.
And after that, I will try to find a company for business analyst role from off campus.
So in internship, right? Like, are they teaching you all this stuff?
Yes, there is some technical part and non-technical part.
Mhm.
Now, for technical part, they are providing me the lessons from Python, SQL, some database format.
Mhm.
And for non-technical, they will teach me BRT, but I have already learned it from YouTube and from your videos and from other videos. So that is the thing.
Okay, but they're not training you on like one profile.
Actually, training is ongoing.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
So once you are done with internship, when you're trying, right? If you have any concerns, just shoot me an email, and maybe I can before the interview, right? We can schedule a mock interview so that it's easy for you to crack. Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, let's get started. So today is very important training day. We are going to learn about. So we get an intake request like for a software like a OpenEMR, right? Now, as a BA, what you will be doing? The very first step, what you have to do. The first step, what you will do is you will be drawing a process flow diagram, because we want to like show this diagram to the business, and we have to like um get confirmation from them that this is fine. Okay, so let me open the process flow diagrams. So this is how you will draw the process flow diagram. Very simple diagram, but everybody like business owners, when they see it, they must be like, yeah, this is correct. Our data flow is correct, and you please proceed. So the very first diagram, you will draw this in either, and as I told you earlier, there are various tools for you to draw this diagram. You can draw in Glyphy diagrams, you can draw in Visio, whatever is you're familiar, you can draw this. There is no like a perfect tool that you have to use. You have to draw. That's the first thing. So yesterday we gathered like basic high level requirements from the business owners. Now, first step is you draw this diagram. Why we are drawing this diagram? Because the next call with the business owner, you are trying to show them. Okay, so this is from last call, from whatever we got the requirements. From my understanding, I think this is the process flow. Can you please review and tell me, is this okay? And this is not very technical. Okay, this is a like very plain um, process flow diagram. So anybody who can read English will be able to understand. So for example, let me go through the process. So what is happening in the office, in the doctor's office, in the patient intake, what is happening is patient is coming to the office, okay? Patient is greeted, okay? And then patient has an appointment, yes. If patient has an appointment, what are we going to do? We are going to ask the patient to be seated and wait for the doctor. Then the patient is going to the doctor's office. And in the doctor's office, the patient is treated. And the doctor is like uploading all the diagnosis, treatment option, everything in the OpenEMR. And also the patient is giving indications like if for the next appointment, please go to the receptionist. Okay, the doctor is saying you're good, you can go, and someone in the reception will guide you. Then patient is coming, we are getting the copay. And now whether a follow-up appointment is needed or not. If the follow-up appointment is needed, yes. Now the receptionist will be scheduling the new appointment, and the patient will receive an appointment information through email or through text or something. And after the appointment, right, there can be a survey like tell me about today this appointment. How do you feel? Please provide feedback. That can be through email also, and patient leaves the office. Or if the patient doesn't have any like follow up, then they directly take the survey and they leave the office. This is one process flow. And the second one is patient is coming, patient doesn't have an appointment, and it's a walk-in. Okay, walk-in in the sense like they don't have prior appointment, they're just coming in. And so they don't have an appointment. Now we have to check whether doctor, depending upon whether it's a sick appointment. Like for example, in the US here, we have two kind of appointments. One is routine checkup, one is sick appointment. Sick appointment means you are very sick. and you have to see the doctor right now. So in those cases, either you can go to your doctor, the primary physician, or you can go to urgent care, or you can go to emergency care. So let's say, but you're going to your primary physician and just as a walk-in, you don't have any appointment, you're very sick, and you're going there. What will happen is they will check if the doctor is there or not. If the doctor is not there, they have to check the uh, if doctor accepts appointments, yes, then they go to the same thing, right? Doctor is like taking them and then checking them and then they go the process. If doctor is not available, you have to check the schedule and then we have to give an appointment. Maybe we can say that no, today doctor's appointment is completely full, but you can go to urgent care or you can go to emergency room in the hospital, or if you can wait till tomorrow. Then we can have it for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning, the very first appointment, we have an opening. So if you want, I can schedule it right now. It's upon the emergency, right? If it's like abdominal pain, then you have to go to the emergency room or urgent care. Or if it's something like very mild and you can like wait for a day, then you can take the next appointment and go. Okay. So this is the, like a basic process flow for this, like scheduling that module. Okay, scheduling in the sense there can be two ways. Patient can call and schedule, or patient like is coming and through checkout process, everything we are showing it to the business owners. This is a sample I'm just telling. So for every module, if you have time and if you want to learn, if you are going to add this in your resume, so my recommendation is for the next 4 to 5 days, please draw these diagrams, because just by seeing and I'm explaining you will not, like your mind will not grasp it. That's not how a brain works, right? It has to do it with hands. Only if you do it with hands, it will be like subconsciously you will develop that confidence. Otherwise, you will not be able to answer in the interview very confidently because there is no practice. Okay, it's like cycling. You cycle, you fall down, and then like after a couple of weeks, it's in the muscle memory. So automatically, if you take this cycle, you will go. You're not even thinking about it. Same thing. So if you practice for like 5 to 6 days, these diagrams in various scenarios. So this is like only patient coming. So maybe that's the next scenario, like patient once they leave, now what the doctor has to do, write the notes. For example, I have a process flow here for doctors. Okay. Like for example, this is the workflow for a doctor. After they leave, after the patient leaves, we collect their information. We enter in the open EMR, and what we are going to do is we are going to, like, for every diagnosis in the sense, like for example, fever or abdominal pain, all that is called as diagnosis. For that we have ICD. Now the version is 10. Okay, I'm going to write down so that you guys understand it. So in US, especially if you're adding US healthcare in your resume, these are very, very important. So once the patient leaves, what does the doctor do? He writes the diagnosis. Okay, that will be in ICD-10 version. That's a code. Okay, and then he'll also be writing a procedure. Okay, that will be in CPT. Okay, so diagnosis in the sense, for example, if he's a dental doctor, he's doing routine dental cleaning, then the checkup is annual dental checkup. Okay, and then the procedure should be like routine dental cleaning. So they should be, this is what he will write. He will write in plain English. He won't be taking the code. He will write only in English, but the medical billing team, right, they will find the corresponding ICD code because there is no time for him to write. So he has only like a maximum for every patient, he'll be having only like a maximum 20 to 30 minutes, right? So what he will do is he will collect basically all from the physical checkup. He can order the labs and x-rays, whatever it is, and then he's going to add that in the open EMR. He's going to basically add one or multiple diagnosis or procedure code, not codes. He's going to write in English and then leave it in the chart. And then what will happen is there will be a medical coding team for within the office, or they are going to outsource to India. Either two things can happen. If it's going to be a major practice, major hospital, like for example, who have worked in medical coding, they would have known like there are like very big hospitals here, like Mount Sinai hospitals. They're very big, like large hospitals. They cannot handle their coding here. So that's why we have medical coding offices in India. If you see, we have Omega Healthcare and I think Genpact, like there are different medical coding offices in India too. So, but if the doctor is having his own private medical coding team, then what they will do is they will be like, for every diagnosis, if this is the diagnosis, they're going to take the ICD-10 version. Right now it's not in 9, it's in 10. And they are going to put the CPT codes. And then they're going to like create the claims, okay, depending upon whether it's a medical claim, vision claim, or dental claim. I have already, if you've seen my claims video, you would have known that the claims are going to be very different for medical, dental, and vision. Okay, they are very different, 3 different types of claims. Now we are going to submit the claims and to the insurance, and insurance can verify and give us the payment. And insurance can also deny. If you have received the payment, means if there is anything balance, you are going to check with your patient, or if there is anything overdue, you're going to call the insurances. But if the insurance is denying for some reason, we're going to find out why the claim is denied. We're going to fix the denial and then resubmit the claims and repeat until insurance appeals exhaust. So when you're resubmitting the claims, there is like a time limit, or like within how many days we have to resubmit, how many times we can resubmit, like that. So are we going to appeal, or what we are going to do? Or if you have no choice, it has to be billed to the patient, then you have to call the patient or tell them that you have a due because your insurance didn't cover this procedure. Give me a second. So we are going to call the patient and we are going to ask them for to pay the amount. Okay. Any doubts till now regarding the process flow diagrams, like what you have to do? Because you
Pradeepa,
yeah.
I mean, in the initial call with the business owner, if we are not aware of the data flow, I mean, it's not like not completely aware of, but at least if we have any doubts, can we ask in the initial call either with business owner or the solution architect, or how it works?
Yeah, you can ask. That's why we are scheduling, right? So you can take help
Okay.
of the architect, business owners.
Okay.
Otherwise, we have to be like, also depends upon like the way you ask, right? It has to be very professional. Don't ask them like very silly questions. So that can be like, they may think that, okay, this person doesn't have any like basic knowledge about this healthcare system. So you have to do, before you schedule the first call, you have to do like analysis, Google a lot of materials online, so to understand what this can be and cannot be, understand basic terminologies. You cannot go and ask them what is EOB, what is explanation of benefits, tell me what is claims. You cannot ask those such things.
Okay.
Understood. So if you are going there for a doctor like EMR, like, you need to know what is claim, what is EOBs, what is how different the claims can be submitted, what is electronic billing, what is ICD, what is CPT. Like basically, like I told you, right, diagnosis means it will be ICD-10. The version is 10 now. Without knowing all these basic healthcare terminologies, if you schedule the call and if you ask them to like give requirements, you may not actually understand the requirements too.
Got it. Yeah.
So yeah, that's why we don't want to get embarrassed, right? It's because it can be a very high profile people coming for the call.
Yeah.
Like hospital, like staff VPs can come and give you requirements. Okay. Someone reporting to the CEO can come and give you the requirements. So we want to be like very professional, and then as much as possible before the call, please do some analysis and then learn terminologies, and then make sure if you don't know something, if you are thinking that this can be a very stupid question, then don't ask.
Okay.
You can ask it with your developer, or we can do the research. But very first call, first impression is the best impression, right? So we have to like, so when they hear you, when they see you gathering requirements, they should get confidence. This person knows something, and she is very professional. I think she will take care of things. So that kind of confidence, the very first call you should be able to give. For that, you should definitely do the basic analysis.
Okay.
Because when they're submitting the intake request, right, they will give you a few information. You can
Okay.
ask your project manager, your scrum master, and all that.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
No worries.
I have a
Yes.
question.
Mhm.
Yesterday you said that there would be different departments altogether, and everybody would not have all the access that
Yeah.
are there. So how would access be given to each one of them?
That your developer will be like during coding only, he will take care of it. All that you
But
have to tell is like for admin, that person should not be able to see these things like that. You have to customize and tell, but that coding should be done by developer.
yeah, but we'll have to do some process modeling or something like that in order for him to understand what exactly is needed.
Yeah, so let me show you an example. Okay, this is
Okay.
for receptionist login. Okay, a receptionist logging in, and what she is able to see is Rupak, what did you say?
Yeah, I asked you about like how the access be given to each of the department that exist over there.
Right. So let's see here. This is for receptionist login. Okay. So if
Ma'am, you are not audible, I think.
We
Yeah,
lost you
you're
again, Pradeepa. We are not able to hear you.
can you hear me now?
Yeah.
yes, right now we
Something
can. Yeah.
issues with my microphone. Okay. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, now
Yeah,
you're
we can
audible.
hear
Yeah.
you.
Okay. I don't know. Okay. I think it's constantly changing between my Apple microphone and Jabra, whatever I have. Okay. So, okay. So I mean, during the receptionist login, right? If you see, she's able to see the physician's calendar. Okay, Dr. Lee's calendar, Dr. Smith's calendar, Dr. Stone's calendar. So, for example, I'm going to take Dr. Lee's calendar. Okay, so I'm going to like take who else can be the patient. I'm going to do the patient search by ID, and then I'm going to give something, I don't know, maybe 1, 2, 3, whether I have a patient. No. Okay. Phone number, I don't know. I don't have any patient. So maybe add a new patient. Then I'm going to like save. So you need to have a patient. That's the problem. In the test data, I don't have anybody popping up with the numbers. It says no. Click here to add a patient. Okay, I'm going to add a patient now. So patient, new patient. Address is okay. Create a new patient. Not found. Okay, so I need to create a patient. Okay, only then I can schedule an appointment for that a patient. So we have the receptionist is going to have calendar, finder, flow, recalls. Recalls means, for example, if their annual is due, you can always send a reminder like your last year's checkup is, or I mean, the current date it's due. Please schedule for a new appointment. Like that, you can send them through text or email. Then, like patient, you can, if you want to add a new patient, you're going to add it, and then you're going to save it. You're going to add what is their employer status, and who's the guardian, and then what is their current address and everything. And then you're going to create a new patient. Right now it's not allowing me because it's going to be test environment. So yeah, you create a new patient, only then the receptionist can schedule appointments. So if you see here, the receptionist cannot see anything like patients like data. Okay, what she's able to see is only like the physician's appointment. I mean, like what are the schedules, their calendars, and if she wants to find some patient's date, right, that she's able to see, and recent patient's information she is able to see. And for example, we have Phil. See here, any patient data, it's not allowing me to. process anything. Okay, I'm able to see only a few data here, and then visits, current visit and visit history. Reports means from the insurance site, what are the reports, and then you're going to have okay, so like patient, right? Like which there are like if there are multiple hospitals, we are for all the four sister concerns, we are using only one portal. Then also we are going to see like when did they come, and then how many visits they had, what is their history, and then what are the insurances and all. So only like a very few information she is able to see. She's not able to see diagnosis information. She's not able to see procedure information. She's not able to see anything. Other than the only sensitive information she's seeing is the SSN.
Okay. So as per my understanding, we'll have to create separate portals for each of the department.
Right.
Okay. And
So you will.
yeah.
So you are going to name that, okay, provider portal, patient portal, and then front desk portal. All that will be separate modules like that.
And will there be any integration in between all of them?
Yeah, it should be, right? From the front end
Yeah.
perspective, it's looking like only one application.
Okay. So there would be a particular system, individual system, which has all the portals in that.
Right.
Okay. Okay. Now I got
So
it.
the user may not understand the difference, but using the
Yes.
credentials, when they log in, it will be different for everybody.
Ma'am, would you be able to share this link with us?
I've shared. Okay, let me. You want this
Yeah, please do
OpenEMR
that.
demo link, right?
Yeah. So that we can actually create those wireframes and stuff for our future reference.
Let me share. Give me a second. I'm going to take the link. It's called OpenEMR demo.
Okay.
I had a very hard time finding this link.
But this is really very interesting. We'll be able to learn through that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I was like, I need a project. I need a project. I cannot simply tell them in words. So
Yeah, that is easy to comprehend because the other projects are really very difficult in order to understand.
okay, I have added the link in the
Yeah,
chat.
thank you.
Okay, please use
Yeah.
that, and please make use of this link. Okay, because we don't have anything like I cannot create something and show you, right? Because we don't have developers. So
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
so this with so much difficulty I found this software, because I really want to teach you and give you examples. When you're adding something like a case study in your resume, you should have tested something from a testing perspective. You should have tested something, right? So this will be very helpful for you to test. Like you can
True.
log in through receptionist, or you can log in through physician, and you can test all the modules, create test documents for all these modules. And so you like at least you feel like you've worked in a case study. Okay, the next important one is now after finishing your process flow diagram, now we are going to write our user stories. You got a fair idea about the project. Now we are going to create epics and then user stories. Okay, so before we do that, now we have to do something called budgeting. Okay, let me take the budgeting LOE template.
So, Pradipha, budgeting will be done by project manager or business analyst.
So if you want to become a lead BA, right? Then in that case, I'm involved in budgeting for a very long time. So I don't know whether it's different in offshore, but in on-site, right? They will definitely involve the lead BA.
Yeah, because in some of the interviews, like they are asking, do you know about project budgeting? Have you involved or have you done?
Yeah, they
So,
may. That's why I don't know in offshore, I don't know. But here, right, we are definitely involved.
yeah.
Yeah, not the
Yeah.
junior.
Okay, even I was under the impression that it is being handled by the project manager.
Yeah, of course, they will review, but you only will know the like every user story's estimation, right? For example, if you take here, I create a user story. Okay, this is for an example. I create this user story. Only me, my developer, and testing team will know what is the story points. So story points is like how long this is going to take. I have a 4 week sprint and I have no holidays, so I have 20 working days. In the 20 working days, can my developer develop this story? Can the testing team test this story? Can we go live after 4 week sprint? So yes means like so it see you are creating a user story. We never know how much work the developer has to do for this functionality, right? So that's why we have story points. Story points is nothing but so for here, if you see every story will have a story point. So story points means it can be a 1-pointer story, or it can be a 2-pointer story, it can be 3-pointer story, or it can be 5-pointer. It's Fibonacci series. Okay, so there is no 4-pointer story. So be careful in answering in the interview. 1-pointer, 2-pointer, 3-pointers, 5-pointers, 8-pointers, 13-pointers. That's the max we are doing. We are not even going for 13 because if it's more than 8, then usually like we want to split that into multiple stories then. If it's a 13-pointer story, please divide that into 8-pointer and a 5-pointer. Because 13-pointer is complex and we don't want people to take. So for example, to be easier, let's say 1-pointer means 8 hours. Okay. 1-pointer.
1 pointer means 8 hours.
Yes.
Okay.
Someone is taking 8 hours to complete a story, then it's a 1-pointer story in one day.
Okay.
Okay, 2-pointer means 16. Like this, you just keep on adding the work hours. Okay. So we have only like, for example, your team is a 4-week sprint. And for that particular month, you don't have any holidays. So you have 20 working days and you have 2 developers and then 2 BA and then 2 testers. Okay. And then it's not about only this project, right? You'll have multiple projects. So don't just think this is the only project. You have multiple projects. So you have about like now 10 user stories. And every user story is going to be a 5-pointer story. Okay. Then how many my developer can pick? 20 working days. How many points my developer can pick? If it's every day, it's 8 hours. Every point is 8 hours. Can you estimate?
40 hours we have, basically.
Yeah.
5 points. 40 hours and 10 user stories.
Every week or every sprint?
The sprint is of 4 weeks, right? How big is this?
20 days, working days.
20 days. Yeah.
Then for
days.
that particular sprint, how many points can developer take? Each day is
Maximum 3. Maximum 3.
yes, we want to give that gap for him, right? So you take 15 points. 15 like totally we are doing 15 15 points for him.
Yes, yes.
Why we are giving that? We are not taking that in full capacity.
Because he has some other work also to do.
Right, because there'll be new projects
he-
coming
he-
in and we have to attend calls. Also production issues, like for example, new projects calls. And then
He
you
did
have
meetings as well.
right, you have production issues going on simultaneously. You'll have status calls, and then you have sprint calls. Then you have multiple escalation calls, all the calls. Then you have one-on-one with your manager calls. All that is there. So we don't want him to work in full capacity. That's not a good agile technique, right? So we always have to give some. So that estimation we have an Excel sheet, but that's not our work. That's why I'm not teaching you that technique. So like what is the how many for next sprint, how many working days, how many holidays, and how many capacity like how many people are available? Is anybody going on vacation? Is there any like holidays, national holidays? Like this calculation, no, that is Scrum Master or product owner's job. It's not our job, but I'm just telling you. They have an Excel sheet to calculate, and also during the sprint planning meeting, they will tell you for the next release, we have 4 holidays. For example, this week is a Memorial Day weekend. So Friday is a holiday for me and Monday is a holiday for me. So for those days, we are not, that points will not be calculated. So then it will be only 18 working days, right? If there is
Okay.
holidays. Yeah, only 18 working days. Or if it's going to be Independence Day in India, it's even like better. Every month we have a holiday. Yeah. So depending upon that, we want that user stories to be prioritized. We want, like, depending upon our team's capacity. Also, it's not only your project. Remember, there are multiple projects. So which comes first is called as priority. Which comes first is called as a priority, right? So for you, maybe like you can discuss with the business owner and say that we can only like do receptionist module for next sprint because we have limited capacity and we have other projects priority also. We can do only that module. And for that also you have to check with your developer, can we complete all the end-to-end development within that 4 weeks, or like how much we can progress. Can we have only the calendar module and then with just the finder, and then maybe like they can schedule that much, only that much we are going to have, or can we do everything? Can we complete that within 4 weeks? Can we go live within that particular date? So this is like everyone should agree, right? Your developer should be very confident. Your testing team is like, yeah, we can test this. And also your business owner should agree to this decision also. If they say that, no, 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 we want everything to be done. We want it as like a full finished product. I don't want only this module. Then you have to wait because we don't have capacity. So you have to wait for 3 months or 4 months. But still we will be doing agile only, but we'll complete everything. Except that we won't go live. We'll finish all the UAT and all, but it will not go live. All the modules will be completed, and then we will fix on one particular go live date, and we can go live. That's how we do.
Ma'am, I have a question. Oh, thank you. Ma'am, suppose I'm a BA of a company. Now, through Agile methodology, I am creating the user stories. Now, the thing is that in my team, there is other department, like there is a development team, there is a analyst team, and there are testing team. Now, if it is kind of application based project, then there may be some bugs that are given to testers to identify it. Testers already are doing these works, and then they are providing the error part to the development team. So, will be there any kind of changes in the user stories?
Once you find the defects?
Yes, I mean there is a change, and the change is ongoing.
Yeah, so you're telling that you're during development phase, your business owner is coming, you know your requirements?
Yes.
No, we don't accommodate that. That's why I'm saying budgeting is very important. Okay. So for example, I'm not accommodating according to their mood swings. See here. So now, like first initially what we do, I'm creating all the task and user stories for every user story, how much it's going to take. And then overall, what is my LOE, level of effort. We are submitting this to the project manager, and the project manager, like, she's like, okay, how many people are there? I have 2 developers. What is their timesheet? I mean, how much? What is their pay? Whether they're full time, they're contractors, then their billing going to be different. And so, how many hours they be working? And then for this month, what should be the budget? She'll always have that extra, like maybe $15,000 or something, and so we're going to start. So accordingly, she will approve and she will submit the funding. And once the funding is approved, that's why funding is very, very important. Once funding is approved, it means that, sorry about that. Okay. Okay. So yeah, so that's why like we want to get approval. So this is very crucial, guys. You guys have to get approval. Once you define all the user stories, or if it's BRDs, that's totally fine. But we need to get that approval before we start the project. Now there is no changing requirements during development phase or during like testing phase. Like someone has told here, we know agile means like accommodating new changes. We know that, but how much, to what extent? Because if that requires additional funding, then you have to be very smart to tell the business owners that no, this is not told in initial requirement phase. So this will be a new requirement change for us. Okay. So let's say that this open EMR, right? This is what they earlier they requested, and during testing, now during UAT testing, the business owner is coming and telling that no, I want to maybe integrate another facility. Okay, so here we have all facilities. There are like 1, 2, 3, 4 facilities here. And now the business owner is saying that no, we have acquired 2 more sister companies. Okay, so we have to integrate all their data here. Can you add 2 more facilities? You should be like, no, we cannot do that. That requires a lot of work. If it is like small enhancements, that's fine. Something like they want to add a new tab or something like that, then that's fine, because the LOA is not going to differ so much. But if there are going to be like major requirement changes, and so it has to come to a process called change control process. Okay, that process we call it as change control process. Change control process means again they have to submit the intake. Again, we have to review with our development team, our Scrum team, and then we have to like make sure whether this can be accommodated for because then the go live is going to get extended. If they say that no, we have acquired 2 more facilities, we want that to be added, then the go live date has to be changed, because our developers needs work, right? They need to integrate new things, and then we have to test again from the beginning, again SIT testing. So there are 3 types of testing. One is unit testing, that is done by a developer. Then system integration testing, that is done by testing team, or sometimes there is no testing team, you will do. Then UAT, that is by business owners. So all this testing is now completed. Again, you have to do it from scratch for all these new requirements. Then your funding is going to change, and in that case, we cannot like go with that already like estimated go live date. It will be different. But if there are going to be very small changes now, like very few, like very small changes, we can discuss with the developer. They'll be like, yeah, we can accommodate for this current sprint, we can do this with the current sprint go live date itself, then we can add that. But for all this, if there are any kind of change requirements, it has to come through change control process. Defects, bugs, that is different. Defect is like, I'm not, for example, here, I'm not able to add a new patient. It's throwing me error. Okay, if I submit, create new patient, see, something is throwing an error. This is a defect. It should not show me during UAT. It's not supposed to show. I must be able to create a patient and add a new patient here. I must be able to schedule, for example, scheduling. I take schedule something. Yeah, it's only showing me like only few when I add new patient ID. I'm going to add here. There is no test data here. Okay, no records found. I have to give them test data. If I want to add a new patient, it's not allowing me to add. So this is a bug, right? So that defects we have to fix, because it was like part of existing requirements. We have to fix that. But something new, like I already told you, we are adding 2 more facilities. All that cannot be accommodated in that current release, because Agile is very fast paced. It can be very stressful for the developers to continuously adding requirements. It can be very stressful. That's why we have established a process so that we can be very professional. We need not go to every call and fight with them. They are the one who's funding us. Remember that without them funding you, there is no timesheet for you to submit. Okay, remember that. So we have to be very polite with them, and also we are very professional, and then you have to say that I understand your concerns, but we have a process for that, and this will be going through the change control process. So as a Scrum team, for anything like during development, if there is any new changes coming, you have to go through this process only. So I can help you with how to submit the change request and all that. I can help you like this. You have to be very polite and professional in talking with them, instead of like, how can you tell me that you signed off all the user stories, now you cannot tell me what to do. I mean, that's not how the business works, right? So they're giving you a project. It can be a multi-million million project, and we have to accommodate. We are just IT application development, so we are part of the organization. So we have to be very cordial with them. Otherwise, they'll be like, oh, this team, nobody is cooperative. That's the name we will get.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So
one question, Pratibha. Sorry to. So basically, when we are coming across, like in the interview, they asked this question most of the times. Like, you are in the middle of the sprint and you're working on a model, and suddenly they come up with a new requirement, something like that. So in that case, we can give this kind of an answer, or
This is the right answer. This is an existing process we follow in my organization. Okay. Any new enhancements we can take up, but there is a process. So it's called a change control process. We are not denying anything, of course. So you have to submit again the ticket in Jira. If you see here, yeah, submit again. We have to review with our existing Scrum team. Scrum team means Scrum Master, Product Owner, Developer, and Tester. And I have to check with them whether they can be accommodated for current release. If it is like I can accommodate, it's fine. If something like major new requirements are popping up, then the LOE will be different, the go live date will be changed. We can accommodate. I'm not saying we cannot accommodate, because agile means changes.
yes.
Yeah, why this is called agile methodology? Because see, business owners are there and they are not they are not changing requirements, right? It's the situation also, circumstances also. If a company is hiring new products and they have new contract with a different state or something, like we never know from sales perspective what's happening, from customer perspective what's happening. From IT perspective, we only think, oh, this is too much work, they're adding requirements. But we never know in ground level what's happening. In sales, in product level what's happening, we never know, right? So we, from an IT perspective, do not react. That's the first thing I will advise. And then you can always say that, yeah, I have to discuss that with my manager. I'm totally fine with you, but we have a process. Please submit. I have to discuss with my manager and also my Scrum team, and I'll get back to you. Okay, that's the way you will deal this. But my experience, they're constantly changing. They're changing. They may be during UAT, they will change. And we have to accommodate. Otherwise, it will be waterfall. In waterfall, everything is fine. And then at the end of the day, they're going to see that we are going to fix some defects and then we are going to go live. But in Agile, that's why we have very short sprints, 2-week sprint, 3-week sprint, 4-week sprint. So that if there are any new changes, we can say that, yeah, this will take maybe another 3 weeks. Maybe next release, we can accommodate this. And usually they'll be fine. They know we are submitting a new request. So this will take time for them and they'll be okay with that. Something very urgent, or maybe for example, state is giving you fines and someone is going to sue you. There is a very important production issue. So in one scenario, this is a real-time production issue that happened was one of the members in a particular state, right? His eligibility date, his insurance is already terminated. He said, I don't want that. Okay. And then his insurance is terminated. So, but it was not updated in the insurance system. Okay. He already said, I don't want this. This is the last day. Then maybe he didn't pay, I don't know, some case. But it is not updated in the insurance system. So he's going for a surgery and an emergency surgery. Okay. Some abdominal pain, he's going for appendectomy, some major surgery is going there. And then what happens is the hospital is checking for his existing information. They are able to submit an authorization because in our system, it is showing that he's still eligible. Okay. And then what happens is they approve the authorization. Okay. And then the whole surgery is performed. Now, when they submit the claim, now there is a denial stating that he's not eligible for the services. So the hospital is going to sue the hospital didn't sue. The hospital is giving some a $120 and 120K bill, okay, including all that 10 days accommodation, everything. They're giving a 120K bill to the member. Member is now asking, no, I've already told. Yeah, I remember it's terminated, but why did you approve? Because his lawyer is my patient cannot pay this bill. It's too much for him. It's out of his capacity. But the lawyer is actually asking, why did the insurance approve the authorization? That's how they won this case. Because in our system, it's still showing that in our database, right? It's showing that he's eligible for services. That's why we approved his authorization. Now when this is a production incident, now they are asking us to do check on why his termination days is not updated, why his termination days are not updated. So in that particular state, and I'm not telling that state, that in that state it takes about 30 days. After 30 days of termination, only that updation will happen. Till then, he's eligible for the services. So none of the business owners were aware of this particular scenario because they have not had this incident. For that particular state, even if you're terminated today, like 30 days after that date, the patient is still eligible for services. So lawyer is bringing this attorney is bringing this point, and none of the business owners were actually know that this is like something happening in that particular state, and they won the case, and our insurance has to pay that money, 120K. They paid it, they won the case. So we will never know. Business owners are not aware in ground level what is happening. They will not know every state mandate, they will not know federal law. So that's why then if something happens like this happens, then they'll again come to you. They'll be like, termination days has to be updated the same day. Don't give 30 days, except for these few states. And then you have to maybe send a notification to the member in our database for this particular states. If there is a 30-day extension, there needs to be a pop-up or something for this authorization team. Something that will be a new requirement during the development, and you guys have to accommodate. But because there was a something was going on and our insurance has to pay. So this is a major production issue. Business owners are running to your team. They're asking you to do this fix. So in that case, right, we have to accommodate that. We cannot say I cannot do it. We know this is an issue with our insurance, so we have to accommodate that.
In this particular case, this patient was admitted within those 30 days after he received. Okay.
Yes. So our system, in authorization system, it is they approved because he is still eligible, but when during claim submission they denied. They said that no, he is not eligible. Yeah. So then that's why the issue happened, right? Even actually the patient is not aware. The attorney actually, he took points.
But the patient in this case would be aware, like he was aware that he is not covered, right? So he might be having some other
No, they
insurance
usually
plan.
sue so that this 120 can become maybe a 10K, something like that for that. So why they sue the company is like, why did you approve? It's your mistake. It's not my mistake. If I'm not eligible, then you should have never approved. You are like, you understand the patient's perspective. Then why did you approve? We submitting to the insurance. Yeah. Why did the insurance say this is covered? So there is like a gap between this authorization department and claims department. That's what I'm trying to say. In authorization, it is saying eligible. In claims, it is saying not eligible.
But authorization, the physician always tries to get an understanding from the payer's point of view that this is covered or not, right? That's what the authorization happens,
They will
right?
submit
Not this.
any major surgery. They will submit an authorization. They want to know whether this is covered by the insurance.
And when the patient was not covered, since he okay, so but the patient was aware that he is not covered, but when the under prior authorization, it was stated that he's covered.
Yeah, but that's emergency and it's appendectomy. He's in pain. He's not going to like think about whether the authorization is covered or not. All you want to do is like remove my appendicitis. So you have to understand the situation. Okay, patient is in great trouble. He's not going to say, is my authorization approved? He's not going to ask that. He'll be like, doctor, get out of my system, get this out of my system. I'm having a huge trouble here. And he's admitted for 10 days. It's like a major, like appendectomy is like, it can really be very painful. So when the bill comes, now there is then 120K I cannot pay. Now the hospital is like, you have to pay. It's your problem. And then they are like, then he goes to the court, and then attorney is like, for this particular state, he's still eligible. But our business owner don't know that. That's the problem, right? If the claims department should know that, those are the business owners, right? They should know state law.
Okay. Who are the business owners mostly when we talk about in this case, like the particular real life, like in the real scenario?
They will be full-time of that particular insurance. For example, if I can be business for Florida, you can be a business owner for New Jersey. So we are all working as full-time employees for Aetna.
Okay.
So you can be.
Hello.
Yeah.
So we need
will it be a part of him that I have to reduce the gap between the claim and the authorization side?
So the source of truth is some database, right? So authorization is also pulling the information from the some system, and the claim system also is pulling the membership information from some system. I don't want to name the
Yes.
system here. So that should be same, right? That if it's changing, that's how we will find out. So what is
Okay.
why there is not we have a common database or some system. That system should be showing like if there is a bug in the system, that's when all these will happen. Or you don't have a requirement for that particular state after 30 days. For Kentucky, after 30 days, even after 30 days, the member can apply for services. You don't have that requirement for that particular state, then you're going to get into trouble.
Yes, because this is already mentioned.
Already there's a state law, business owners don't know. And during all this production incident, only they'll come back to you, to the IT team. They'll be like, fix this immediately. We don't want to happen this again. This is escalation, right? This goes to CEO level.
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay. So this is
Okay.
a real fraud incident. If you want, you can take this as an incident and tell in the interview. And then tomorrow will be the last day for this week. And as I said, like Friday and Monday is holidays for me. So I'm going for vacation. So tomorrow will be, I'll follow up whatever is remaining. I'll follow up for tomorrow. And then the next class will be on Tuesday. Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
One
ma'am.
more
Thank you
last.
so much.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Pratibha,
Pratibha, last
Sumit here. I
Mhm.
want to ask one question. Maybe you can stop the recording if you want.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get started. So today we are going to learn about the user stories. Okay, today is day 8 and we are going to learn about for this open EMR project how to create user stories. Okay, so first we are going to go with the receptionist module. So this screen, right, that's for this screen only we are going to write the user stories. So I'm in Jira board and I'm on click. Okay, let me start recording. Okay, so I click on create and I'm going to first create the epics. Okay, first epic for this story. So creation of or automation of front desk portal. Okay, so summary is what we are going to do is we are going to write. So there's a format for writing the user story. Okay, as a receptionist, I need to view the calendar tab so that I can schedule the appointments for my patients. Okay, so first is we are telling we want that this calendar, right? This is the one. We want this to be shown. This is the first module we are going to work on. Okay, so what is there here? If you see, it is calendar. Give me a second. Screen. Okay, so as a receptionist, I need to log in first. Okay, so this includes login functionality. So I need to view, right? So first what will happen, they have to log in, and then once they log in with a valid username and a password, they should be able to see this calendar tab. Okay, so what you're going to write in the description is you're going to write like detailedly what needs to happen. Okay, so receptionist um, needs a valid, first number one, a valid username, a valid password. Okay, and then once they view and they should be able to see the calendar tab. So once they click on the calendar tab, they must be able to view the facility, right? For example, if you see here, there must be all the providers. Like for this particular, there can be one or more hospitals like combined together in the same portal, because usually in the US, right, it's all sister companies. So maybe the first floor is all gynecologists and the second floor is like full of labs, and like, so we need to see everything, whether there is a pharmacy, where there is a hospital, or there is a clinic. So all that will be integrated. Mostly they are all owned by the same owners. So they're all sister companies, but the names will be different. Okay, it's a, for example, Christie Hospital, Christie Pharmacy, like that. So we want to incorporate all the facilities and all the providers. So who all will be available? For example, here, Dr. Lee and Dr. Smith and Dr. Stone. It's only these three people are there, and they are the we have to schedule for these three people. So the receptionist has to view the calendar on the left side and all the providers' names and everything, and then they are able to see the calendars and the slots. Okay, from 8 a.m. till, like, if you see, this is like evening 5:45. Okay, that's the last appointment, because 6 o'clock I think it will be closed. Okay, so 3, 4, 5, yeah, 5:45. From 8 a.m. to 5:45. Everything, like every 15 minutes, he has an appointment. Okay. So we can like just click that and we can start scheduling. So once he clicks, that's different. But first, like what the receptionist has to see is first the calendar tab, then finder, then flow, recalls, patient, fees, admin, and all. So what you have to do, if this is a Pega application, I'm just giving you a real-time example. So if this is a Pega application, you have to create a prototype. Prototype means in here itself, like in Pega, you can create a prototype, or you can have some prototype tools also. I can show you some of the tools. So what you're telling to the developer is this is how the front end should be. And this is how, like, the if you click on calendar, this is what it needs to be. Here needs to be that calendar box, and below that we need to have all the providers name and all the facilities name, and on the right side you need to have all the physicians schedules. Like this is what the prototype you will tell, and exactly how he was going to make. There can be a few changes that the developer can add or they can do, but you're going to give an idea of how that UI should look like. And when you create the prototype, right, you have to discuss with the business owners also that this is what you want. They may be like, yeah, I don't want this feature, I don't want that feature. They may tell that, but accordingly, you have to develop the prototype. Especially if you're working with like customer case facing UI perspective, right? This is what um, you have to definitely create that prototype and show it to them. So what you will do is you will create a screenshot. Okay, you will like exactly tell how it is, and you will create a screenshot. Let me share the screen now so that you'll understand how to. So you can use one of these prototyping tools. Okay, there are so many different tools. So you can use one of these tools. Okay, like, let me click here. Okay, you can see here Flinto or Webflow, or you can use Sketch. Sketch is very easy also. And
Ram?
yeah.
We can use Balsamiq also, right?
Yeah, you can use Balsamiq also.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever is easier for you. Just
Okay.
create a prototype on this like screen, okay, UI prototype, and then you need to attach it here in the user story. Just attach it
Yeah.
here, browse, click, and attach it. Okay. Why we are attaching that is like our developer has to have that idea on how exactly like login functionality, it will be the same depending upon the coding language, right? It's going to be the same, the UI is going to be the same, but once they log in, for physicians it's going to be different, and for receptionists it's going to be different. So we are going to give that like vision for the developer in the story itself. So you attach that, and then we are going to we are going to create this user story. Once you create that user story, and it will be, if you see, right, it will be in the backlog. If you go here, if you see, it will be in the backlog here. There are so many user stories. So So if you are able to, if you're creating like 10 user stories, right? If it is in the backlog, it's not your job to like groom it. So we call it as sprint grooming. Okay, let me take a story grooming. Okay, during the sprint review call. Okay, it's called as story grooming. So what you will create the user stories, that's all. Okay, you will just add like the description and also acceptance criteria, that's all, you will leave it. But during the sprint review call, the scrum master and the product owner, okay, what they will do is like they will be grooming the user story. So what is grooming the user story? Let me take an example here. So I'm going to take this one. If the user story needs to have a story point, that's a mandatory. Without story points, we cannot like progress, or we cannot pick up for the next sprint. So every user story needs to have a story point. If that particular user story needs to have some subtask, means that also you have to create. For example, I need to create a BRD for this, or maybe, BRD for this project. Okay, I need to create that, or I need to create a mapping document for this particular user story. Yes, or I need to create a UI prototype. Okay, so that all will be a task. Under this particular user story, all this will be task. Once you complete one by one, you'll be closing it. So I've already told yesterday that story point estimation is basically upon, if it's one story point, it's 8 hours. In my project, it's like that. I don't know about other projects. In our project, it's like if it's one story point, we calculate it for 8 hours. So how we are going to do that story point estimation is how long it will take for the developer to develop that, and how long it will take for the tester to test that, and also the BA, right? If you're going to do all the coordination, you have to combine all the points, and you're going to give it as like maximum we recommend giving 8, not more than that. So you give all these story points. So why? Because we have to, I would like to ask you, give extra, maybe give a one pointer extra too, because if you are a newcomer, and then if you are going to have, you need to have KT with the other BAs, or you don't know the process, it will take some time for you. Please give that 1 point extra. If you are experienced, then you know like exactly how much time this is going to take. So let's say that it's going to be an 8 pointer. 8 pointer means it's going to take 8 days, right? 8 days to complete this for this particular user story. Under the particular user story, you have all these tasks. Task will not have any story points. Okay, only user story is have story points. So what is user story? The story of a user. So from a user's perspective only, we are writing all the stories. Okay, as a receptionist, as a physician, as a clinician, as a member. So like from their perspective only, we are writing every functionality. That is why it is called as user story. below every user story you can have subtask, and the subtask and all, there is no story points needed. You're just going to like um, create subtask, and once you are done you're going to make it as in progress, and then or you can go and make it as done. So BRD is completed. Next I have to complete the mapping document, that is in progress, or maybe that will take 1 day or 2 days, and then I completed that, it's done. Prototype I've completed, maybe it took only 4 hours, so that is also done. Now I can put all my comments here so that I can tag all the developer who's working on it. And I can say that please take a look, attached to BRD, attached mapping document, attached UI fit a prototype. Like this, you can like attach, give comments, tag him. Okay, tag him and give comments. If you want, you can ping him, but if you tag itself, he'll get a notification in his email ID. And once you've completed, once for the next sprint. So we are not picking the story in the current sprint. So how you will work is, there are two types. Like you will have your existing sprint, and you will be gathering requirements for future sprints. Existing user stories, you'll be working on it. But for future also, like for the next sprint or upcoming sprints, there'll always be intake requests, right? They'll submit something and you will go gather requirements. So you will do both things. Existing sprint user stories also, you will be testing whatever coordination you want to do, you will do that. And if there are new projects coming up, you will schedule gathering requirement gathering calls for that new projects too. So existing sprint work also, you will have new project intakes. So you simultaneously, you'll be working on both these. So current sprint, you're finishing all the testing, you're getting the UAT sign off, and then you are making sure everything is going well, and you're deciding on the go live date, and you're going live. Okay, go live. So in that case, we are good. Then what will happen? You'll have one day before you go live. For example, we are going live this Friday. This Thursday, right? Thursday means like today, you'll be having your sprint planning calls. Sprint planning calls for next Monday. From next Monday, if the new sprint is starting means, so you'll have like either on before that Friday or Thursday, no? That's when you'll have sprint planning call. In that sprint planning call, what your product owner or scrum master they will do is they will be looking at the backlog, and currently like how many stories it's being worked on, and is everything completed. Okay, these are the stories in backlog. Now we have to make sure that we do that prioritization meeting. So sprint planning itself, you will be doing prioritization, or you can do earlier also. We can make it as 2 calls if there are so many. It's a big team, right? So one is prioritization call, and then the second one is called a sprint planning call. So in prioritization, what you're going to do is, like for example, there are 5 BAs and they have created so many, like maybe like 20 to 30 user stories, but we have limited capacity. And also there are holidays for this next sprint. So which all stories needs to be essential. Essential means it has to be done. Essential. And then which is like priority. Priority means next to essential, and which is like which can be in watch. Watch means we are just watching on that user story. It can be picked, or it is fine if you leave it. Okay, there are 3 different types: essential stories, priority stories, and watch stories. For example, this receptionist story, right, that has to be picked up. That is an essential means now that user story you're going to pick from here to the current sprint. Okay, you will pick it. And then other stories, for example, physicians, admin, and all, you can maybe after 2 sprints also you can do those stories, and all will be still in the backlog only. It will be in ready. So if you see, the user stories can be in 3 status. Okay, it is in open. Open means when you create, it will be in open, and then it will be in ready. Ready means like you're ready to pick up for the next sprint. Once you pick up for the next sprint, it will be in progress. After you complete the user story, it will be in resolved, and it can be closed. Okay. So here we don't have that because this is not paid one, right? This is a basic version. But in your office, it will be more advanced. You'll not only see to do in progress done, you will see like ready, open. When you create, it will be in open, ready, and in progress, and closed. So interviewer may be asking you, can you define what is the meaning of ready? That's a very, very popular interview question. What define ready status? What is ready? If a story is ready, what do you mean by if the story is ready to pick up for the next sprint? Means that user story contains all the information. For example, it contains all the, like, for example, heading and also acceptance criteria, contains all the subtasks, all the documentation required for that. Story points is added. We know like everything about the user story. So now the user story is ready for development. That's the meaning of ready. If a user story is in ready means, ready status means everything regarding that user story is complete. Now the developer can pick it up for next sprint and start development. And testing team can test. That is the meaning for ready. Open means you just have created. You've created, but you're not added all the description, acceptance criteria, or documents related to that. You have not created process flow diagrams. So it's still in open. Or you can be in refining too. Refining in the sense you're still working on that. So you can create a story. It can be in open status, but it can also go to refining status. Refining means you're still working on, you still have 2 or 3 more calls, so it's still gathering requirements. In that stage, that user story will be in refining. So one advice, like what I will give you in practically itself, when you have a high level like idea about the project, please start creating user stories because you'll forget. You have multiple calls, right? It's not only you're working on only one project. In my experience, you go to a call, you record the call, ask the permission, record the call, and then immediately after that, once the call is over, start creating user stories. Because if that is funded, if not funded means you're not going to do. But this is be funded, this is some mandate or something. You start creating user stories because you don't want to forget. So always the recording is there, but please start creating and start working on it. For the next call, if you get something, add the documents. The next call, if you get some process flow diagrams, whenever you have time, you create process flow diagram, please add it. Because otherwise, like, you'll be jumping from one call to another call to another call. There are like 4 different projects you're handling, production issues you're handling. In between that, there are multiple emails that you have to answer. Somebody is pinging you, I want that, I want this, like this. So many people will be interacting with you. You'll forget what is actually the new requirement also. And again, you have to go through a recording and all. So to save time, please start creating. As soon as the call is finished, whenever you have like 10-15 minutes, please start creating user stories so that you know that you have created, it's in the backlog and you're adding points. In those stages, it needs to be in refining stage. It is not ready. Ready means everything regarding that user story is there. So the developer can pick it up for next sprint. Okay, these are very, very important interview questions. They'll definitely ask you for a case study and ask you to explain the whole process. So if this you are able to say, this is what exactly IT people are doing. Currently, everybody is doing this only. Whatever companies, Microsoft, Google, Facebook, Twitter, Tesla, everything, they're doing the same thing. So if you're able to explain this properly, all these meetings, this is what I did. My roles and responsibility is I go to the requirement gathering calls, elucidation calls, and I gather requirements through all the techniques, and I create user stories. And every user story, I have to make sure that all the documentation is available. So my documentations are available in Confluence. I create here. So for example, here I create all my notes. Okay, my brainstorming session notes, my retrospective notes, my like yeah, all the notes, whatever everyday meeting notes, I make sure I document here. And on my brainstorming session notes, I document here. My 5-way analysis session, I documented here. So all the analysis, whatever you have done, you make sure that you document in Confluence. There are ready-made templates, so you're not doing anything from scratch. And your BRD also you can document here. If you want, you have an external vendor, you're creating a BRD for them, so you're going to document everything in Confluence. And I will create all my user stories in Jira. And if I want to draw some diagrams, then I'll make sure that I integrate Giphy. Okay. Yeah. So I will integrate this Glyphy and I will make sure that all my UI diagrams you can draw through Glyphy also. Okay. So I draw everything, make sure everything is documented, and see here. This is one process flow. End to end, everything is there. And UML diagrams are there. So everything I'll make sure it's documented. And once it is ready, I will make sure that that particular story. So they will be asking you, do you know what is prioritization? What are the techniques? What is invest technique? What is estimation, right? How do you do story points estimation? How do you do? What is Fibonacci series? And tell me like how the story points are given. And if there is like they're giving too much pressure, what will you do? And if there are so many conflicts, the developer is not able to do it. In that case, what you do? How do you manage the business owners? So they may give you some real life like scenario based. So for that, you need to know agile project means what are the meetings they are going to have. You're going to have sprint review meeting where story grooming will be done. Then you are going to have prioritization meeting where we are going to make sure all the stories, and we're going to review all the user stories, and we're going to make sure that okay, for the next sprint, which stories are essential, which are on priority, and which stories can be in watch. Okay, we have to make basically you're making sure which stories can be essential and be picked up in the next sprint. So prioritization is very important. Sprint review is important. Sprint planning is important. And then at the last, once you pick up the user story, right now we have to um, create the SIT documents and all. So that maybe I can tell you how to create test scenarios, how to create test plan and everything. That every use case like we can take and we can create. But for now, you need to know. Or if you have time, like we don't have class tomorrow on Monday, right? If you have some time, please start creating user stories for this particular module. And then I can review whether those user stories are good, or create one diagram for me, or create one Confluence page and then tell me, is this good? Or create one diagram, one Confluence page on one or two or three user stories for me, and I can review with you if you are doing as expected. Okay, any questions till now?
So, hi Pradeepa.
Yeah.
So, for user story, we'll be writing in a summary, right?
Yeah, you will write. You will write summary,
In
you will write
summary.
description. Yes,
Yeah,
description.
description pane will be like for writing acceptance criteria.
So there are three, let me take that. So here, yeah. So epic name, right? This is called as the heading, okay? And summary, right? This is called as description.
Yeah, where we will be writing user story over here.
This is epic name. Yeah, this is how you will write like, the heading. Like for example, as
Yeah, user story description will be right.
and then
And
here details.
Details in the sense like we need to mention clear about whether that user story is accept means
Everything, like for example, I've told here, right, that first we need that user needs to be an existing user, needs to have a login and a password. Then once they entered, what and all they have to see.
Okay.
So that you will add, and acceptance criteria will be basically very simple. This story is complete once the receptionist is able to log in.
So the testing will be based on the acceptance criteria only?
Yeah.
Because these scenarios only will be there in testing, right? They have to fulfill these steps.
So this story is complete once a receptionist is able to log in and view the calendar module. That's all. That is the acceptance criteria.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is the role of a product owner in this project?
So, so you are a BA, you're going for 3 to 4 projects like this. There will be 2, 3 BAs, right? So everybody will create their own user stories. The product owner's main responsibility is they have to make sure that in the backlog, for example, here we call it as backlog, right? So if you see here backlog, There can be so many user stories. It's not only your user stories, but also others' user stories also. So they have to make sure their main work is like scheduling this sprint planning calls and prioritization meetings. So I have 100 user stories for my team. How to prioritize everything? Because for you, your project is essential. For me, my project is essential. But we have very limited developers and testers.
Okay.
So they will be like, okay, among all these, we have to prioritize. Like, tell me which one has to be essential. Then I'll be like, yeah, okay, we have only like 3 developers and 2 of them are going on PTO. So we have only like each can do only 15 points. So maximum we can do maybe only like 45 points. A developer can take only 45 points. Okay. Now what I can do, let me pick up the stories which are very, very highly essential. And because every user story can be like one can be 8 pointer, one can be 5 pointer like that. So we have as a team, remember you are an IT application. And as a BA, you yourself, like senior BA, you will be collecting projects for requirements for 3 to 4 projects. Other lead BAs, they'll be doing 3 to 4 projects. So overall, there can be at least like 10 projects going on. So we need to make sure which is essential, which has to go live. Others will be in refining only. That a decision you cannot take. You can talk for your projects, but you cannot talk for the as a team as a whole, right? That what about if can you understand my point, Rupak? There are 2 to 3 BAs are there.
Yeah.
We are one team and everybody is under one manager. 2 to 3 BAs are there and everybody has four projects. So everybody has created some 20 user stories. Who will decide which has to go live?
But I have a doubt in this case
Hmm.
because usually what happens is that the product owner only creates those user stories,
No,
right?
no, practically they don't, but they don't have IT knowledge. They're morely on the non-technical side. Mostly
Okay.
they will not have knowledge like you will be having end-to-end knowledge like about the application, about like data flow. You will have like complete thorough because you are gathering requirements, right? You will know when this has to go live, whether it's a state mandate or not. They will be like on a higher perspective, they know this person is working on maybe this open EMR project. Maybe this BA is working on a different project. This person is working on a different project. The high level they know, but in and out, they don't know nothing. Like they don't know the data flow. They don't know about testing. They will not know. You will have knowledge on all these techniques, how to test, how to get UAT sign off, how to go live. So that IT perspective knowledge only you will have. They won't have. Scrum
Okay.
Master, product owner, they will not be involved in any kind of testing. All they'll be involved in this Scrum Master will be like mostly for scheduling the stand-up calls, everyday status calls, right? So he has to make sure that's done. And product owner will be mostly scheduling all the sprint planning calls, retrospective calls, prioritization calls.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I have one more doubt. I don't know whether it makes sense or not. Like usually with other IT companies, when we are dealing with those business clients, they also have an IT department, right? But what about this healthcare thing? I have no idea about it. So if there is any technical thing, how would we be able to know about the client's infrastructure, the non-functional requirements? Who would help us with that?
Can you give me a scenario? I'm not able to understand the question. See, every company in US,
Mhm.
right? Every company has an
Mhm.
IT department.
Okay, so in healthcare also an ID department will be there.
Yeah, any company, right? How can they have be just healthcare and don't have an IT?
Okay, okay. No, I don't have any idea about the healthcare. So that is the reason I'm asking you because you're an
Yeah,
expert.
any pharmacy company, any hospital or any
Mm-hmm.
insurance, everybody, any healthcare company, they will have their own IT. That is beneficial instead of like them outsourcing everything to maybe CTS, or that's not profitable for them.
Okay. So
Any
there would
health,
be people
yes,
who would
inside
help us.
healthcare system. Yeah, the products can
Okay.
be healthcare, but they will have an
Okay.
IT department. That's where we will all be working.
Okay. Okay. Because we need to know about the infrastructure at the end in order to come up with a solution.
Right. So
Yeah.
you'll be a part of that healthcare industry. Products
Mm-hmm.
can be different. Products can be, you can be working for a hospital, but you are in their IT department.
Okay. I got you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Here it's mostly everything is corporate, right? Not like
Yeah.
India, not small. Here it's like everything is corporate. If there is a hospital, that hospital is all over Virginia. If there is a hospital that is in like major hospitals, right? New York has very big hospitals. All over New York, they will have branches. And Florida means all over Florida, there is a children's hospital. All over West Virginia, there'll be the same hospital, same logo. They will have like different specialties. So it's
Okay.
not like very small clinics like in India.
Yeah,
Here
yeah.
it's all mostly MNCs, corporates.
Okay.
Everything is private.
My doubt is clear now. Thank you.
Yeah. In US, everything is private. Forget about, it's not like in India,
Okay.
right? So mostly everything is private, everything is corporate.
Okay. I have one more question.
Mhm.
In an interview, if the interviewer would ask me, like, how many story points do you pick for one of the sprints that you're working on? So,
Hmm.
what should be my answer in that? Because in real time, I do not have a fair idea about
So
it.
you can say that my sprint was like 4 week sprint. Okay. So in my project, it was 4 week sprint. 4 week sprint means usually it is 20 days. And
Okay.
20 days in the sense, according to my estimation, I can only pick 15 story points. So 50 story
Okay.
points means that can be um,
One
that
story
can
point
be
is 8 hours.
no. See here, this story, this particular story can be a 1 pointer, 2 point. Yesterday I told you that Fibonacci series. This
Yeah, yeah.
yeah, it can be a 1 pointer, 2 pointer, 3 pointer, 5 pointer, 8 pointer, 13 pointer, depending upon the
Mhm.
complexity of the user story.
Okay.
So you can take 15 1 pointers or 3 5 pointers or maybe 1 8 pointer, 1 5 pointer. It depends.
So in total, 15 story points.
Yeah, that's your capacity max.
Okay. Okay.
If it's 2 weeks, can you tell me? If it's 2 week sprint, I have only
Um,
10 working days, then how many user stories I will pick? How many story points?
Eight story points, and here Pradeepa, like for development, and it should have for testing also. So we have to consider in that way, right? We have to, once the development has been done, it has to move for the test.
No. So how we will do that? Yeah, a very crucial question you have asked. Okay, in sprint planning, we will have an Excel sheet. Okay, that this sheet is called is we'll have an Excel sheet, and there is a formula to calculate how many. If there are 10 people. Okay, sorry about that. This call got disconnected. Okay, so this is Arvind here. Yeah. So Arvind, like in the planning call, right? Usually the product owner will have an Excel sheet or some kind of sheet they will be having where they must be able to, like, for example, here we have a planner, right? Yeah. So there will be an Excel sheet. What they will do is, like, there are like 5 people or 10 people in our team. Usually, what we do is like everyone will not have 15 points. Right now, I'm saying that you will have 15 points, but in reality, everyone will not have 15 points. It's the seniors who are having this 15 points. If you are junior and all, your points will be reduced. They will give you only, like, initially, like only this month you're starting, right? They will give only maybe 10 pointers, or maybe sometimes they don't even give if you are joining as an intern and all. Very first month it will be observation only, so it's not like everybody is getting 15 points, but the seniors who are already there, they will be to their full capacity, they must be able to take that story point. What we will do is, like, we have to, there are 10 people there and everybody is like 15 points, and 2 of them are new joinees, so we are not going to assign them. Maximum the team's velocity is maybe like maybe we can take only 100 points. Okay, so it's the responsibility of a product owner to make us comfortable. We cannot be like taking up on user stories since everything is being funded, and we cannot like confirm with the business owners like, yeah, I can do this project, this can go live, I can develop that, my developer can do this, that, and all. We cannot do that. This is an IT team, and the scrum team velocity is like very limited. So they will be using a formula to calculate on If it is a senior person, like how many story points can we give? If it is a junior, how many we can give? If it's an intern, how many? That's a responsibility of a product owner. We are not involving in it. All we have to do as a BA is we will join this call, okay, prioritization call, and we were going to tell that I'm fine, I can get only 15 user stories, but this open EMR receptionist module has to go live. That is a mandate from my business owner. So you tell that for this module is mandatory. This has to go live in next sprint. From my perspective, in that 15 point, I have to take this. So, but developer can choose, his points will be different, right? For you, you are creating the BRD, you are creating all the mapping document, you're creating protocol. For you, this can be an 8-pointer. But for the developer, this can be a 5-pointer. So from your points, you're reducing the work. If, for example, there is one login or user story, that can be for you, it is a 1-pointer. What you're going to do is you're going to test. But to create that for him, it can be an 8-pointer. So you can take the same user story, okay? And for you, this can be a 1-pointer. So you're taking this and you're taking the additional maybe 10 stories. But for developer, he's going to do development on this story. This will be an 8-pointer for him. So in that Excel sheet, right, we're going to combine all the points. So this, so 3 points for the developer, 2 points for you, totally 5 points. I give totally 5 points. So this is a combination of developer points and your points. You're not giving only your points. Okay. During in that Excel sheet, whatever the product owner is filling, right, in that only your points will be accumulated. So they'll be like, for this story, it's assigned to both for Pradeep and another developer. Pradeepa's points is 2 pointers. For that developer, it's 3 pointers. So in that, from that 15 point, the 2 point will go. Then I'll have 13 more points. And I can, accordingly, I can choose my next stories. That will happen in the sprint planning or prioritization call. You got it?
You mean, Pradippa, both will be happen, like developing and testing for that story points estimation.
Right.
Combination of both will be given at a time.
If it is
Okay.
exceeding 13, then we are going to break that. So for development, maybe it's a development is a separate story. Your name is not there. For testing and implementation, you have it is split. 13 pointer is split into 8 and 5. Development story, only his name is there. Your name is not even there. For testing story, your name and his name is there.
Okay. Yeah,
It's
got
not
it.
that every user story, your name should be there. It's not like that.
Okay, Pradippa.
Yeah. Any other doubts anybody has on this? It's very, very important topic.
Yes,
They
ma'am.
will ask.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. I have understood that this is a kind of set. This is a kind of combination of all pointers. Hello.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. My question is that you have shown some tools about the prototype tools, but something is unclear to me. So can you please give me a short example so that I can understand the purpose of usage the tools actually?
This prototypes. So what you are doing with prototype? That's your question.
I want to know the purpose of usage.
Purpose of
The
that
main purpose.
the story, or why we are using prototypes in the story?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why
So yeah, so the developer is using some coding language, right? Let's say that he is using Pega. And he, without, like, you are giving only requirements in writing. Okay, this dashboard, he is not seeing you. This is the final product. He is not seeing you. And the business, you gathered all the requirements and everything is in words. Okay. So imagine that you have not seen this dashboard, but you are having only this everything in words. Like, I need a calendar. Just close your eyes and think, I need a calendar. Receptionist has to log in. I need a calendar. And also need a doctor's names, and also need, how will he imagine and do? This is like building a house without having a map or maybe architectural diagram.
Okay, it's kind of a blueprint. Okay.
So prototype is nothing but you're giving a visual representation of what the business owners wants.
Okay, it is a totally predictive thing. It's a totally futuristic thing.
Right.
Kind of roadmap. Okay, I
Especially
got the
when you're
point.
doing it from scratch, he will have no idea.
Okay.
If it's an existing project enhancements, that's different. But if this is going to be a brand new project and you're going to do all the UI development from scratch, he'll be like, tell me how the screen should look. Otherwise, this can be this can be here, this can be here, this can be here. It can be anyway, right? He can develop anyway.
Yes.
So we are like creating that miniature. We are showing that diagram so that, and you get approval from business owners also. So it's not that you take responsibility and also you draw something, show it to the business owners, and you you just verify with them, is this okay? Do you want to change anything? Because they are the end users. And
Yes.
if they are fine, then you add it in the Jira story so that the developer has fair idea on what to do the development, how it has to look.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, otherwise he's like blindly going to do something, and business owner is like, this looks very ugly. I didn't expect this. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that has happened also. So initially in waterfall like that only, right? They don't get to see anything. Only at the end of the UAT project, like that testing, they'll be able to see visually the software, and they'll be like, this is not what we expected. This is like, that's why like people move to Agile. So if they're not
And
happy,
ma'am,
then we can change in next sprint also, we can change.
I see. Yes, I got the point actually.
Mm.
Okay, ma'am. As a business analyst, did you use a functional or non-functional testing? Or because these are what for testers, but did you have to do this thing?
What is functional, non-functional?
Yes.
I'm asking you, what's the difference? Do you know?
No, actually, I don't know. That's why I'm just asking.
Functional means it has to, like, for example, the receptionist now logging in, able to do all the functional work, right? Able to schedule for Dr. Lee, able to schedule for Dr. Smith, able to add all the new patients and everything. This is the functional requirement. Fully functional. The software is fully functional. We are able to do everything. Non-functional is the loading of this. For example, the login time. How many seconds it's taking for the user to log in? How many seconds is going to be very slow? Then that's a performance issue. Or if the user ID, the password can be leaked, somebody can hack the software, then that's a security issue. Right? Performance is nothing but how long it's taking for the data to be loaded into the database. For example, I click something, I schedule an appointment, how long it's taking for the member to get the email notification, whether it's immediate or it's going to take some like 10 minutes. Remember in like some applications, right, you'll be just waiting to get the notification. You'll still say that, no, I didn't receive it. For example, Paytm, you scanned it, amount has gone, but still you don't get that notification. That is all performance issue.
Yes.
Okay, so that is not in our hands. Our developer cannot take care of this performance issues and all. That will be like slowly. Initially, phase 1, we are going to work only fully on the functionality level.
Okay, then I mean, for non-functional testing, whatever I understood, it's like for the customer expectations.
Right. So you can do this performance testing also, but initially we are not going to do that. That is like, I need maybe 100 test data, 100 logins, and I want immediately everyone like to log in at the same time and test whether the system can handle it or not, or it's getting like broken.
Pradipa, I want to give the example here regarding functional and non-functional. Correct me here. Functional requirement is generally we look how the system is working. Means here like functionality and all. And non-functional requirements is like, as you said, performance, loading, security. So that comes under non-functional, right?
Right.
Yeah. Thank you.
That also testing we can do. Okay, non-functional requirements testing we can do, performance testing we can do. But first, we will focus on the functionality level, and then only like to test this non-functionality requirements, right? For example, like I need 100 users to just log in at the same time to see whether the application can handle. That also we can do. But first, the business owners be working. They'll be focusing only on the functionality first, more than the performance. That and all will be like phase 2. You got it? First, we need to have the application developed. Then once we are fine with all the features, now we can test. To some level, we can test the security or function. I mean, this performance and all. For that also, we need proper test data. And then we can go live. And if there is any production incidents, accordingly, we can do some enhancements. The system
Okay,
is
it
able
is
to.
going for functional first.
Right. I mean, see, non-functional, we cannot test, right? See, in reality,
Yes,
let's
it
say
is
that there
depending on
are.
VOC. I mean, it is depending on the customer side, I think.
I mean, customer, but we
Mhm.
are also Monday through Friday, there will be huge people like logging in. On weekends, nobody is. So we never know if something in production issue, major issues are happening and software is not working, then we have to take measures. For that, we need to have the product first. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for the clarification.
Yeah, but you can say in the interview, they ask, like, tell me the difference. Have you worked on it? You can always say, for performance testing, I've done perf testing. And so usually it's more than 25 users, business units. We create test data in UAT. And then we ask them to like log in and then maybe test. And then at the same time, just to see how that application is working, whether it's able to accept the load. Like that, you can tell.
I see.
So SIT,
So as a
UAT,
business,
that both you should need to know how to test. SIT is system integration. Don't say that I'm a BA, only tester has to do. So there's something called system analyst role where you will be the tester and the BA.
okay, that's the thing I want to know. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, BA means no testing. That's very plain BA, right? If you're going for Pega, Salesforce and all, you will also do the SIT testing. There'll be no separate testing team. So you will gather requirements, you'll give it to the developer because it'll be very highly paid. The pay is on all like, it can be like 2 crores. Like in US, right? Salesforce and all like 210 K. It's like about like 2 crores to 3 crores. That's the package, every annual package. So expectation is you will be like doing the combination of BA, gathering requirements, creating test cases, and then you'll do fully like testing and UAT also. And so it's like it's not BA, it's called system analyst. So you'll gather requirements, also do SIT testing and everything.
I see.
Package will be very high since you're doing both. Okay, so it's good you learn all that because most product-based companies expect you to do SIT testing and all. So my recommendation is if you want to have a hands-on experience, because I've told you like it's like cycling only. Unless you do it, you will not learn it. Just by seeing someone cycle, you're not going to learn it, right? Same thing. You have to create user stories, you have to create flow diagrams, you have to create all these USD test scenarios, everything by yourself and practice. Take this case study and practice. And Monday or Tuesday, you can submit the assessments and I can review and give you feedback. If you want, you can do that.
See you, ma'am.
Okay. I think we're good for today. Happy weekend, and I'll see you on next Tuesday.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Bye.
Hi, Pradeepa. So before starting, I want to know the difference between like technical business analyst and functional business analyst. Means what difference in real job scenario will be.
Functional business, and in the sense like, did you get any requirement?
No. I mean to say, just I want to make sure like what responsibilities will be there for technical business analyst. Means like where he'll be not involved in like domain knowledge, domain perspective, or how come it will be?
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, what I'll do is let me complete the session and then at the end I can tell you, okay? Because I just, we have only today's session and then one more session. I have to complete the syllabus. Let me complete that and maybe last 15 minutes I can tell.
Okay. Then.
Okay. So, hi everyone. Thanks for joining. In today's class, today is day 9, and we are going to learn about uh, how to create test plan and test scenarios. Do really like business analysts do have to do these kind of testing? Um, so as we know earlier, right, in last class we saw that how this OpenEMR application, like how we have to like create different modules, and then how we have to write user stories for each modules and all that. So usually BAs are not required to do the testing, but on site, right, we have a requirement to test, but usually UAT we have to do because SIT, maybe SIT is system integration testing. So that you may have a QA team and all who will be doing the testing for you guys. But UAT, right, user acceptance testing, that is the end-to-end testing. That's called as UAT. That's with the business owners. So once the code is in QA region, now like you want to test with the business owners because they are the ones who gave you requirements. So basically, you're going to give them like test plans and test scenarios. Okay, so for this application, this is how you need to test. So I'm going to give you a real world testing template. This is for the company Medfusion. Okay, Medfusion's patient portal. And what they are doing is they're going to test the member portal. Member portal means the patient, right? They can log in and they can see their results, lab results, and everything. So if you see, this is a 11-page document. What they are telling us general information: what is the product, what is the version, and this is the testing URL. So if I click here, it is going to take to NextGen's page. Okay, NextGen is a company, and it is going to like tell all the version and everything. So, but I'll show the template is very important now. So what you will do is like you have to create this template. And you have to, for UAT also I'm telling, okay, this is not for SIT. Even for UAT region, you have to create the template because they don't know how to test. And you have to create these documents and share it with them. And so you're going to tell like, how are we going to test? And what is the measurable metric? Okay, so how we can say whether it's a pass or a fail. So pass means like they must be able to use the link and they must be able to add all the real-time data and also, but these are not dummy data only. These are not real, means it's not the production data. These are like UAT test data, and you have to like coordinate with the testing team and make sure that member IDs are valid in the UAT region. Once they click on that URL, right, UAT URL, and start testing, that member ID all should be like available in the UAT region. So that coordination that you have to do, creating test members in UAT region, and then making sure all the test data is available. For example, they need a email ID. That a dummy email ID should be available for them to be tested. So all kind of testing based upon the scenario, that data should be available in the UAT region. Otherwise, they cannot test. So it's not production data. So always never give production real-time data to the UAT members. I mean the business owners. You have to specifically create all the test data for them. And either that depends upon the team, right? Whether you have to create all the test members or you have a testing team like the QA team, they can create data for you and all. So, but this document you have to create. Okay, how are they going to log in? How they are going to test the portal team. For example, like a lab report should be available. So what kind of lab report should be there and what kind of wordings needs to be there, and is it according to their expectations? So for example, an diagnostic image report needs to be there. That needs to be a dummy like PDF needs to be attached there, so that they will be like, you cannot, or if you have tested like documents like x-rays and CT scan reports or something like that, that also you can attach, but they need to be test, not real-time x-rays or CTs. So first you have to like develop this test plan document, and then you have to like make sure that what are the exact scenarios that they have to test, and you are giving them, okay, this is the plan, and this is what you have to test, and you are going to like get the sign off and all. what's the email ID, who needs to complete this and all. You're giving the date and all, and you're giving. Now, how they will record it as pass or fail, for that you have a Excel sheet. So this is the Excel sheet. Okay, so this I got it from a Smartsheet, but you can create your own Excel sheet also. But if you are new, you don't know how to create, you can always like download it from Smartsheet. They have very different templates for this testing and all, for manual, automation, UAT. Like for every testing, they have that like format. So what you're going to do is, what is the type of test you're going to do, what's the priority, and what's the test date, and how they're going to test, in what an environment they're going to test, and you're going to like give them like exactly steps. Okay, so all this and all you can fill. Step 1, okay, the user needs to as a new user, I must be able to register and create a username and password. Okay, once they do that, the next test scenario is, as an existing user, I must be able to log in and view the patient portal's dashboard. Okay, I must be able to view the dashboard. Okay, and then and the third one is, once I'm into the patient portal, now as an existing user, I must be able to see my upcoming doctor appointments. Okay, so like this, like every scenario, you have to list down all the scenarios when they're going to test, expected results, actual results. Expected is, for example, user and a password needs to be created. So you have a username and a password. And you can also add screenshots if you want, right? Expected results, like how it has to, like I can show you how that screenshots will be. Okay. So here, like for example, here they have given like example, like how that screenshot needs to be there, right? Like this, you can take screenshots. So this one, I can put this link in the chat. Here they tell you what is functional testing, how to write a test case scenarios, and then performance testing, how to write, and then security testing, how to write, and all like what are the different types of testing. All this they have added here. So maybe I can put it in the chat so you can take a look when you have time. So yeah, what you do is, like what I'm trying to tell is, like you create everything, and what they have to do is just like make sure they follow the steps. Okay, step 1, this is what I have to do. Step 2, this is what I have to do. And then if they are not seeing the expected results, if they're able to see the same, then it's a pass. Okay, and but if they're not able to see, it's a fail. And they're going to write notes why it's a fail. Okay, unable to see the dashboard, unable to view the dashboard, like this. So all the scenarios, what you are going to end to end everything, like you cannot test with them. Okay, they have to do the testing. UAT, you cannot test them, you cannot test by yours. SAT you can test, but UAT business owner has to test, and they have to provide the sign off. Okay, they have to say whether it's a pass or a fail. If it's a fail, means that is called a defect. So you have to again go to Jira, ask them to raise a defect, or you can also raise a defect in for them, and then like make sure that defect is fixed. For example, this like patient portal dashboard they're unable to view. So only if they're able to view, other everything will be a pass. If they're unable to view, then that will be a defect. They're raising a UAT defect in Jira. So then you have to like assign that to the developer. Make sure like whatever is the problem that needs to be fixed. Again, they will start testing. So finally, like once all the testing is a pass, only then they are going to provide the sign off. Okay, until then they are never going to give you the sign off. You should also not get the sign off. So it's very important that you create all these documents for like your end-to-end testing. And in the interview, like they're like Aravind is asking, right, what's the difference between functional business analyst and technical business analyst? Technical business analyst means you have to know in and out technically, like what is the API that we are going to test, how to test an API, like that and all I will tell you in detail. But technical business analyst means everything about technically what is happening inside the application, and you need to know what kind of testing scenarios will be coming, everything. And there will be no QA team. You will be the QA, you will be the BA, you will also be the QA, and you will also like all technical documents you only have to create. So developer, he will develop and he will do his side of testing, that is called as unit testing. But other than that, right, you have to know what is API, like what is SOAP API, what are the two different types of API, SOAP API, REST API, why we are using API instead of batch processing. And you have to know at least one of, if you're going to use automated tools for testing, then I have to know Selenium. Selenium means that is Java based. So that means in that case, you need to know Java. So, functional business analysts, in the sense, they will know only domain knowledge skills. Domain knowledge means you know healthcare, you know property and casualty, and you know like banking, like specific software you know to do. But overall, like you will not know other aspects. Like for example, um, like these are too technical, right? Selenium means like Java, like high-end Java, you need to know. You need to know a little bit of coding. And Pega also, a little bit of like how Pega applications are being created, how to test in Pega. Salesforce also, you need to know end-to-end Salesforce, what is happening. Those are technical BAs. And you can always say a system analyst also, technical system analyst and all. But the pay for them is very high. But this is like, you have to build the resume. Give me a second. So you have, at least if you're not able, if you're very, very new to BA and you're from a non-IT background, it's very hard for you to grasp all the concepts. Then my recommendation is like, please go like take baby steps, learn one by one. Okay. First, I'm learning basics of BA, and then I'm learning like for example, see here, what are the things you have to do, how to become an expert in business analysis, and how to make sure your resume is selected. First, you need to learn the basics. Okay, basics in the sense, there are two methodologies. We all know, that is waterfall and agile. And what kind of documentation is needed for both the methodologies? If it's waterfall, I'm going to put add in the resume. I need to know how to create a BRD, FRD, SRS documents. If I'm going to add agile kind of methodology in my resume, which is very popular, that's what they want. You need to know how to create user stories. What is the epic? What is a user story? How to write them? What's the format of writing a user story? How to make sure that every user story has story points, and basically all agile terminologies like sprint planning, sprint retrospective, sprint review, all the agile terminologies you need to know. Then you need to know like diagrams, that is mandatory. Like even if you're waterfall or agile, either way you need to know how to draw diagrams. Jira and Confluence, like I told you, these are the tools that you have to learn. Especially if you're adding agile, you need to add Jira and Confluence. So this is all basics. Apart from that, if you're going to become a technical BA or a system analyst, then you need to know how to do this API testing. So there are two type of testing called a SOAP testing and REST testing. I will just give you a highlight of what to do. I'll make a separate video. They're very technical. So I will do a separate video on how to do this API testing. But you need to know, like, for example, let me take a scenario, real-time scenario, then you will understand. Okay. Now Cigna, this is the member portal of Cigna, right? So for anything, the member has to log in. So, but this is the front end. Now they want to submit a claim. Okay, they have to log in. Okay, they have to log in here, and then they have to submit the claim, right? So when they click on this, they'll be using all this is member portal. Okay, member portal means member is using this portal. They have to click on that and they have to submit the claims. Okay, but if do you think they are the same application? They are not the same application. Member portal and claims will not be same application. So let me say click on claims. Okay, or maybe how to submit claims. Okay, manage claims and then view claims and submit a claim online, and also you can pay your claims. Okay, so for that you have to activate your account and then you need to submit a claim. Here they have said that you have something supplemental, you can submit a claim. Okay, click on that. Okay, now it's taking to a different link. Once you log in, right, this is not the application you're going to see. That will be a separate application. So you may think this has like only one application, but member portal is what as member is facing, but on the back end, right, it is connected to different teams. Okay, now let me take the so front end member facing. Okay, member portal is what like a public is seeing, but as a technical BA you need to understand that back end, right, from the member portal. Okay, it will be connected to claims application. From there it will be connected to authorization application, and then from there it will be connected to appeals application. So everything will be a separate IT team. Okay, claims will be a separate department and separate IT support will be there. Authorization separate IT team will be there. Appeal separate will be there, and then like for example pricing. Separate team will be there. Okay, like this, like different, all the back end, right? Different teams will be there. Case management. How they will connect with each team is from member portal. They'll be calling the claims API. Or if the patient is clicking on submit claims, right, what will happen is it's through the API. API means it's kind of link. So if I see here in SOAP testing, right, if you see, you'll be able to for that you need to learn what is SOAP and how to test and all. For now, just remember that from for any like SOAP or REST, what we are doing is we are accessing the uh, from, for example, see here, there we are giving a URL, right? So from the member portal's URL, from this URL, there'll be a link, submit the claim. If you click on that, what actually it's doing is it is going to the claims URL. Okay, that by using that API, you're actually accessing the claim system and you're submitting or loading the data to the claims database. So that is called as request. So we are sending a request like with valid member ID, because already the member is already logging in through the member portal. So he'll be a valid member. So we have a valid member, and then what he's doing is he's submitting. So we'll be asking the questions. Once he click on the form, there will be a questions, right? What is his claim? Whether it's emergency claim, what type of claim it is, medical, dental, vision, what type of claim it is. And so we'll get all the details in that form. Once he clicks submit, what will happen is it is going to the claims department through an API. Okay, just in one click. Okay, one member, one click, it is accessing through the claims API, and the data is loaded into the claims database. In once the data is coming to the claims, right, then we do the validation. What validation we are doing? Of course, it will be valid member ID, but anyway, we have to like check with the membership system. So membership system can be like facets or there are many membership systems, right? Like you can have to do the validation, and then we have to write the validation. Okay, our developer has to, when we give that, developer will be coding accordingly. So when we get the members, they have to like check whether it's a valid member. Then we have to check for some kind of keywords. Okay, emergency word means it's SLA will be like within 2 hours to 4 hours. So it has to go to 2 or 3 queues. Okay, queue in the sense, if it's some word like emergency, urgent, those kind of keywords are there, then the system has to pick that claim and it has to go to a different queue. So the SLA will be like somewhere within 4 hours. And also which market. Okay, it will be doing, once we found out the member in membership system, we'll identify which market, right? Whether they're from New York or Florida, depending on market also, the SLA also will be changing. So accordingly, our system has to do at least like 4 to 5 type of validation. First, check the member ID, check which market it is. Then you have to check whether you have emergency words, like very important keywords. If those words are there, then we have to like make sure that is going to a particular queue because within that certain queue the claims has to be approved, or it will have some timelines. Or if it doesn't have any kind of those kind of words, then it will go into the normal queue, and you will send back the response stating that claim is submitted. So that request and response will be immediate. Okay, once the member submits the claim, immediately we will give a response saying that your claims is submitted, please log in and view for status or progress, something like that. But this validation all will be secondary only. Immediately, the member will get a response saying that your claim is submitted. Immediately, that is like within a second or something, they'll get the response. And rest is even faster. They'll be able to process because there are multiple members, 1.5 million members for one state. At least like every day you'll have at least like thousands of hits, at least 10,000 hits you'll be having for that particular claim streaming API. It must be able to like perform and make sure nothing is there is no error and all. So that's where this performance testing, load testing, all this testing is coming, right? So if you are a technical BA, they are going to like ask you so many questions on, okay, have you really worked on any kind of API testing? And do you know how API works from one system to another system? Can you give me an example, like what kind of testing you have done? What is SOAP? Why we are using only REST instead of SOAP? What is the difference between SOAP and REST? And tell me an example, because you told you worked, right? Can you please tell me? So you have to be prepared to answer all these kind of questions, and you can get embarrassed if you're on a surface level. If you learn this and you add in your resume, you make it really embarrassed. But if you want to become a technical BA, and if you want to like build your resume and you don't want to become a vanilla BA, then I would recommend, this is not like rocket science. Anybody can learn. If you're able to learn English and if you're able to communicate in English, anybody can learn SOAP UI. But it will take time since you're not from the technical background. It will take time, at least 1 or 2 weeks, and someone has to really know. SOAP UI has to teach you. So I will probably make a video maybe next month or something on this, because this will take at least 4 to 5 videos on, like, first I have to explain about what is SOAP, what is REST, difference between them, how to test, show you examples and all, how to test and how you can add in your resume. But if you want to build your resume in a more technical way, then you can add all this SOAP and REST. Also Tableau for reporting. So if they ask you like, do you know reporting? Have you generated reports and all? Then you can add Tableau. And apart from all this, definitely you need to have domain knowledge. Either it's healthcare or banking, or it can be like property and casualty, whatever it is, like that domain knowledge is very, very, very important. Functional business analyst only will know only like domain knowledge. But technical business analysts will be like knowing, like, for example, everything, end-to-end testing, everything they will need to know. Okay, any doubts till now?
No. Just one question, Pradeepa. When we talk about testings, basically, as a business system analyst, what testing scenarios we come across? Like, what kind of testings we almost like in a generic we come across? Like, if sometimes they may be API testing or may not be API testing.
Yeah, definitely not API testing, but that end-to-end application, whatever you're gathering requirements, right, that you need to test. Okay, let me take an example of that OpenEMR. Okay. Okay, so this is an application that you have gathered requirements. Now you have the link, okay, testing link you have, and you need to test like all these scenarios. As an admin, you need to test. As a physician, you need to test. As a clinician, you need to test. Accountant, you need to test. Receptionist, you need to test. Also, a patient portal, right? That also you need to test. They have given two different links. For portal, they have given different links, and for other credentials, they given different links. So you have to make sure that the in SIT, if they want you to test, once the developer has completed development, they're moving the code to QA. He will tell you the code is in QA now. Please start testing. And then he'll give the links also. So you have to like make sure that you open and then do all the testing. Like he'll give you all these details. So all this username, password, he will give you. And so what you have to do is you have to log in, and then because you are the one who gathered requirements, so you should know how to test and what is the business owner's requirements, right? For patient portal, how it has to look. For clinicians portal, how it has to look. And accountant means what it has to look. And because you already have the BRD, all the user stories and all that. So you have to find out all the scenarios. You may miss the scenarios also, like I said here. So like this is the document. So write all the use cases, test scenarios, and then like make sure you test in SIT. If you're not getting results, then you put as a fail and send back, create a defect in Jira and ask the developer to fix it. This is an SIT. And in SIT, everything is good. Then only you're asking the business owner to test in UAT. You got the point?
Okay. So
Yeah.
basically, after the development is done, with the sprint, in within the sprint, after the development, we go for the SIT, we check it, and
Right.
then we get back if there is an issue.
Right. You raise any defects and he has to fix it. And then
And
again,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
so when you're in SIT, if you raise a defect, right? So he will again fix it in SIT. Again, you have to test in SIT. Only if everything, all the scenarios are passed in SIT, the code will go to UAT.
Okay. After the end of the sprint only, right?
This also needs to happen within that 3-week sprint.
3 week sprint too. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So if you take a user story, that user story needs to be developed, tested, and UAT pass everything within the 3 weeks.
3 weeks. Okay.
And so that's why we are taking very small pieces of user stories. Okay, whenever you are not able to test a user story, then they have to split that. If it's a very big functionality, but like for example here, we cannot test the patient portal in one sprint here, or I need to have 2 to 3 developers to test every functionality, or the sprint needs to be at least like 4-week sprint or something to test everything. In 2-week sprint, I cannot complete all the testing. Right? In 2 weeks, he cannot develop everything and I cannot test everything. That is not reasonable. So for this functionality, for this kind of testing, at least it will take 4-week sprint to test. And then if there is any bugs, again, it's going to like, we are going to expand, right? We are going to like make sure, for example, in a particular sprint, within 4 weeks, you're not able to complete UAT. Then you need to postpone that. And then that's why during estimation is very, very crucial. Like you need to know if for one user story, how long it will take to like test. I always give extra points. Don't give like, if it is, you think this is a 5-pointer, please give it as 8-pointer. Or if you think this is a 3-pointer, please give it as a 5-pointer. Because we never know what kind of bugs you will get and you need time to fix that. Okay. So yes, any other questions? Any doubts regarding like what is BA's role in testing? Okay, so my recommendation is like for everyone who wants to become a BA, please take things slowly, and this all can be very overwhelming for you. Like when I tell like you have to learn this, you'll be like, oh my God, there's too much to learn. But you need to understand you're not learning coding. Okay, you're not learning, this is not coding at all. Except when if you're going to go for Selenium testing, then only then you need to learn about this Java and all. Otherwise, you're not learning any kind of coding. And you will be able to learn. And even though this may look like simple, in reality, we are finding it very hard to get a technical business analyst, because not everybody knows what other in public, right? In general public, like academies, what they're teaching is like they are teaching only the basics of BA. What is BA? What is waterfall? How to create BRUs? That's all. To that level only in the market people are teaching, but they are not teaching exactly how to do these kind of testing, or how to in a project from end to end what a BA has to test and all, and where it's very easily we can in the interview we'll able to figure out if we are getting trained in like 10 days or 15 days, we can easily like figure it out. They don't have like that depth of knowledge in anything. So don't be shallow. If you take anything, you can become, if you take Pega, please learn Pega properly. If you are going to become a Salesforce BA, please learn Salesforce properly. And after some time, after some time, right, your mind will capture, it will be able to identify, okay, this is how we have to test. So please take multiple case studies, and you have to write documents, and then this testing also, there are like n number of free tools in Google. So please do your research and start learning the concepts one by one. And otherwise, it's very hard for your resume to get picked up. It's very competitive even in India too. So just by writing like I know waterfall agile, your resume is not going to pick up, right? So if you want to enter into Fortune 400 companies, or maybe product based, especially product based, right, like Amazon and Amazon, definitely they want you to know all this testing. Just plain vanilla BA, they can hire any American. Okay, so please learn one of these languages like Pega or Salesforce, and then one of the testing. Okay, not so. So, and one more thing. If they ask you, do you know SOAP or REST, don't tell that in one project just write SOAP and another project write REST. Otherwise, they'll be asking, so you had two APIs, like why do you have SOAP and REST? So you may say that SOAP was very slow, then we we upgrade it to REST. But if you don't have enough knowledge about API, please choose just only one. SOAP is easy than REST. REST is actually very faster. So just learn the basics, and then add just one in your resume, or maybe in one project add SOAP, and in another project you can add REST. Don't add both in the same project. If you are going to add in the same project, they may ask you why did you change from SOAP to REST. So you need to maybe give scenarios and then tell why you changed, or maybe give some production incidents, and because of SOAP it was unable to take so many hits. We have performance issues, and so we wanted to be a little faster. That's why we upgraded to REST. And he's going to ask you so many questions. So be careful when you're adding this kind of testing. Okay, that's it for me, for today. And so for like next half an hour and for tomorrow's session, I'm just going to interact with you, and then tell you give guidance on if you don't have any questions, you want to discuss your resume, or what do you want to do. Like if you have any questions for me, you can ask. So tomorrow will be the last class, but the next half an hour and tomorrow is like 1 hour. It's going to be just interaction. If you have any questions, you can ask.
Pradeep, I want to talk to you actually, Siddharth. With respect to some user stories, if we can have with respect to PNC insurance.
Property and casual. Yeah. So you have interview tomorrow, right?
Yes.
You want to do a mock-up now?
No, I'm not ready.
You're not ready. Tomorrow is your interview. You have to be ready.
I mean, I can talk about, but the thing is, I'm still making myself ready for tomorrow's point of view. Like, what kind of user stories I can pitch in, if I say I have some experience with that. I mean,
So you can say claims, this property, and let me take up the EAG UI. Okay, I will edit this in YouTube. Okay, this will not be in YouTube. Okay, edit this. So this is AIG. AIG is property and casualty. Okay, property and casualty means they do like home insurance, and they do auto insurance. If you see their portal, you'll be able to see that there are many kind of worldwide. So they are in America, they are in Europe, they are in Asia Pacific, they are in Middle East, and also in Africa. So they support like 30 to 40 countries around the globe, and everywhere it is called as AIG only. And they are one of the leading property and casualty providers, I mean insurance company. Okay, so this is a front end, Siddharth, and there is a direct link in Pega application here. If you click on claims, okay, and then if you want to submit claims, or so if we want to log in, okay, submit a claim, report a claim, something, if you want to log in, right? This is Pega. Hi, do you see the dashboard? It's different.
Yeah.
This is Pega UI, okay? And so you give the username and password again, and you log in, and it's directly taking to Pega. So this is different. Okay, this web portal is different, but when you click on, it will go to, for example, I click here. This is member portal. Just by seeing the UI, you will know. So AIG login as member portal, but if it's claims, right, it's going to report a claim or anything related to claim. This is going to Pega. Pega application will be front end, will be like this only. Very simple UI will be there. So what it's doing is, once you log in, it will ask you for a questionnaire. And that questionnaire, right, will be like, what is the claim? For example, there is an accident. This is property and casualty, right? So maybe you have a car accident and the glass was broken. Take this scenario, okay? So you can say that you work for claims. And that interaction is like from the member portal, directly it will hit the Pega service. And then in Pega modules, you can say that I was working as a BA. So my responsibility is like for auto insurance claim processing, or any one module you can take, either auto or home, whatever it is. You can take this one module, and then you can say I was working for claims. And once the member they log into Pega, they'll be able to see a survey, like, or maybe a form like claims, and they should be able to add. So you are going to pick up the words something like emergent, glass broken. Because auto insurance, for example, the car was there in the parking lot, the glass was broken. In US, it is legal to submit that claim, and we have to cover. The AIG have to cover if a glass is broken, even if it's in the parking lot. But they are supporting other countries too. So you can say Hi everyone. In today's video, we are going to learn about top 25 Agile Business Analyst interview questions and answers. Let's get started. So the very first question they are going to ask you is, what are the roles and responsibilities of an Agile Business Analyst? Can you please explain with examples? So there are about 6 to 7 roles and responsibilities of an Agile Business Analyst for any project. The first is, you need to analyze the current business processes. For example, what is currently, how is that system working? What is the data flow? And why we need an enhancement? Or if this is like a completely manual project and now they want to automate things. So you need to understand currently what is the process that the business owners are following and why we need enhancement, or if there is some kind of automation already happened and this is a enhancement project. So you need to understand first of all the current data flow and in future how it needs to be enhanced. And the second responsibility is, once you understand the data flow and how the currently how the project is working, now you need to identify improvements and you need to propose some solutions. For example, you have I'm going to show you with an example. So let me take a project. So okay. So for example, we have a WhatsApp project. Okay. So let's say that WhatsApp, the application, mobile application, whatever we are using, it is a current project and they have some existing functionalities, but they want to improve and they want to maybe add some new functionalities. So if you are working as a agile business analyst for WhatsApp, first what you have to do is you need to understand what are the existing functionalities of that application. So you're able to send messages, you're able to send pictures, you're able to send voice notes, and you're able to like or comment on others' messages, and also you are able to view like what is the history of the conversation and everything. Okay, so that is the existing functionality. Suppose if there is a requirement, like for example we want to like delete, like you send a message and within like a few seconds or something, maybe within 50 seconds or maybe 30 seconds you can delete the conversation. So that is an enhancement. Now you need to understand that this can be area of improvement, right? So there are some existing functionalities, but you can always like identify some new key areas where the changes needs to be done, and it can be improved. So I'm just giving you an example so that you can understand. So WhatsApp is a mobile application. So they have some existing functionalities, and if they want to, you can identify what are the new functionalities that we can improve in that mobile application, and you can also propose the solutions. And the third one is you need to analyze the data. So, for example, you need to identify what are the existing trends and patterns, and like, for example, last 1 month, how that application was used and how many bugs were identified in production, and like how many times the system was down because of a particular functionality, and how many times people were uninstalling that application, and what is the reason? Is it because of the bugs found or because of the privacy issues? So some, like many people, like they don't want to use WhatsApp, right? They uninstall and they don't want to continue use that mobile application. So you can always take that trend, and you can also identify what is the existing data for the past month, and you need to analyze the data. So once you analyze the data, now you are going to create user stories, tasks, and defects. So if you are a normal business analyst, right, if you're not following agile methodology, then you will be like creating BRDs, and that is like traditional way of gathering requirements and developing the application. But for agile business analyst, very, very important like role is like you have to create this user stories, task, and defects. So for example, this Jira software, that whatever I'm showing in the screen, this is one of the primary like tools that you'll be using in your work. So you need to create, for example, if I click on create, you need to create all these issue types. For example, it can be a story, it can be a task, or it can be an epic, or it can be a bug. So this will be your primary roles and responsibility of creating user stories, creating bugs. Bugs means defects, and you have to create task. So if in the interview they ask you like, what was your primary responsibility, you have to tell like, for example, I was responsible for creating these user stories, these tasks, and these defects. So this will be your primary responsibility of an agile. If you are in an agile project, this will be your primary responsibility. Okay. And the next is negotiation and stakeholder management. So what is negotiation and stakeholder management? So you will have different stakeholders, right? For example, you will have business owners. So who's a stakeholder? Anybody involving in the project is called as stakeholders. It can be business owners, it can be developers, or you are dealing with multiple teams, internal teams, external vendors. So you need to have proper stakeholder management skills. If you are a lead agile business analyst, you need to know how to like lead a call, how to gather requirements with various stakeholders, how to make sure that there are no conflicts between various teams, how to make sure that if there is a dependency on other teams, we need to make sure that the dependency is completed right before we start the project. If you have some dependency on external vendors, we need to clearly like understand how long it will take for them to create that dependency product and give it to us. So negotiation and stakeholder management is crucial. The next one is resolving conflicts. So in every project there will always be conflicts. You need to understand the reason for conflicts and why it is occurring, and you have to take necessary steps. So escalation is not the like a proper way, right? So you can escalate, but how long you'll be escalating and how many times you'll be escalating. If you have some leading capacity, you need to like resolve the conflicts internally, because always escalating to your manager is not an ideal solution. If you need to be capable of resolving conflicts within yourself, within your team, or if you have any conflicts with an external team, with your developers or with their engineers, you need to have the capacity to resolve conflicts. And the last one is achieving business goals. So whatever may be the project, at the end of the day, we need to make sure all the business goals and needs are achieved, and we have to make sure that satisfaction is achieved among all parties. So meeting objectives and achieving business goals is the like the final responsibility of an agile business analyst. So the next question is, what is Agile Manifesto, and explain in detail. So I'm in this Atlassian software page, so where they've clearly told about what is Agile Manifesto and what are the principles for following Agile methodology. So there are about like 12 principles. Let's go through that in detail. So what they're saying, what are the principles behind Agile is, the first priority is to satisfy customer in the like by how? By early and continuous delivery of a software. So it's a valuable software. So we need to make sure that we are developing a software very quickly and we are continuously delivering a valuable software. Okay, that's the first principle. And the second principle is, whenever we are having changing in the requirements, even in the very last stage of development, we are able to make that change and we are going to make sure that change is done. Okay, and also we need to make sure that in a very shorter time scale, for example in a couple of weeks to couple of months, we have some kind of working software. So very quickly we are able to develop the software, test it, and we are going to make sure that software is available in production. Also, business people and developers must work together daily throughout the project. So means like every day you'll be having requirement gathering calls. Every day you're going to have status meetings. Every day you're going to have like a sprint planning meetings and all that. So you're going to make sure you're going to closely work with the business people so that whatever software that we are developing is going to be like satisfying, right? At the end of the day, the business owners needs to be satisfied, so that we are going to clearly communicate on what are the status of the development of a software, how are we progressing, and we are going to make sure that every feature according to their expectation is achieved throughout the development of the software. So build projects around motivated individuals, give them the environment and support they need, and trust them to get the job done. So we are going to make sure that since like this is a team effort, so if one individual is motivated, we are not going, then product is not going to be great. So everybody in the team who is developing the software has to have this agile mindset. For example, this will be like a very quick way of developing the software, right? So within like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, the business owners want to see the final product. So there can be pressure during the development or during testing or during UAT testing. You can find all kinds of pressures, but we should always have that mindset of this is an agile project. Things are going to be very quick, and it's not like waterfall where it's going to take months to create a software. So here everything is going to be measurable, everything is going to be quick, and business owners are going to track all our user stories. They're going to see our like progress in the user stories. They're going to ask us so many questions regarding the status of the user stories. So we need to have that motivation, like every individual should be like motivated so that we can deliver the software quickly to the business owners. And the most effective way of conveying any information and also within the development team is face to face. So this is all before COVID, right? So before COVID, we used to have that sprint planning meetings or this PI meetings, sprint retrospective in the office, where everybody will come and like we have to sit together and discuss and all that, every user story on the Jira board, and it will be like fun having those kind of meetings. But after COVID, right, it is all like virtual now, and most of the companies are following hybrid model of like you can work from home as well as if you want you can go to office. So this is being reduced now, but earlier all the sprint meetings will be actually face to face. So working software is the primary measure of our progress. So they don't care about like the documentation part. So you create all these stories, everything is documented, fine, that's good. But finally what they want is a working software. And also the agile processes, right? Like they promote like development, sustainable development means you're going to like deliver product and like a constant pace. Okay, so the developers, the testers, and also the business owners, you have to like work with regular intervals, and you have to like constant attention is needed. You have to like monitor developers and testers like constantly, so that you're actually having some kind of control on over the software, right? Because you cannot be like waiting for months and then finally if you see the software you're not happy with that. So what they're trying to say is like constant attention and communication within the technical team too. So that's what they're saying. So continuous attention to technical excellence, and good design enhances agility. Agility means constantly the requirements may be changing, but we need to make sure our development team is like accustomed to those kind of changes, and we are going to make sure that is achieved. So finally the goal is like we are going to have a working software. And the best architectures, requirements, and designs emerge from self-organizing teams. So this is one thing. So you may be working with multiple teams, and you are like, why should I bug that team? Okay, my work is done, so I should keep quiet. So that's not a good way of like uh, working in a project, right? If your work is done, your team's work is done, you need to follow up with, if you have a dependency with other teams, or if you are having a dependency with any business owners, you need to follow up on them. Okay, self-organizing the teams, in the sense you need to have that motivation of like working with other teams, or you need to initiating a conversation or following up with them. If even if they are not progressing, you need to have that follow-up, like what is the status of user stories and all that. Okay, so that is self-organizing teams. At regular intervals, the team reflects on how to become more effective, then tunes and adjusts its behavior accordingly. So agile is like a very fast way of like doing things. Okay, so earlier in waterfall method, you will take months to create a BRD, you will take months to like write all the like designing and giving the requirements to the developers. Again, for testing is going to take like 1 or 2 months. Finally, when the product is there, the business owners are like, this is not what I expected, and they're going to be like, it will take to see the final product, right? It's going to take months for them. But in agile it's not like that. So we have something called sprint. Okay, so it can be 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Within 3 weeks they want some kind of working product. Within 2 weeks they want something, they want to see the end product. So this is a very fast way of developing software, and in most of the companies they want and working software over documentation. So what is Agile Manifesto? These are the principles: individuals and interactions over processes and tools, and working software over documentation, customer collaboration over contract negotiation, responding to a change over following up a plan. So that's what they're saying. You have to be like quick, you have to be like don't show that like the shocking attitude of like, no, we already have a plan, now you're asking us to change requirements, can we do that? So the more agile is, like the more flexible we are in developing a product or a software, and the working software is like takes over anything. Okay, so they are not too much bothered about all this BRDs, FRDs, or all this documentation thing. Okay, all they want is a working software, customers collaboration, all this like contract and all, they are not bothered. So they always say that customer satisfaction or customers collaboration and the final end product of a properly working software is the primary goal in agile projects. Okay, so you have to keep in mind that. Don't be shocked, like if the business owners can be constantly changing requirements, and you need to have that mindset of, okay, that's fine, this is an agile project and we are going to take their request into consideration, and we are going to like make those changes. Okay, so if you're working in agile project, that will be a big difference. In waterfall it's all slow and steady, and you're going to have some time. processing all the new requirements and everything. But in Agile, it's not like that. Within 2 weeks, there could be a change. Within 3 weeks, there could be a change. The final product can be completely like different and when compared to the initial very first call, whatever you're having with the business owners. So you need to have that mindset for adapting this constantly changing the requirements. Okay. So the next question is, what is Scrum and what are the Scrum values? So Scrum is nothing but it's a framework under Agile methodology. So there are like different kinds of frameworks under Agile. When we say Agile, you have Scrum framework, you have Kanban, and you have like a hybrid model as well. So, but Scrum is primarily a framework. Like majority of the Fortune 100 companies, they use this framework. So it's nothing but they have a set of values and principles and practices. So we are going to understand what is Scrum and what are the ceremonies and practices inside Scrum framework. So the first thing is like they're going to ask what is the difference between Scrum and Agile, right? Agile is nothing but it's a methodology. It's an overall methodology. Under Agile, you can have multiple frameworks like Scrum and Kanban and like hybrid models and all that. But specifically for Scrum, we need to understand that if your project is having Scrum framework, definitely there will be a Scrum team. So that team, we will be having a Scrum master, we will be having a product owner, and also we will be having developers and testers and business analysts. So we will definitely have a Scrum team. So the members of the Scrum team, definitely there will be a Scrum master. That's a big difference between Scrum and other frameworks. Okay. So under Scrum framework, definitely there will be a Scrum team. And that Scrum team will be of product owners, Scrum master, and a development team. So under development team, you will be having developers, testers, and also designers, and also a business analysts. So this is a crew. Okay, this is the members of a Scrum team. That's a very big difference between Scrum framework and other framework. Also, under Scrum framework, there are like certain values that we need to follow. So those are called as Scrum values. So what are Scrum values in the sense? For example, there are about 5 different types of Scrum values. So one is commitment, second one is courage, third one is focus, fourth one is openness, and fifth one is respect. So these are the 5 different Scrum values. It's a very, very, very important interview question. So the interviewer is going to like, by asking this question, they are going to understand whether you really know about Scrum. Okay, what is Scrum team? How many people are there in Scrum team? What is this framework? What are the core Scrum values? So you have to say these are the 5 values. First of all, what is commitment? If you are under Agile methodology and if your team is under a Scrum team, and you are one of the member of a Scrum team, what is like the commitment you are having towards the user stories that you are developing or the work that you are doing? You can be a business analyst, you can be a developer, you can be a tester, but the commitment, overall commitment is like you have to make sure that there is work in progress. So that's why we have daily stand-up meetings. Okay, whatever user stories that you are creating or whatever task that is assigned to you, or as an agile team itself, we have to make sure that the entire team is committed, and there should be frequent communication between all your development teams, Scrum Master, and product owner. The second one is courage. So you should be brave enough to question the status of other user stories also. For example, you might have completed your user stories, but the developer's work was not completed or the tester's works may not be completed. In the daily stand-up call, you can always ask them, like, for example, what is the status? Do you have any delays? Do you have any roadblocks? Do you want me to schedule a call with the other teams? Do you want me to schedule a call with the business owners? So like this, you need to have a courage to ask questions between, like, you should not be like shy and you have to keep quiet. You should not be like, okay, I have done my part, now it is about like developer's headache to do his work or not. So that's not the value, right? The value is you should have courage to ask questions between your teams. Also raise a question if suppose like other team is having some dependency and they are not finishing their work, you need to ask them also the questions like why there is a delay, and is there any roadblock, or do you have any questions for business owners, like that you need to have courage to ask. The third one is focus. So what is the overall focus? You have to complete the work in that particular span of time. So sprint means, like in Scrum, we say sprint means it can be 2 weeks, it can be 3 weeks, it can be 4 weeks time span. Within that time, you have to like make sure that software is being developed right. So focus, the overall focus of the Scrum teams is like to make sure that your work, your task, or your commitment towards for that particular sprint is like completed. So focus is always to make sure that you have some working software and your work is completed. And the fourth one is openness. So in the daily stand-up meeting, you definitely have to ask, what work did I do yesterday? What am I working today? Or there are any issues that is blocking my work? And you need to identify blockers, and you have to make sure that you like share it with other engineers and other testers, or also Scrum Master, to make sure that you are progressing on your work. The fifth one is respect. Since because we have only short time period and you are like collaborating with multiple team members and also multiple departments and also multiple vendors, so you may have like so many conflicts, and you may be like at some point of time you may get frustrated also because of this coordination. You always have to make sure this is a professional environment. You have to maintain respect and always ask questions in a more professional manner rather than being rude. Okay, so these are the 5 different values of Scrum. So question number 4 is, what is a user story and how to write a user story? So user story is an informal general explanation of a software feature. Okay, so for example, the tool that we are going to use to write a user story is called Jira software. So it's a very common tool that is being used in the industry. So when you have an access to Jira software, so when you get a job, they will give you the access right for this software. Once you get that, and once you start gathering requirements from the business owners, now you have to create a user story. Okay, so we go here, click on create, and then in the issue types, it comes as it's story. So story is nothing but user story. And usually the format of this is as a like I have told in this slide. Okay, so as a I so that. So as the end user, I want to log in so that I can see my account page. As a new user, I want to get access to my bank account page. Or as an existing user, I want to update my personal information in the bank account page. So like this, you'll always like write user stories as if you are the end user. So user story is nothing but it is written from the perspective of a end user or a customer. So instructions will be like, as a I want to show that. Okay, so let me give you an example. So if you want to say that you're creating a so you're creating a login page. Okay, so you can say that you are a new customer. Now you want to get access to your account. Now what you'd say, as a new customer, I want to get access to the member portal so that I can update my personal information. Okay, so always a user story starts from the customer's view, and you will be always saying what the customer want to do and why they want to do. Okay, that is the user story. So once you create that, then you put like all the description, like detailedly, like for example, what is the member portal link, how their first page should be, what is in login page, right? If they don't have an account, how to create an account, how to register and create an account, all this detail you will add in the description. But in the summary, in the headlines, it will be always be like one liner like this: as a new customer, I want to show that. So this is a standard, like the way of writing a user story. And in some companies like Microsoft and all that, they will ask you to, they'll give you examples and they will ask you to write a user story. So you always be prepared. Don't always like answer in a very generic format. Answer in a format that how they want to, like they want to see it, right? For example, they give you an example, then you have to like write down, they may give you a case study and then they may be like, can you write a user story for this? So for that you need to know this is the format, as a I want, so that. Okay, you can take any examples from your resume, like the existing examples that whatever you have, or if you don't have experience, I have given a couple of case studies in my YouTube channel. You can go and watch that. From that you can grab the user stories and you can tell that too. So that's how we write. So this is a format, as a I want, so that. Okay, and in the description you can put it detailedly, but this is how you create a user story. Once it is created, it will go to the backlog. Okay, it will be in the backlog. If you see in the backlog, you'll be able to see it in the backlog. Okay. Okay, now the next question is, how are user stories, epics, and tasks different? So from the previous slide, like I have told, like once you have access to Jira software, you'll be having like many types of issues. Okay, so you will be having stories, you will have tasks, you will have epics, and you'll have bugs. There are 4 different types of like issue types. We say it as in Jira, like in Agile, we say it as issue types. So what is the difference between all these 4? That's the question. That's the interview question. So user stories are nothing but they are simple explanations of the business requirements, but we are writing from the end user perspective. Okay, we are always writing like in very simple terms, in one lines, we are writing the summary for the user stories. The business requirements is always very straightforward and simple. Anybody who's reading the user story is able to understand it. That simple it is. What is epic? Epic is nothing but usually like a high level of all the user stories. Under epic you can have so many user stories. So I'm going to give you an example. So if you want to create an epic, like okay, for example, automation of like I have already given automation of check. So this is a project. Okay, so we are going to what is this project? Manually nowadays we are going to the bank and we are going to give the check and process it, right? But you can do it from home itself. So if you have a check, you can just scan through the mobile application and then you are able to process that check. So if that is the project, the very high level requirement, right? We are writing it as epic. Under one epic we will have multiple user stories. Okay, so epic is nothing but it's a very high level requirement, and it is actually usually very large and complex. Under one epic you can have multiple user stories. So the user stories can be like how to make sure that a check is getting scanned through mobile application through like barcode, or how it is able to extract all the members information, like for example first name, last name, account number, and how it is able to identify an actual amount, and how it is able to identify whether it is the correct check, it is not a duplicate of an existing check. So all these validations that a mobile application has to do, right? So everything will have a separate user story. So all that can be user stories, but epic is nothing but a higher level requirement. Okay, overall in the project, right, you have a very big requirement that is called a epic. And what are tasks? Tasks are nothing but it is used to break down user stories. So it is the smallest unit in the Scrum framework, and it takes about like only 1 or 2 people, or within like 3 to 4 hours maximum to finish a task. Okay, so when we create task, like you can always create it like creating a BRD. Okay, creating a BRD, or maybe creating a mapping document, or it can be creating a UAT test plan. So all these small tasks, okay, so this will not require like for example 8 hours or more than that of work, right? So this is like, for example, you need to create a UAT test plan. This can be done within 4 hours. So all these like small kind of work that can be done can be identified as task. So then what is the difference between now task and story? Story is like more than 8 hours. I would say if you have something to work more than 8 hours, then that is a story. And if it is like less than 8 hours and you can finish it within like 4 hours, 3 hours or 5 hours, then I would identify it as task. And also bug is nothing but it is defects. Okay, so something you are doing testing, you're identifying some kind of defects that will be identified as bug. Epic is nothing but higher level requirements. So these are the 4 different types of issues in agile methodology. So they may ask you to give you examples. So you have to take one case study and then you have to give them like separate and instead of telling it very theoretically, you can always take like one example and then you can say this is an epic and this is a user story and this is a task and this is how we identify. The next question is, what is a sprint and how long is each sprint? Sprint is nothing but the amount of time required for a developer and tester and also a business analyst to complete your work. So for example, basically in sprint, right, there are like many types. So you can have a 2-week sprint, 3-week sprint, 4-week sprint. So in 2 weeks, for example, if you have a 2-week sprint, you're going to have 10 working days. Of course, if there are no holidays. In 3-week sprint, you're going to have 15 working days. And in 4-week sprint, you're going to have 20 working days in case you don't have any holidays, right? So mostly sprints are always like 2 weeks in the sense it is 10 working days, 3 weeks in the sense it's 15 working days, and 4 weeks is nothing but it's 20 working days. So within this time, if any user story that you are picking up in that particular sprint, for example, your project is having only a 2-week sprint, means in the 10 days, whatever user stories that you are picking or your developers or testers they are picking, they have to complete within that 10 days. Okay, so your timeline to finish a user story is only 10 days. And if your team is having 3-week sprints, they have to complete all their user stories and tasks and all their work within like 15 working days. And if it is a 4-week sprint, you're going to have 20 working days. So when you create user stories, for example, when you're creating all sorts of like in the backlog, you can say that I have an epic, I have a bug, I have a task. You create all these user stories, but you will never know like how long it will take for a user story will get completed. That's why we have something called story points. So when I open here, there is something called story points here. To finish this, like how long it is going to take, what are the total number of points it is going to take. So depending upon the points, you can always like identify whether it's a 1-pointer user story, 2 pointers, 3 pointers. So for example, here it has 3-pointer user story, and this one can be like a 2-pointer. You have to discuss that with your developer and you have to identify what are the story points. So 1-pointer means it's going to take less time. 2-pointer means it is going to take a little bit more. 3-pointer means a little more. 5-pointer is like it is a complex. 8-pointer is like too much complex. That story is going to take a lot of time. So what is a sprint? Whatever user story that you are taking. For example, you can take 2-pointer stories. You are able to complete that, or you can take 1 8-pointer story if you are able to complete that. So just by seeing the user story, right? For example, this user story, this one can be as complex like an 8-pointer. Okay, so if it is an 8-pointer user story, I can take only this one story in my particular sprint and finish it. So don't rely on like the number of user stories. It's not like you take 10 user stories means you are like it can be done in 2 weeks. No, it is about the effort for every user story. For some user stories, it can take only 1 point. For some user story, it can take 2 points. For some user stories, it can take 3 points. So you have to discuss with your development team and then make sure like every story, like what is the story point for every user story. Accordingly, you need to choose your user stories within that particular days and finish it. So that will be done in sprint planning session. So that during sprint planning, right, yourself, your developers and also testers and your product owner, your scrum master, everybody will sit together. They will review the backlog, and depending upon like the story points, we can take the user stories. So they are not assigning you, you are going to pick up the user stories whichever has the highest priority, and you are going to make sure that is done in the next sprint. So this is about sprint and how long is each sprint. The next question is, what is the difference between sprint backlog and product backlog? So as I've told you here, sprint backlog means, like for example, whatever you create here, it will be always in the backlog. So this is called as product backlog. So this is like, for example, you create 10 user stories and your colleague is creating 10, another developer is creating 10, and a tester is there creating their own user stories. So they're going to have, as a product backlog, as a whole team, you're going to have 200 or 300 user stories, right? But depending upon your sprint timeline, for example, you have a 4-week sprint, okay, you have 20 working days for the next sprint. So in that case, you can choose only limited because you have limited capacity with your team. Someone is going on vacation or someone is sick, they are not able to come for next 10 days. So you have limited capacity. You have only 2 business analysts, 2 developers and 2 testers. So within that capacity, like how many user stories you can pick, and you'll be able to finish in that particular sprint. So the number of user stories that you will be like finishing in that particular sprint is called as sprint backlog. Product backlog is nothing but as a whole, like how many user stories you are having in the like complete in your team, like totally how many user stories are there in the backlog, that is product backlog. So there is a difference between sprint backlog and a product backlog. Okay, so you can always say that, like for example, here you can see this is sprint. Okay, that sprint is there, and we can always, this is the existing backlog, like all the user stories are there, and if you want to push the user stories from here to your current sprint, you can always drag and drop. Okay, so if you're able to drag and drop here, and you can always move this to your current sprint, so you can make it as in progress. Okay, so that's the difference between sprint backlog and product backlog. So sprint backlog is nothing but in your current sprint, how much your user stories you are having. Product backlog is like overall in the team, like how many user stories you are having. So when they ask you in the interview, do you know about product backlog? Yes, of course, we know. Product backlog is nothing but it's a list of user stories or epic or tasks which is created by our entire team. Whereas sprint backlog is nothing but the user stories that we choose to complete within that particular amount of time. That is sprint backlog. And the next question is, what are daily stand-ups? Can you explain what happens in a daily stand-up meeting? So daily stand-up meeting is nothing but a discussion that happens every day. So every day morning or in the afternoon sometime, regularly we are going to have a daily status meeting. You can always say stand-up meetings or status meetings. So in these meetings, everyone from your team has to join. So developers, testers, business analysts, scrum master, product owner, everybody will join. Manager may or may not join. Sometimes the manager joins, but usually they don't join. So what we do in this stand-up meeting or status meeting is nothing but we are going to track everybody's work. So once we assign user stories to our team, every day we are going to track the status of this team. So whether it was done or whether it's still in progress or you are yet to start. And if you have not started, why you didn't start. And if it's in progress, you have some blocker, or you're dependent on some other team, or you're dependent on some other developer or tester, then you can always say that I'm dependent on this tester, I'm just waiting for the feedback. So everyday status call is nothing but to actually like track the status of your user stories. So if you have any blockers, you can say there, or if you want to coordinate with your team members, you can say there, or if you have any dependency on other teams, you can always put it there and also discuss with your team members. Of course, you can always like ping them, you can always email them, and you can always connect with them privately also. But this is like you're telling the entire team what is happening with your user stories, so that everybody's aware of the status of your user stories. And as a team, as a Scrum team, like how you're able to achieve the completion of your user stories within that particular span of time. So that is the reason for daily stand-up meetings. And the next question is, what is sprint planning? So this is very, very, very important. Sprint planning, like I've already told you, once you've created and your team have created all the user stories, and you're ready for the next sprint. For example, the next sprint is next Monday, the upcoming Monday. Now, this Friday, you're going to have a sprint planning call where all your user stories, like from the entire team, right? We are going to go through all the user stories, and we are going to pick up only certain user stories for the upcoming sprint. Since because you created like 200 or 300 user stories, doesn't mean everything has to be picked in the upcoming sprint. Okay, so sprint is like very short timeline. It can be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, or 4 weeks. Depending upon your team, it will change, and depending upon the company also, it is going to change. Okay, so suppose you have a 4-week sprint, your team is following a 4-week sprint, and you're having an upcoming sprint on like from the next Monday. Friday, you are going to have this sprint planning call. The product owner is going to go through every user story, and they're going to ask you what are the story points, and which are the priorities, and which business owner has that highest priority, and how many capacity we have, like as a team, like who is going on PTO, how many holidays we have. And we are going to calculate all that when you're going to pick up the user stories. That is called as sprint planning call. So basically, we are deciding upon like how much work can be done during the next sprint, and what is the total capacity for our team. Okay, how many people are on holidays, or how many people are like, do we have any like holidays for us? Like you'll have some national holidays, right? So whether we are, as a team, we are having any holidays, or someone is going on PTO, or someone is sick, so we have to plan accordingly depending upon our capacity, and we are going to choose our user stories for our next sprint. And the next question is, what is sprint retrospective? Sprint retrospective is nothing but it's a review meeting that is like done at the end of each sprint. So like from the next Monday, you're having a new sprint. This Friday, you will have both sprint planning and sprint retrospective meeting too. So sprint retrospective meeting is nothing but we are having a review with our entire team on discussing about like what are the problems we faced in the current sprint, and how can we improve our next sprint, and what went wrong in our current sprint, and what are the measures that we can make sure that doesn't happen in the next sprint, right? So as a team, you can always say that how you were, if you achieved all your user stories and you are not postponing your user stories to the next sprint, that means you had a good sprint, right? You're not supposed to postpone your user stories. If you pick some user stories for that particular sprint, you're able to finish that user stories. Suppose in case like if you don't know, if you had dependency on other team and you didn't finish your work, and your user stories are postponed to the next sprint, then you can always tell your scrum master and product owner in this meeting that in current sprint, for this particular story, we had a dependency on then another team, and we were not able to get the status from them, and we had a dependency, and we were not able to finish our current user story, so we had to postpone this particular user story. So this is more like lessons learned session, and everybody is going to give what are the good and the bad that we have done in the current sprint, and we are going to learn it, we are going to document that, and make sure that doesn't happen in our next sprint. So this will be conducted by the scrum master or the product owner. You'll be just as a business analyst, you'll be just attending and giving your feedback, but sprint planning meetings and sprint retrospective meetings are conducted by the scrum master. So the next question is, what is MVP? MVP is nothing but a minimum viable product. So what is minimum viable product? You are creating a user story and you are creating some kind of product, right? So this is software development. What we are talking about in agile business is software development. So at end of each sprint, like you are creating some kind of product so that the end user or the business owner is able to test it, right? So always keep in mind that when they say minimum viable product, some product that they are able to, like the users are able to see the product and they're able to understand the product and they're able to test the product. That's what is called as minimum viable product. So for example, even if you're creating like a login page, and you're making sure like the end user is able to log in, okay, and even in that, if it's not going to be a complete requirement, at least some part of the requirement is able to, like the business owner is able to test it. So I'm just taking like a very small example of registration or login. So even though the complete functionality of that particular requirement is not completed, at the end of each sprint, you're able to show them, the business owner, something that they're able to see visually and they're able to test it, right? So for some projects, you can complete the whole project in like 1 or 2 sprints. For some project, it is going to take 3 sprints or more than that. So it depends upon the complexity of your project. The timeline also changes. So for very small projects, small enhancement projects, you can complete in 1 or 2 sprints. But if it's going to be a very massive project and you are establishing that in like multiple markets, then the project can go, even though it's an agile project, it can go like from 3 sprint to more than that. So like till the end of that 4 months, nobody is going to wait. So the business owner wants to see something at end of every sprint. So they may be like, can you show me something, and I want to see and test something. So that is called as minimum viable product. So in agile, at the end of every sprint, we are making sure that user story is like very end user friendly, and the business owner or the end user is able to test some part of that user story. So that is called as minimum viable product. So the next question is about, can you explain story points calculation? So story points are always calculated in Fibonacci series, like 1-pointer stories, 2-pointer stories, 3-pointer stories, 5-pointer stories, 8-pointer and 13 pointers. So for this story points, always like you have to remember, user stories can be like any of these pointer. It can be 1-pointer, 2-pointer. So every story, right, depending upon how much effort it's going to take, you're going to give points here. Now, if you don't know how to give points, because sometimes you don't know, like this task may or the story may look very simple and you may give 1 point. In reality, that may take long hours and you'll end up like, oh my God, I didn't calculate it properly. So that comes through experience, like how many points you have to give for every user story. But basically, you need to understand that story points estimation is going to be a bigger task for you as a Scrum team, like the entire team. You don't want to lose track of your estimation, because like imagine you think, like for example, you have about 4 user stories, everything is an 8-pointer user story, and you're picking all these 8-pointer user stories, very complex user stories for your next sprint. And while doing every story, then you realize that you cannot complete that because everything is time consuming and you're able to finish only 1 or 2 user stories in a next sprint. You're not able to finish the other 2. And in the sprint call, you're saying that I cannot complete because I'm like already stuck with these 2 user stories. There is no time for me to finish it. So that is going to backfire you. So you have to be very smart in estimating the user stories before the sprint planning session and making sure you give the right points and how much work you can done, because agile is very like short period, right? Every sprint is going to be very quick. It's going to be 10 days, 15 days and 20 days. So you're going to pick your user stories very smartly, and also like what is the priority for every user story, and you're going to give points. So initially you may struggle giving points, but this is very, very important for you to not take too much work and like and then get embarrassed in status calls. So for that, you need to understand it is always given in Fibonacci series. So it's not like there is no like a 4-point user story or 6-point user story or 7-point user story. Okay, so story points are given in Fibonacci series, and you're going to estimate the user stories by like amount of time it's going to take. Okay, so here they say that usually story points versus hours. So we don't give hours. So it's nothing. It's not that 1-pointer means 1 hour, 2-pointer means 2 hours. It's not like that. We are going to make sure that you estimate depending upon like how many emails that you're going to get, how many meetings you're going to attend, and how many interviews you're going to have with the business owners, and how long it's going to take time for you to get coordinate with other teams, and like it is like based upon solving problems based upon difficulty or not time spent. So for example, don't think about, also you have to estimate time, that is also there. So I would say like you have to combine both time and like also dealing with people, right? Like you need to make sure that, oh, okay, to coordinate with this particular team is going to be tough for me because they don't respond very easily, and I have to like send multiple follow-ups. And to coordinate with this particular business owner, it's going to be like time consuming because they don't come to the meetings very usual. They're always booked and the time slot is always booked, so you're going to like follow up with the multiple times. So it is like both how complex is the work, technical work, and also like how difficult it is for you to coordinate with various different teams. So don't directly like even though sometimes the stories to finish your technical work it can take like 1 or 2 hours, but that coordination is going to take longer time for you. Okay, so you have to keep all that in mind and you have to give your story points, and it will take time. It's not that the very first call you're able to like judge every user story properly, right? So like as you get experienced, you are able to give the correct story points. But you have to keep in mind that always I would say give an point extra, because you never know like how much time it's going to take for your user story to get completed. So that is called as story points calculation. So the next question is, what is a burnt up chart? So I'm going to give you an example. So if you go to Jira software and if you're going to log in into reports, okay, you'll be able to, like for example here in projects, right, under projects you'll have reports, and if you're able to click the reports you'll have both burn down chart and burn up chart. So what is burn up chart? So burn up chart is nothing but it is a visual representation of a sprint's completed work compared with its total scope. So we are going to like see, or we're going to track our team's progress and how many user stories were completed, and do we have any problems in this particular sprint. So we're going to track that and we are going to give it as a report. Okay, so mostly you will have the story points here and you're going to have the timeline here. Okay, so always it's going to be like monthly wise, or depending upon, if you can also customize it like based upon your sprints, to sprints 1, sprint 2, like that. So mostly you are going to have time versus story points and how much it was done, how much work was done. Okay, what is the scope for our for that particular sprint and how much work it was done. So how are we going to track it? We are going to track by means of like this is automatic, right? So like this software itself is giving you the capacity to track all the user stories depending upon like whether it is in progress or whether it's completed, and what is the story points, how much it is completed. Like that it is going to automatically like track based upon the event. Okay, when was the sprint started, when was the user story added. So you need not do anything like manually. All you have to do is you have to go here and you have to figure out like whether it is progressing or it's going down. Okay, so the next question is, what is a burn down chart? So this also we can explain in the report section. So if you go to reports, you're going to have burn down chart. Okay, so in the burn down chart, we are going to track like story points versus like every day, like how much work was done. Okay, so for example, sprint was started in this particular date and then there was scope change there, and we added new stories in the middle of the story. So we removed the stories because it doesn't have any priority right now. The business don't want to like progress it. So for some reasons we are adding new stories, or we are making sure that existing stories need not be progressed, and we are going to make sure here these are the story points and this is timelines, and here we can have like every day like what is the progress of that user story, and how whether that user story was completed or not. If all these user stories are completed for that particular timeline for sprint, it means that your burn down chart will be very straight like this, okay? And it's a good burn down chart. So we can always use these charts to make sure that how much existing work was done and how much changes was done in every sprint, so that like for the next sprint, right, we make sure that doesn't like happen, because the requirements as a business analyst, the requirements are changing constantly. Even though you have picked up your user stories and you're like developing and you're testing, suddenly the business owner is saying that no, we need not progress that, stop that, or maybe add a new feature. So it's not like planned very well. In agile there'll be constant changes, okay? It's not like waterfall methodology. Here the requirements can be constantly changing, and also within that particular timeline you have to finish the work, okay? They are going to change the requirements, but they will ask you to finish the requirements because it is an agile methodology. So your mind will be like, what is this? I've just started the work, or I'm in the middle of something and I'm testing something, now they want to change something. So you should not be frustrated, because keep in mind that this is an agile methodology project and there will be constant changes and you have to adapt to that changes. And so for you this is something, it needs to be like normal, okay? So even though you're in middle of testing something, or you are like almost you got the sign off, now suddenly they're asking you to like make sure that you're getting new stories. So you may have stories that may be pulled in between the sprint, or some stories which is like postponed, or we don't want to carry forward or progress with it. So based upon this burnt up and burned down chart, you are able to identify like how this particular sprint went, and we are going to document that so that that doesn't happen in our next sprint. So that is burn down chart. And the next one is, what is sprint velocity? So I've already told you, like velocity chart is nothing but like how many people are there in our team, in our development team, and on our scrum team, how many people are there. So let me give you an example. Like for example, we have about like only like 2 developers, okay? Let's say that we are a very small team. We have only 2 developers, 2 business analysts, and we have 2 testers, and we have 1 scrum master and 1 product owner. Okay, so in this scenario, it's a very small scrum team, and everybody is going to, like for example, your team has only like 2-week sprint. Okay, 2-week sprint means it's like 10 working days. So in that 10 working days, we need to calculate how many user stories can 2 developers take, and how many user stories can 2 business analysts take, and how many user stories can 2 testers take. Okay, so we cannot, like, that is called a sprint velocity, like how much like our team can take, because we cannot make sure like all the 200-300 user stories can be completed in the upcoming sprint, right? So our product owner and scrum master, they will be doing this sprint velocity or sprint capacity, right? So we are making sure that according to our team's capacity, we are determining how many user stories can be taken. Okay, so for example, for if it's 10 working days, you can have maximum, you can take only 10 story points. Okay, so it can be like 2 story points, and it can be an 8-pointer. You can take 2 stories, or it can be 5-pointer and a 3-pointer, or 5-pointer and a 5-pointer. So we are making sure that beyond this, we are not like overloading ourselves with too much work, because as I told you, the most important thing is we have to make sure our work is completed within that particular sprint. So sprint velocity is nothing but we are calculating how many people are there in our team and how many working days are there in that particular sprint, and depending upon that, we are determining how many story points like everybody needs to pick, and depending upon the story points, now you can pick the user stories. Okay, so for example, the capacity is like only like 10-point user stories. Everybody can pick only 10-point user stories. You can pick like 10 one-pointer stories or 2 5-pointer stories, or maybe 2 2-pointer and 8-pointer. So depending upon the story capacity, I mean the complexity, you're going to choose the user stories. Okay, so this is called as sprint velocity. So next question is, how do you coordinate with other teams? So this is a very, very important question, because in Agile, you may be like tired of coordinating with multiple teams and dependency with external vendors, and inside your organization itself, like you can have divisions, like IT teams can be like, I mean, multiple IT teams, and you have to do cross-team coordination. So for that, we use a terminology called Scrum of Scrum meeting is recommended. So this is usually by means of a Scrum Master. So you can always say in everyday stand-up call that I followed up with this particular team. They are not giving any response. They are not giving any feedback. So what I have to do? So you have to raise call your risk in your daily stand-up call. And then your Scrum Master will be someone who will take responsibility of coordinating with the other Scrum teams. So if it's going to be a very massive project and you have done your best, but still you don't get any kind of response from the other teams, and they are not giving any kind of feedback through emails, or you don't know what is the status of that in their project. Now you always have to escalate to your Scrum Master, and the Scrum Master will be conducting the Scrum of Scrum meetings, and they will make sure that they coordinate with the other Scrum teams, and they will take responsibility. From as a business analyst, your responsibility is like you can try 1 time or 2 times, and then you have to escalate it to your Scrum Master to make sure that they will coordinate from their side. And we have to make sure that, because you don't want to complicate yourself and become tired of like coordinating with other teams, right? So you follow up with them like 1 or 2 times, and then you escalate it to your Scrum Master, and they will be having this Scrum of Scrum meetings. So very, very important for achieving cross-team coordination. So the next is, what is Scrum of Scrum? So it's nothing but it's a scaled agile technique that offers a way to connect multiple teams who need to work together to deliver complex solutions. So suppose you are having like 4 different teams, okay, 4 different technical IT teams, and then you have 2 external vendors, or not even your company, you have some offshore teams, okay, 2 offshore teams. So like you cannot be coordinating with everybody, right? So this is a massive project. You are representing only one IT team, and you need to coordinate with multiple teams. And now what we have to do is we have to perform this Scrum of Scrum meeting, and we are going to make sure that every team is able to tell their status of work, what is their progress of work, and when can they finish their testing, when can they finish their development, when can we do the complete UAT testing. All these meetings, right, is called as Scrum of Scrum. This is usually done by a Scrum Master, but you need to know, because as a business analyst, you need to know this is nothing but a scaled agile technique that is used to connect multiple. So the next question is, what are the 3 pillars of Scrum? So 3 pillars of Scrum is nothing but transparency, inspection, and adaptation. So we are going to learn that. So they're going to ask you, if you're following or if your team is following Scrum methodology, what are the 3 pillars of Scrum? So first is transparency. What is transparency? You're going to make sure that every user story, whatever is in the backlog, or entire team is able to see it. Okay, so in this Jira board, whatever stories you create or your colleagues create, everybody is able to see it. Inside your team, they will have permission to see it. So they can view your sprint backlog, they can view the product backlog, and they are going to see what is the status of your user stories, whether it was done or whether it is in progress. So everybody inside your development team or the Scrum team is able to view all the user stories and the work that you're doing and the progress that you're making for your user stories. That's why we are using Jira software. That's why we are tracking every even single like task or even like small even work that you have done. We are tracking it to make sure we are giving credit for your work. So that is called as transparency by following all this backlog, also having sprint reviews. So every once in a while we are going to have sprint reviews asking like feedback with the stakeholders. Sprint review is like you are going to make sure all the stakeholders are there and you're going to ask feedback from them. That is sprint review. And definition of done. When you're completing a task or user story, what is the meaning of done? So you have to make sure that that particular user story acceptance criteria is actually achieved, so that you can say that that particular user story is completed or that particular task is completed. So acceptance criteria is very, very, very important. Also, the next one is, if you are very transparent in Scrum, what will happen? So you can detect all the bugs in the very early stage. Okay, so defects detection is nothing but it's very important. You make sure that you are able to catch all the bugs or you're able to identify all the defects in a very early stage, so that you don't have problems with the business owners going forward. So early detection of all the bugs and issues, that's very, very, very critical. Also, you're making sure you're taking accountability, right? So because you are doing a particular task and it is under your name, means like you are responsible for that task. So you're not like blaming on some developer or tester. Every task that you create or every user story that you create, it is going to be under your name. So you're taking like that clear accountability of that particular work that is being done under your name. And you can also understand, you can engage all your stakeholders, so that involves all your developers, testers, business owners, and you can also show them like how much work. They need not be directly pinging you all the time. So you can always like make sure you give the user story numbers and they're able to see the status of the user stories, and they're able to get the like they will know like when you are able to complete that particular user stories. So stakeholders engagement is very important. Also identifying risk. So once you are doing the development or once you are testing, now you can identify a lot of risk, and then you can catch it in the very earliest state. Before the completion of sprint itself, you are able to identify risk. So that's why agile is like very popular now, because in short term you're able to identify and you're able to like perform really well. And the next pillar is inspection. Inspection is nothing but how can we, it's not like micromanagement, it's like you're making sure everybody in the Scrum team is like aware of what's happening in the team. Okay, so we have sprint planning calls, daily stand-up calls, we have sprint review calls, and sprint retrospective calls. So I've told in the earlier questions about sprint planning, sprints, daily stand-ups, and sprint retrospective. Sprint review is nothing but um, we are involving stakeholders or the business owners and we are doing a review with them. Sprint retrospective is internal to your team, whereas sprint review is like you are involving the external business owners and stakeholders and you are reviewing the user stories with them. That's the difference between sprint review and sprint retrospective. The third one is adaptation. Adaptation is like I've already told, you'll have multiple change requests and the requirements are constantly changing. Backlog is going to change, and some user stories will be added, some user stories will be postponed, some user stories needs to be abandoned. So you have to have that agile mindset to make sure that whatever new requirement you're getting, you're going to follow some protocols, make sure the business owners are being like addressed with those protocols, and also you have to discuss with your scrum master or project manager also, right? You cannot take decisions on your own. So we have to make sure you like coordinate with your scrum master, product owner, and the manager regarding the new request, and you have to do all the adjustments and adapt accordingly. So these are the three different pillars of Scrum. Why we are doing this? Because of customer satisfaction. Whoever is giving the work to IT team, we are making sure that they are very happy with our process, because we are very flexible and we have good quality. We know how we follow a certain protocol and process, and we are making sure at the end of it everybody is happy. They are happy, we are happy, and the customer end user is happy. That's the benefit of adaptation in Scrum. That's why Agile methodology is very, very popular now. So the next question is how to deal with scope creep. So scope creep is nothing but like, for example, like they are giving you requirements, but end of the day they are like adding more requirements and Initially, whatever they thought, we thought that is a requirement, right? Now it is not a requirement anymore. So they're constantly changing that. So what we have to do is, to some extent, scope creep, like we can accept with within our capacity. Okay, but if they're going to add very complex requirements, and they're going to like it's going to be very tough for our development team to accommodate those requirements. Then in that case, it is going to be uncontrolled, and it is going to have a great impact on our time, our cost, our billing, and also during our sprint timeline, right? We are not able to complete that. So this is a very big problem in Agile, that constantly they are giving like more requirements which you are not able to do it, right? So what we can do is, we have something called change control process. So for this, like when business owners are constantly like giving you requirements, you have to deal with that very professionally. You cannot be like very rude with them, and you cannot say that no, you cannot like add on requirements like this. So we are not supposed to answer like that. We are going to answer in a very professional way. So you can always say that we have a process called change control process, and all your new requirements needs to be submitted there, and we need approval for those change requests. Only then we can accommodate those new requirements. So for example, you gathered all the requirements, you created user stories, and you are working on the user stories in a particular sprint. Now in the middle of the sprint, now the business owner is coming and asking that sorry, we have to change the requirements and we have to add new functionalities. Now, how you need to answer them is, you have to say that I understand your concerns. Now we have a process called change control process. That is within our IT teams, we follow this process. So what I will recommend you is, please create a user story for all the changes, and you need to submit it for the change request approval. So what they will do is, business owners, they will go here and they will have access to Jira as well, right? So they will go create the user stories. Okay, whatever is the enhancement or whatever is the new request, they're going to add it here, and that will be going for approval. So who needs to approve? Of course, your manager needs to approve. We don't have the like the responsibility of approving that, right? So it needs to go through different approvals from managers, and you have to discuss with your scrum master, your product owner, your manager, and you have to make sure that whether that change can be like whether it can be accommodated or not. Accordingly, after discussion with your developers, everybody, the whole crew, you're going to make sure whether that new user story is going to be added in this sprint or the next sprint. Okay, so we follow something called change control process. So you should not be rude. That's the first thing. The business analyst should not be rude. They have to deal in a very professional manner. You tell them to submit the change request, and you say that I have to discuss with my manager and also my development team, and then we will get back to you on this change request. This is how you have to deal with scope creep. The next question is, what is the difference between Scrum and Kanban? So in Agile, right, we have different kind of Scrum methodologies. So we have something called Scrum, and then we have Kanban. So Scrum is mostly like, I have worked only in Scrum. I have never worked in Kanban based projects. So Scrum means you will have a sprint. It can be 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and 4 weeks. You will have a Scrum master. You will have a product owner. And we will follow all the Scrum guidelines, right? Like everyday stand-up calls, sprint review calls, and sprint retrospective calls, and then like all the sprint ceremonies, we do it. That is Scrum. Whereas Kanban means you don't have any timeline, okay, and you don't have a Scrum master, you don't have a product owner. There is no defined roles. So there is mostly like for research projects, like for example, someone is working for like a brand, right, like Nike, or you can say any kind of research based products, like their research department, right? They don't have a timeline. So they have user stories, but they don't have a timeline that they have to finish within like 2 to 4 weeks. So mostly like anybody in research, they can be product based. For example, Microsoft, also Facebook, they can be in the product based companies, but mostly in the research department. That's where like they have some amount of extra time and they can do creatively and they are able to come up with new ideas and they're going to track all their work in Kanban. But in proper IT professionals, like for example you're working in TCS, CTS, or you're working in some kind of like regular Fortune 4 companies, not in research department, you're in an IT professional, then mostly you will be following Scrum only. That's the difference between Scrum and Kanban. And the next question is, what are the tools used by Agile Business Analyst? Very, very important. You need to be an expert on Jira and Confluence. So as I've told here, this is the Jira software, and we also have Confluence in this. So you need to make sure that you are aware of all these products, and it is actually free only for 1 month. I think it is free, so you can use your email ID and then get this product for free. And you need to definitely, especially if you're a beginner, you need to like definitely understand there are so many like products inside Jira software. Okay, so you have reports, you have how to create user stories, you can create projects, you can create dashboards, and you can always like try exploring this software. And also Confluence is for documentation, for creating BRDs, also creating all your diagrams, and also creating all your for documentation process, right? You have to be well aware of these two um, softwares. Of course, Microsoft Excel, Word, PowerPoint, all that will come. You have to learn that. But these two tools are very, very, very important. And just not just by seeing videos, you cannot learn it, right? So if you want to have really hands-on experience, you have to like download it. You have to make sure you play with it, and then you have like some understanding of all these softwares. It's very, very, very important. Okay, Jira and Confluence. And then what are the reports created by Agile Business Analyst? So there are different types of reports that we can create during this using this Jira. So for example, when you go to all reports, you can see you have burn down chart, burn up chart, you have sprint report, you have velocity chart, you have cumulative flow diagrams, and also you have version report, epic report, control chart, epic burn down, release burn down. So there are so many charts here. You have like spy chart report, average age report, like so many reports are the time tracking report. So based upon your team, you can always create reports based upon your manager's requirements, because they're going to have a meeting with the staff VP, they're going to have meeting with the leadership team. So they may ask you to suddenly give like, can you please give me a report for last sprint? Can you give me a burn down report, or like how many stories our team completed? Can you please take a report? So you can go here and download this report and you can send it to your manager. So you need to be aware of all the reports, existing reports that you can get from the Jira software, so that you can give it to your manager for their meetings. So these are the some of the reports. Okay, sprint report, burn down report, release burn down report, and there are like so many other reports also. So you can like download that software and you can learn all about those reports. So the next question is, how do you handle constant change in requirements? Like I've already told you, any scope creep or anything like constant change in requirements, we need to have a process called change control process. So in that change control process, we are asking them to submit user stories, okay, with whatever like now whatever they want to like enhancement, right? So we have to make sure they are submitting the user stories, and we are making sure that you review those user stories, new user stories with your development team. Okay, you have to review with your development team, you have to review with your scrum master, and you're going to review with your product owner, and also with your manager. With everybody you have to review, and after their approval only, you're promising your business owner that the new request is being granted and is being approved by our entire team, and now we can work on the new change. If suppose they don't approve, they're saying that no, this requires extra billing, or this will require extra time, we cannot finish this in our current sprint. So that also you have to like tell them, the business owners, that no, the new requirement whatever you have submitted, that requires extra billing or that requires extra time, we cannot complete that in the current sprint. and you have to explain to them, and back and forth you can communicate with your manager, and then you can give them feedback. So you have to always deal this very professionally. Do not be rude or angry. Very, very important. Always be in a professional way. You have to like deal with this, because you get frustrated because you have put so much time and effort in gathering requirements, and they're constantly changing it. You may get frustrated, but understand this is an agile environment. This is how it is supposed to be, and you have to like have a mindset that this is called agile mindset. Like, this is how this works, and I have to make sure this is accommodated. And you're not alone. You have the whole crew with you, and you're going to take their opinions and approvals, and only then you're going to communicate with your business owners. The next question is, how do you handle conflicts or disagreements within an agile team? Now, this is something like everybody should learn. Okay, so you have to stick together. So suppose you have a conflict with your developer or your tester. You are all in one team. Okay, escalating is not a solution. You escalating a developer escalating you, and you escalating a tester, in my opinion, that's not a good way of being. It then it can become very toxic, and one fine day you're going to leave that team, right? So always, like, if you want to be very comfortable team and you are going to make sure you're going to have a very happy team, then you have to stick together, and you have to believe in each other and communicate with the developer or the tester. Okay, they are your team people, right? So you, even though you have different personalities and your opinions and experience and expertise and individual skills are going to be very different, you have to like respect each other, support each other, and help each other, and make sure that you're working as one team. Within your team you can do that, but if you're having conflicts with some external team, then in that case also you always make sure you are like communicating in a very professional manner. And they are also given some, they have this Jira software team, right? They have given some kind of tips like how to make sure once there is a conflict, what you have to do. You have to ask for a teammate's advice. You have to make sure the time is right, and when you decide to talk, you have to respect their boundaries. Don't risk embarrassment of your co-workers. Don't approach them when they are like they're very fussy, they're very busy, and like don't approach them that. And you have to start a conversation like, hey, I think we have some tension between us. Is it okay? Can we talk about it? And you also need to be positive. And if they don't understand, you have to give them some time for them. Ask sorry if needed, and don't put yourself in a very complex situation with them. This is a very professional environment, right? This is not your home, and you cannot scream at people, and you cannot use very like harsh words with people. Okay, this is a very professional environment, so you have to keep focused on the issue. Do not blame, and do not blame their personalities, and do not talk back. That's a wrong thing to do. Don't talk back with other colleagues about one person. Do not do that. Okay, you never know who's friends with who, and you never know who's related to whom. Okay, so I would say that you should always be professional. You should always talk to them. If you have any conflict on a person, directly talk to them. And if you want to ask sorry, initiate that. Okay, so you can say, I'm sorry, man, I'm like really sorry. I was tensed a little bit, and I was going through something, so I'm really sorry about it. Are you okay with it? And how can we be positive? And the next time you're having a meeting with them, don't have that grudge in your mind. Okay, and that's how you have to move on, because if you're having constant conflicts with your co-workers, that place can be really toxic, and you don't want to deal with that team anymore. So you have to make sure that you clear that air after the conflict, and be very positive. And one important thing is, don't talk back. Don't talk back about others with other colleagues. Okay, so that can be really an issue. So you have to always deal with them very professionally. This is how you deal conflicts with your internal teams. Next is, the last question is, how to use agile KPI metrics. So there are so many agile metrics that we have. For example, like we have how to KPI is nothing but key performance indicators, right? How our entire team is doing. Like you have to like know what you're doing. All the user stories needs to be under your control. Every acceptance criteria that you write, you need to be well aware of what is happening. So you can always use certain metrics. That's why we have reports, sprint burn down chart, or you can have release burn down chart, epic burn down charts, and velocity tracking. And then you have control chart, and you have cumulative flow diagram. And we have even more metrics also. When you have defects, how to raise a defect, how to fix a defect, how to track a defect. So all this task tracker, defect tracker, all this you can make use of these charts, and then you can use these metrics to make sure that you are following agile properly. Okay, agile means there are so many terminologies involved in this agile projects, so this will take some time for you to learn every single like terminology will be new to you if you're a beginner. So learn all these things one by one and apply, get the access to Jira software, and you need to try it by yourself and understand each of these charts. And you have to like understand simply by song. I'm telling you again and again, it's simply by seeing these videos you cannot be an expert. In order to become an expert, you have to download this software, you have to try all these charts one by one by yourself, and then you have to get an experience out of this. Only then you'll be like understanding what are these agile KPI metrics, how to use this every chart, reports and trackers. Okay, so I hope this video was helpful. Thank you for watching.